Most tutorials start strong, but then leave you in the shallow end with boring projects. Nice design, same old CRUD functionalities, simple pagination, and call it a day. Might impress your mom, but let's face it, no one's buying those. That's why today, you'll build and deploy a production-grade university library management system, which isn't just a single app, but a set of two interconnected apps tied together into a monorepo. These apps work seamlessly to teach you industry standard practices, from rate limiting, DDoS protection, caching, optimizations, multimedia uploads, complex database queries, and advanced error handling, to automated workflows with custom notifications. You'll learn to implement features that real-world apps demand. Everything starts with a public-facing app, with an open-source authentication with personalized onboarding flows and emails. Homepage with a highlighted book and newly added books with 3D effects. A library page with advanced filtering and pagination. Book detail pages that track availability and show summary, video, and similar books. And a profile page to manage your account, track borrowed books, and download receipts. But enterprise apps also have admin interfaces for managing the data displayed on the public website. You'll build it too. A whole another app consisting of an analytics dashboard showing statistics, new users and books, borrow requests, and more. An all users page and account requests page where admins can approve or revoke access. All books page, forms allowing you to add a new book and edit it, book detail pages, and a borrow request page. That was a lot. And yes, with full pagination and search on practically every single page. You'll do it all using Next.js, TypeScript, and NextAuth for industry standard development. Postgres with Neon, the fastest edge-ready database built to scale, allowing you to invite your team members and manage databases using branches, just like you're working with Git. ImageKit for real-time media processing APIs and asset management, offering free storage, dynamic transformations, and streaming capabilities. Perfect for optimizing and transforming images and videos for any device, making it the only solution you'll need to deliver, manage, and collaborate on your media assets at scale. Upstash Redis for efficient caching, rate limiting, and the ability to build detailed workflows with custom triggers. Drizzle, the hottest ORM right now, making database interactions faster and simpler than ever. And more, like Tailwind CSS, Resend, ShatCN to create a polished, modern app. But talk is cheap, so let me show you a full demo of the app you'll build today. When you visit the website for the first time, you'll see the sign-in screen. If you're creating a new account, you can go to the sign up page, where you'll have to fill in a lot of information, all of it fully validated. We also have an image upload with completion percentage, where you'll have to insert your university card. That was quick. Once you've created an account, you'll see this nice little toast, and you're in. But behind the scenes, something important has just happened. The moment you've created an account, our server triggered an onboarding workflow, sending you a welcome email. But that's not the best part. Another part of the onboarding workflow is inactivity checks. So if you don't visit the website for the next 3 days, you'll get another automated email prompting you to check it out. And if you're already using it, you'll receive a congratulations email, similar to what Duolingo does. Everything is automated for each user. Now, coming back to the app, you can now see a cool, modern homepage showcasing a highlighted book with this 3D effect. There are also some other latest books here. There's this library page where you can see a full list of books available in the library with pagination support, and you can easily search for any book or filter it to your liking. And if you click on any of these books, you'll go to its details page, where you can see complete information from total and available copies, description, trailers, summaries, and more, as well as a bunch of other similar books you might want to check out. But if you click on Borrow Book, you'll see a destructive toast saying you can't borrow a book until your account gets approved. Yep, this is what we're doing. We're not letting just anyone visit the website and try to borrow a book. Instead, we'll allow admins to approve their account, similar to what universities or other institutions do to verify your admission. And to mimic that real situation, we have an entire admin dashboard for managing everything regarding the content and the users. You can visit the admin dashboard right within the website by going to /admin. Now, of course, if you're a normal user, you'll automatically be redirected back to the homepage. Otherwise, you'll access this whole new website that has a sidebar on the left and a header with the main page showing complete analytics, like the total number of borrowed books, users, and more. We're also comparing these analytics with the previous week, so you know if there has been an increase or decrease in statistics. And you can also see a list of recently borrowed books and newly joined users. Now, a super useful thing here is that all of this information loads independently without blocking any other part. Reload and you'll see different loaders, and some information will soon show up, followed by other pieces. This is called performance optimization. And even if an error occurs, only that specific part is affected, while the rest of the app stays functional and non-blocking. After that, we also have an all users page where you can see a complete list of users who joined and search or paginate them. Each user has its role, and through the admin dashboard, you'll also have the ability to make anyone an admin. There's also an all books page where the complete list of books is shown with search and pagination. So let me create a new book by providing lots of details, including the title, genre, rating, cover, the color using the color picker, and upload a video trailer. Let's first go to account requests, where you can see a list of all user accounts that need to be approved. Let me see where mine is. Oh, there we go. Now I'll click on it to approve it and confirm. Upon confirmation, I'll also receive an email saying that my account has been approved. Now, going back to our main app, if I click borrow book, it's processing, and there we go. Now I can actually borrow it, which redirects me to my profile page. See, when I borrowed this book, something happened in the background. If I go and check my email, I'll see an email notification about the book being borrowed and showing me when I'm supposed to return it. And then before the due date, I'll also receive 2 different email reminders letting me know that the due date is coming. And if I don't return it on time, I'll also get penalty emails later on. This workflow is completely automated, similar to what Netflix or other companies are doing, giving you payment reminders and notifications. Pretty amazing and not something you can learn every day, right? Back on the website, you can see a kind of an identity card with all our information, like full name, university ID, or university card. And on the right side, there is a list of books I borrowed with the dates specifying when I borrowed them and when I'm supposed to return them. There's also a little receipt icon, which when I click it, will download the generated book receipt and save it to my computer. It's a nice looking customized receipt, which I can then show to my university to get a book. If I now go to the admin side, specifically the borrow records page, I can see my record alongside some other records listed here. And admins can also see the receipts and confirm them. And one thing here is that we can also search records by user and not just by the book. Pretty cool stuff. And admins can also change the borrow book status. So if somebody comes in and returns the book in person, we can change it. So does it feel like a lot? Well, if it does, no worries, because we'll break it step by step. And if you're a beginner, still figuring out what components are, then this course is not for you. First, check out my beginner crash courses from Tailwind CSS and React to Next.js, and then come back. I'm so excited to dive right in. But first, let me tell you that this project completely took over my life. What started as a simple tutorial turned into something huge. I rebuilt it over and over again until it became a project that even senior developers would find impressive. And unlike most tutorials, I refused to rush through important concepts because you deserve better. So here's the deal. Most of these courses on YouTube, completely free. I mean, just see how long this video is. Free complete source code, free Figma designs, everything. But the tutorial got so massive, I had to split it into 2 parts. Part 1, right here, fully free. Part 2, on my soon-to-launch JS Mastery Pro platform, with progress tracking, real-world challenges, advanced patterns, Git commits for each lesson, personalized learning paths, and more. Other platforms would easily slap a $500 price tag on that, but not me. First, 100 developers that click the link down in the description and join the waitlist will get lifetime access for free, and everybody else that joins will get a significant discount once it launches. It's my way of saying thank you. So click the link in the description and join the pre-launch. Spots can fill up pretty quickly, so don't wait too long. But even if you don't end up getting it, no worries. This video alone covers rate limiting, DDoS protection, Postgres databases, and more, all for free. So with that in mind, alongside the waitlist link, check out all of the free links as well to get the Figma design, the source code, and so much more. With that said, let's dive right in and let me teach you how to build a set of these 2 apps, a public-facing one and a real-world admin dashboard to manage it. Super excited. To get started developing this huge application that covers features and technologies I've never before covered on JavaScript Mastery, we'll first start by understanding the entire application and its structure. How technically you will not only develop one application, but 2 applications, a user platform and an admin panel, by using something known as a mono repo architecture. Yep, we'll cover all of that in detail. But first, let's talk about the technologies you'll use to build it. Of course, we'll use the React framework for the web, Next.js, used by some of the world's largest companies, enabling you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. So let's copy the installation command, open up a new project. In this case, I'm using WebStorm, which is a powerful IDE, which as of recently became completely free. But of course, you're free to proceed with any other code editor or IDE to follow along with this course. Open up your integrated terminal and paste the installation command. npx create next app add latest. It'll ask you whether you want to install the package that will allow us to create our app, so press Y for yes. It's gonna ask you what is your project name. In case you've already created a folder within which you wanna create this app, which is what I did and called it University Library, then you can just press / to create it in the current repository. It's asking us whether we would like to use TypeScript. That's gonna be a strong yes. I'll later explain the many benefits you're getting by using TypeScript. And don't worry, if you haven't used TypeScript before, you can proceed watching this video. Whenever I'm covering some TypeScript stuff, I'll make sure to take my time and explain what's happening. Next, it's asking us whether we want to use ESLint. That's another big yes. We want our codebase to be scalable, well-structured, and maintained. We want to use Tailwind CSS as it's the preferred way of styling applications nowadays, and we don't need a source directory. It's just a matter of having an additional folder, which we don't need. Of course, we will be using the app router, so say yes. TurboPack, which is going to speed up our development time, we can say yes for that as well. And we don't necessarily need to customize the import alias, so simply say no. And as you can see, Next.js will now automatically install all of the dev dependencies needed for us to run our project very easily. While it is doing that, let me actually walk you through a couple of other technologies that we'll be using to develop this great application. Production-ready scalable applications are not built from scratch. Trust me, you don't want to reinvent the wheel, which is why in this course, I prepared some technologies which are industry standard, open source, and production ready for you to learn and build this application with, as well as all of your upcoming applications. First things first, here is Tailwind CSS, a very obvious choice for the styling flavor of our applications. It allows you to have full flexibility of how your applications are going to look like. It's just like you're writing regular CSS. You have all the properties at your disposal, but you can use them in a quicker way by simply using a set of predefined utility classes. And to make our application even more standardized, we'll use Shadcn UI, a library that allows you to copy some of the components, but then use the full power of Tailwind CSS to style them to your liking. For example, you can take an alert or a button component and then make it completely your own. Of course, buttons are simple. But using Shadcn for something like forms, where it comes pre-built with React Hook Form and Zod, which are the industry standard technologies for managing form nowadays, that's definitely going to come in handy. I'm also happy to say that this is the first project on JavaScript Mastery that'll use a Postgres database. Yep, we're transitioning over to SQL and will use the world's most advanced open source relational database. But I won't make you deal with clunky SQL interfaces and outdated admin portals. Instead, we'll use Neon, allowing you to ship faster with Postgres. It allows you to use open source Postgres databases with many features that make it such a breeze to use. You get instant provisioning, no waiting, no config, and it configures directly with your stack. You can hook it up directly with Next.js, or to make it even more scalable and production ready, you can use something known as an ORM, such as Drizzle. So yep, not only will you use a Postgres database, we'll actually power it up by using an ORM, an object relational mapping tool, which will allow you to make your database architecture that much more scalable, and Drizzle is definitely the way to go nowadays. We'll also have to store a lot of assets like images and videos within our app. And for that, I've decided to use ImageKit. It is a free tool allowing you to quickly optimize and transform your videos and images and just have a central hub where you can efficiently manage all of the assets for your project. More on that soon. And we'll also use Upstash to make this application truly production ready. First, we'll use Upstash Redis, a service that offers low latency data storage and retrieval, perfect for caching, session management, and real-time applications. We'll use it to teach you how you can quickly fetch books within our application. But we won't just stop there. We'll also use Upstash's workflows. allowing you to manage and automate multi-step tasks. Great for things like onboarding or handling data processing workflows. You can use it to automatically send emails within your application. For example, when a user's account is verified by an admin. Or maybe check if the user is not active for the last 3 days. Or maybe check the user activity. And if they haven't been active for the past 3 days, send them an email or a notification. Similar to what Duolingo and most applications out there do. In this case, we'll also use it to send book borrowing deadlines, limits, and warnings. So now that you learned a bit more about the tech stack we'll use, let's head back to our editor and let's dive right into code. Now that our application has been set up, before we go ahead and run it, let's also set up ShadCN because we'll very quickly need it to create some of the components for the app. And typically, I would just give you the commands needed to install it. But in this course, I really wanted to guide you all the way through of how you would approach building something like this on your own, so you don't just learn how to replicate this specific application, but you learn how to use the technologies to build all of the apps in the future. So head over to ShadCN UI, go to Docs and Installation for Next.js. Right there, it's going to say, if you're using Next 15, see Next 15 plus React 19 guide. If you read through this page, you'll notice that everything is still working as it should. It's just that when you're installing some packages, you will need to run an additional flag to install it, because otherwise you'll be getting some warnings. That's more or less it. So I'll head back to the previous page and just follow the installation setup with npm. I'll copy the first command and paste it. npx shadcn add latest init. Press Y to proceed, and it's going to ask you for the style you would like to use. In this case, we'll use the New York style with the color of slate. For the rest of the steps, just press enter. We'll use the CSS variables. And now this is that warning that you get by using React 19 and Next.js 15. It says that some packages may fail due to a peer dependency issue, so just say use force. I tried it a couple of times, and trust me, it won't pose any problems. With that said, we have just completed the second step of ShadCN install as well, and we finally can add some components into it, such as a button. We'll surely need to use a button, right? So whenever you're installing it, you can just paste it right here, npx shadcn add latest add button, and it's going to ask you whether you want to use force. Once again, this is just an additional step you have to go through, and press enter. And there we go, one component has been installed. Now let's go ahead and actually check it out. If you head over to Components, UI, you'll see that we have one additional component created for us by ShadCN. Now, why I love ShadCN so much is that it actually asks you which components you want to install, and it automatically gives you the code only for the components you want to use. In this case, the button. And even though it might seem a bit complicated, you never have to dive into this code and modify it. You're going to simply use this code as a button that you created within your codebase. So if I head over to page.tsx, which is our current starting application, and if I delete everything within the homepage, rather I just create an empty React fragment, and within it, I try to render this button coming from components UI button. We can properly enclose it, and I think we're ready to test it out. I'll open up the terminal and press npm run dev to run our application on localhost 3000. Once you open it up, it should look something like this. If you see this nice looking button, that means that ShadCN has been installed. Now, before we proceed with the rest of the theming, I want to make sure that not only our app, but our codebase remains clean as well. And for that, we'll use Prettier and ESLint. The setup for every editor will look a bit differently, but you'll have to install the plugin or an extension called ESLint, as well as Prettier. And there's also an additional one called ESLint Prettier, which connects them together. Once you do that, at least here on WebStorm, I can head over to Preferences, and I can turn on the manual Prettier configuration and try to find the Prettier package. If it's not there yet, we might need to install it. So head over to your terminal and open up a new one, because this one is currently running our application, but on the second one, we can install the additional dependencies. And I'll say npm i --save -dev, as we want to install it as a dev dependency, and I'll say Prettier. ESLint should have been automatically installed by Next.js. So now I can head over to Prettier and head over to Manual and just select it right here from Node Modules and run reformat on save. I want to do a similar thing for ESLint, where I can choose the ESLint package from node modules and then find a configuration file. And we want to run ESLint fix on save. Now, if you make a change to your code and press Command S, it'll actually try to reformat the code. I know that the setup for other code editors might be a bit different, so if you want to give WebStorm a try, which I have been really loving lately, I'll put the link down in the description so you can get it completely for free and then follow along with my setup. In any case, you should be able to head over to eslint.config.mjs and we can extend some additional configurations, such as Next Core Web Vitals, Next TypeScript, as well as Standard. We can also add plugin, Tailwind, CSS / recommended, as well as Prettier. So all of these packages will work together to make our code base clean. Oh, and I think we can go over to Command-Shift-P, Prettier, and then also turn on the run on save action, which will actually apply all of the ESLint and Prettier changes on save. You can see it'll add some spaces in between these brackets, as well as apply a semicolon at the end. Among the other packages that I'm using, which you can also install on any code editor, there is the rainbow brackets, which will make sure that you know where's the start or end of your function or code block. I'm also using React snippets. So just make sure to install. I think in this case, I'm using modern React snippets. Either way should be fine. I know many of you ask me for the theme. In this case, I'm using a material theme, Material Deep Ocean. And that's it. That's my editor. Hopefully you were able to set up Prettier and ESLint as I did by further configuring this ESLint config file. But if not, don't worry at all. You can just proceed normally. I know that sometimes setting up these linting tools can be a pain in the ass and it just messes with everything. So even if you didn't manage to set them up properly, don't worry at all. We can proceed. And while we're here, I'll also turn this home into an ES6 arrow function by saying const home is equal to. And then finally, at the end, we can export default home. And in case you have nothing right here at the top of the function, you'd rather have just a single return, we can also just turn this into an immediate return by removing the curly brace. So you'll see that throughout this course, I'll try to keep the code base as clean as possible so you can follow along, see everything clearly, and learn as many best practices as possible. Now, let's set up the theme of our application. In this case, I decided to go with a very unique layout, something that you don't see often nowadays. So if you haven't yet downloaded this Figma page, definitely do that. The link will be down in the description. That'll make it much easier to follow along. In any case, you can see that some things here are shared, such as this background image, which we can export, as well as some of the colors of the background, or this primary yellowish color that we'll use. So to make our styling in the future a bit easier, we can add all those to our Tailwind config. So head over to tailwind.config.ts. And by the way, to quickly move to it, I was using a Control or Command P shortcut. Or you can manually find it by heading over to root, and then right here at the bottom, there's going to be a Tailwind config. As you can see, some things are already predefined here for us by ShadCN, but we won't be needing many of those, and we will be needing custom colors. So head over below this lesson to a GitHub repository containing the entire source code of this project, go to its README, and head over to snippets to copy. There you can find this Tailwind config file. In there, we'll do some simple things like set up our primary default color, as well as the primary color for the admin interface, because this is a mono repo after all. So we'll have to keep track of different themes. And if you think about it, I purposefully made the admin interface a bit different looking, because for this application, it'll most likely be opened on a desktop computer somewhere in the library, and it has to have a very simple to follow design, so clerks or non-technical people using it can very easily create new books or give books to rent. And this is not just when it comes to book managing. Whenever you have an admin interface that has to be put at some kind of a desktop computer for employees to use, you always want to use a light, simple to use interface. Now, even though I provided these colors to you, I want to teach you how you can extract them so you can create Tailwind configs manually. Let's go with this default primary color, for example, E7C9A5. How would you go about finding it? So if you head over back to our Figma file and go to Auth, obviously this yellowish color is our primary color. And right here under colors, you can see its styles, You can copy it, and then you can paste it right here in the code. And I did the same thing for all of the other colors. I didn't want you to manually go ahead and copy every single one, so I decided to provide them here for you. No logic here, just some styles. The second thing you'll need that'll make our styling a bit easier is gonna be the globals.css file. So head over to globals.css, select everything, and override it with the globals.css file that you can find in the snippets to copy for this video. There's a lot of stuff that I'm providing right now at the start, which is just to get us going, but trust me, as we dive deeper, less and less, almost nothing will be provided, as we'll code all of the complicated logic together from scratch. Now, as you can see in the tailwind config, we're using 2 custom font families. So we have to go ahead and implement them. If you head over to app, in there, we'll be able to put local versions of our fonts. This is a new Next.js feature allowing you to locally import the fonts without having to rely on third-party services. So right below the snippets to copy, you can find a zipped fonts folder, unzip it, and then simply paste it right here within the app. It'll look something like this, fonts with a couple of different variants. Once we have it, you can head over to layout.tsx, and we can put those fonts to use. Similarly to how a Geist font was used before, instead we'll import local fonts this time. So instead of Geist Sans, we'll be using the IBM Plex Sans, and we'll do it as a local font. Coming from import local font from next/font/local. To this local font, you have to provide a source pointing to that font. So a source will be an array. And here we can have a couple of different objects where first you specify a path to that font. So that'll be ./fonts/IBM Plex Sans. Make sure to capitalize the right things, and then -regular .ttf. We can also give it a font weight of 400. And finally, a style of normal. Now we can duplicate this 3 more times. For the second one, we'll get the sans medium, and that'll be a weight of 500 with a font style of normal. After that, we can have a semi-bold that's going to be 600 for weight. And then finally, we can have a bold, which is going to be 700. You can see how nicely Prettier structured this. It figured out that this line is extending over the normal character line limit, so it put it into a new line. In this case, I actually don't think we need to say / for each font, so I can basically remove that dot at the start. And then I can manually set this to be a single line as well. This is a bit easier to read and understand. With that in mind, we can also set up our second font by saying const bebas new. That's going to look something like this. Make sure to have the spelling done right. We're going to take in the local font, and we're going to simply point to a single object that'll have a source equal to an array, where we have a single object of path pointing to /font /bebas new -regular.ttf, weight of 400, and style of normal. We can also add an additional variable, which we can use to apply this font later on by calling it bebas-new. Perfect. So now we have successfully set up the fonts, and we can also set up the metadata of our application here by changing the title to Bookwise, as well as changing the description to something like Bookwise is a book review website. Or in this case, it's actually a book borrowing university library management solution. There we go. That's more like it. Now we have the metadata as well, and we're ready to use all of these within our application. Now, sometimes Next.js starts with this export default function root layout. We can simplify this a bit. This read only is not necessary, and we can just get the React node automatically from React by importing it. So just import React node from React. No need to get the React itself. If you do that, it'll actually put it to one line, and we can change it to an arrow function by saying const root layout is equal to, and then a callback function to the return statement like this. This is a bit easier to understand in my opinion, and we can also run the export default root layout. Finally, we're no longer using the Geist Sans and the Geist Mono. Rather, we're using the IBM Plex Sans .class name. So we'll actually be applying this font using class names. And we're using the Bebas new font, which will apply through a variable. Great. So this is our root layout. Now that our setup is done, we have successfully implemented the Tailwind config, as well as done some ESLint and Prettier configuration. I showed you which packages I use and more. We have also applied the new globals.css, as well as imported all the fonts within our layout. That means that we have laid some foundations for the start of the development of our project. So in the next lesson, let's start working on the homepage. I think now is the perfect time to pull my browser side by side by my editor so you can see the changes we're making live. That'll look something like this. You can see our button is automatically using this primary theme. And right now we are on localhost 3000, which is our homepage. But some pages in the design will use different layouts. For example, the Auth page won't have the navigation bar, whereas all the other pages will. So let's go ahead and implement the layout that will allow us to reuse the navigation bar across all of our root routes. I'll do that very quickly by creating a new route group within the app folder, by creating a new folder called root. You have to wrap it in parentheses to make sure that it becomes a route group. Now, what route group allows you to do is to create a new layout specifically for the pages within that route group. So I'll create a new layout.tsx, and I'll run rafce right within it to quickly spin up a new layout component. Another thing I'll do is move this page right here from the root route to the root route group, because this will be our primary homepage. Nothing will be changed after we make sure that this layout actually returns the children route. And we can do that by saying const layout accepts the children, which are of a type React Node. So we're simply telling TypeScript, hey, we want to get some children through props here, and they're of type React Node. Once you do that, we can return a main tag. We use an HTML5 semantic main tag when you want to make sure that this is the main container. So we can actually also give it a class name equal to root-container. Within it, we'll also have another div, which we'll use to set up our routes and the max width of our content, which will display within the main container. So let's give it a class name of margin X of auto, as well as a max W of 7XL. And within it, we can render a header, which for now will just be a piece of text, as well as a div with a class name equal to margin top of 20 to divide it from the header, as well as a padding bottom of 20. And within it, we can render the children, meaning the root button. You can see how now the max W that we applied is nicely centering the elements, and even if we increase it, they will always remain centered. Now, what you can notice is that if you hover over a specific element, hopefully it does the same thing for you, but it's actually pointing me to the style within a globals.css file where you can see which styles are getting applied. For example, this utility class called the root container is applying a max H screen as well as some flex properties with a background cover. And for native Tailwind CSS properties, like margin top of 20, if you hover over it, you can see what styles is it applying. If you cannot see that, maybe you don't have a Tailwind CSS plugin installed or an extension. So go ahead and install it, and it should hopefully work for you. But if it doesn't, no worries, because most of these names are pretty self-explanatory anyway. With that in mind, we can now create our first component of the day by creating it right within the components folder. And I'll create a new file called header.tsx. I'll run rafce within it. And we can now nicely import it within the layout by simply saying header coming from components header. You'll notice the difference between shadcn components and our own components, because shadcn components will be within the UI folder, whereas our own components will be right here within the components folder. And with that in mind, you can see that now this layout is doing its thing, and we are ready to implement the header, which will show on top of the homepage, and then implement the homepage itself. So let's start with the header first. I'll wrap it in an HTML5 semantic header tag that'll have a class name equal to margin Y of 10, flex, justify dash between, as well as a gap of 5. Within it, I'll show a link component coming from next link, and I'll give it an href pointing to /, meaning just the homepage. Within it, for now, I'll simply say bookwise. Right below this link, I'll show a UL, an unordered list, that'll have a class name equal to flex, flex-row, items-center, and a gap of 8. And within it, we can render an li, which is a list item. That'll render a link. And this link will have an href pointing to /library, where we'll be able to explore all the books, and it'll say library. Now we can also give it a class name equal to text-base, cursor-pointer to let it know that it's clickable, and capitalize. And after that, we want to check on which route we're on so we know whether to make it currently selected or not. This is what I'm talking about. If the search is selected, we have to change it to a primary color so we know we're on that page right now. To be able to do that, we have to know on which path we're on, and it's so easy to do that in Next.js by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. Now, as soon as you use a hook within your component, you have to turn it into a client render component by adding a use client directive at the top. Now we can change styles dynamically by copying all the styles we have here right now and using a CN, class name property coming from libutils, which was created for us by, I believe, chatCN. Maybe it's Tailwind. And in there, as the first parameter, you can pass all of the styles which you always want to pass, but then you can also pass a condition, something like if path name is triple equal to library or / library, in that case, you can also apply a text light of 200, else you can apply a text light of 100. So now you can see library selected and it's glowing yellow. It looks a bit weird because we have a white background, but don't worry, we'll deal with that soon. With that in mind, here for the bookwise, I actually want to use a logo. So what we need to do is manually import it from Figma. You can do that by double clicking on it and exporting it. There's going to be many different small icons we'll use throughout this course, such as this magnifying glass icon, this book borrow request, and more. So to make your life of grabbing all of these individually a bit easier, I went ahead and did that for you. So you can find a zipped folder containing all of the assets right where you found the other code parts, delete the current public folder, and then simply unzip and paste the new one. It should look something like this, having our favicon as well as some icons and images. If you now go back and reload, it should look good. You can see that we have one error, and this error is a hydration error. Now, this hydration error in Next.js is an error that is hard to debug because in most cases, it's not even your fault that it happens. Basically, what Next.js is saying is that your browser changed the version of the HTML before React was loaded, which then means there's an HTML mismatch on the client side. And this can happen because of the some things you're doing in the code, but more often, unfortunately, it happens if the client has a browser extension which messes with the HTML before React was loaded. So you'll have to manually disable a couple of your extensions until you figure out which one it is. For me, it was Grammarly. So I just disabled it, and now the error is gone. With that said, now that we have this dark background, we can no longer see this bookwise text, so let's actually render an image. We can do that by using a Next.js image tag coming from next image, pass it a source of /icons /logo.svg with an alt tag of logo, as well as a width of 40 and a height of 40 as well. So that'll look something like this. Perfect. And for now, that means that our header is good. So we are ready to start implementing the homepage. Our homepage will actually be super simple. It'll consist of two major components, one of which is the hero section or the book overview. So at all times, at the top, we'll be displaying an overview of a new book, like this Origin book by Dan Brown. So on the left side, we'll display some text and information about the book, as well as a button to borrow it. And on the right side, we'll display its image. And then below, we'll have a list of popular or latest books. So that means that it'll actually consist of two separate components. So let's create them. The first component will be called book overview.tsx. You can create it within the components folder. Run rafce, and that's it. And then we can create the second one, which will be called book list.tsx. You can also run rafce in there. Now what we can do is import and render both of these within the home. So I'll have a simple React fragment to wrap both of them, because we cannot just return two children without wrapping them first. And then I can render the book overview as well as a book list, and make sure to import both of them from where they need to come. Once you've done that, let's head over to book overview and let's turn it into a section with a class name equal to book overview. Then within it, we can render a div with a class name equal to flex, flex-1, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, and a gap of 5. And within it, we can render an h1 that will render some kind of a title. So this will be a long book title. And that'll look something like this on mobile devices. So now we at least know that the book overview is being rendered, but what about the book list? Well, let's head into it. And this book list will also be a section within which we can render an h2 that'll say something like popular books. And we can give it a class name of font-bebas-new, text-4XL, and text-light 100. There we go. So now we have something like this. And now is the time to turn it into something that looks more like this, where we get an actual book title, book information, and the description, as well as its cover. And then we can also show some more covers at the bottom. Let's do that in the next lesson. To get started with showing some data on our homepage so we can quickly build out the UI before we focus on other functionalities, let's first import some sample data, or dummy data if you will. This will allow us to focus on the UI and later on exchange it for real data which we'll fetch from our optimized database. To do that, you can head over to your application and create a new folder called constants. Within the constants, create a new file called index.ts, and here we can create some of that fake data. That'll look something like this. Export const sample books is equal to an array of objects of all the information about different books, such as an ID of 1, then a title, something like The Midnight Book, and so on. But a book has many more pieces of data. So for that reason, I provided a couple of sample books in the snippets to copy. This contains no programming logic, just some static data. So copy it and paste it right here into constants. You'll notice that here we have some navigation links that we can later on map over, as well as a list of many different sample books with their titles, authors, genres, descriptions, colors, covers, videos, summaries, and more. So now we can take those sample books and pass them into the book list by saying title will be equal to latest books. Books will be equal to sample books coming from constants. And we can pass some kind of a container class name of margin top of 28 to divide it a bit from the top. And under the book overview, we will simply render more information about the current book by simply spreading all the information of sample books 0, so that we can head into the book overview and accept all the information about a book right through the props. We can destructure them, such as a title, author, genre, rating, total underscore copies, available underscore copies. Yep, we'll implement the entire inventory system so users always know how many books are available. We can also add a description, color, and cover as well. And now right here, just to verify it's working, under H1, we can render a book title, The Midnight Library. There we go. Now you can see that our TypeScript is complaining a lot here, saying that binding element author has a type of any. What we can do instead is create some generic types. And to create them, we can actually copy all of these props that we have here, and then create a new file in the root of our application called types.d.ts. In there, you can create a new interface called book, and you can paste all of these props that you just copied. Select multiple lines as we can edit them, remove the comma, and instead make them all to be equal to a string, like this. Now, not all are going to be strings. Some are going to be numbers, like an ID property, which will be set to number. Title is a string, author is a string, genre is a string, rating will be a number, total copies will be a number, available copies will be a number as well. Next, we're going to have a description, color, cover, and we're also going to have a video of a type string, summary of a type string, as well as an optional is loaned book, which is going to be a Boolean. So with this, we're now telling TypeScript how our book should look like, and you can define it by simply saying colon book. So these props are of a type book. Great. Now, what do you say that we render some more information about this book? Right below the H1, I'll create another div with a class name equal to book-info. And within it, I'll render the first p tag that'll say by, and then a span. And then within the span, we can render the author's name. That'll look something like this. But of course, we can make the span a bit nicer looking by giving it a class name of font-semi-bold and text-light-200. There we go. That's going to give it that little pop. We can now duplicate this p tag one more time. And for the second time, it'll say category. And then we can set the category to be equal to genre. Either word is fine. There we go. And this is looking good to me. Below this p tag, we can have another div that'll have a class name equal to flex and flex-row with a gap of 1. Within that div, we'll render an image coming from next image with a source of /icons /star.svg with an alt tag of star, width of about 22, and a height of 22. And right below it, we can render a p tag that'll say rating. So now we're displaying the rating of 4.6 for this book as well. Now let's head a bit down. So 1 and then 2 divs down. I'll create another div that'll have a class name equal to book-copies. And within it, we can render a p tag that'll say total books. And then we can render a span, which will render the number of total copies of those books. And we can do another p tag below in a similar way that'll say available books, which will render the number of available copies. So we have total books 20, available books 10. We can now go below this div and create another p tag for the description by giving it a class name is equal to description or book description. And we can render the description right within it, like so. There we go. A dazzling novel about all the choices that go into a life well lived. Interesting. I mean, you could have some fantasy or fiction books here as well, but as you know, we're going to turn this into a university library later on. Below the p tag, we can render a button. This is a button coming from our Chatsian components with a class name equal to book-overview_btn. And within it, we can render an image with a source of /icons /book.svg with an alt tag of book, a width of about 20, and a height of about 20 as well. Right below the icon, we can render a piece of text that'll say borrow book, and we can give it a class name of font-bebas-new, text-xl, and text-dark100. I think just borrow should do because it makes sense we want to borrow the book. Finally, we can render the book cover right below or to the right side on desktop devices. So let's go below this div and create another div with a class name of relative, flex, flex-1, and justify-center. Within it, we can have another div with a class name of relative, within which we can render a new component called book cover. So let's head over to the components folder and create a new component called book cover.tsx, run rafce, and now we can import it right here into the book overview by saying book cover. And to it, we can pass a couple of props. We can first pass a variant. Will this be a wide or not wide? We can then pass a class name, should it appear above or below other elements, in this case like a z index of 10, so it appears above. We can pass a cover color equal to color, as well as a cover image equal to cover. Of course, this is the UI we're trying to implement. So we'll have two different covers, one above and one below. So right below this one, let's create another div, which we can absolutely position a bit away from the original one by giving it a position of absolute, left of 16, top of 10, rotate of 12, opacity of 40, and on max small devices hidden because we don't have enough space to show it. And within here, we can also render the book cover. It'll be very similar, but in this case, it won't have any additional class names because we want it to appear below the top one. So now we can dive into the book cover and implement it. Within here, we want to accept all the props we've passed into this component. So we can do that right here at the top and say we'll be accepting a class name. Let's also get a variant of the book cover, a cover color, as well as a cover URL. And we can define those as props. So now right here at the top, we can create a new interface of props. We can define the class name, which will be an optional and a type of string. We can define a variant, which actually will make a bit more complex by creating a new object of different variant styles, such as const variant styles is equal to an object where we have extra small, which will correspond to the class name of book-cover underscore extra underscore small. Now we can repeat this over for small, medium, regular, and wide. So let's rename them appropriately. We have small, which is going to be book cover underscore small. Next, we have medium. So we can rename this one to medium and book cover medium. After that, we can have regular, which is going to be book cover regular. And finally, we'll have wide, which is going to be book cover wide. There we go. And just to make sure TypeScript is safe, we can define the type of this as record of book cover variant. So that'll look something like this, book cover variant, and then a string for the second part of it. So what is this book cover variant? Well, it'll simply be another TypeScript type. So we can define it by saying book cover variant, and it'll be one of these few different things. So let's call it variant here as well. And it'll either be extra small or medium or regular or wide. So now we always know that we can use one of these variant styles. And within our interface, we can define that the variant will actually be of a type book cover variant. After that, we have a cover color and a cover URL. The variant will be optional because we can define some default book cover variant. With that said, let's provide those default values. For example, the default variant can be regular if we don't pass any other one through props. The default cover color can be something like #012b48, and then a default cover URL can be a placeholder photo like https://placehold.co 400/600.png. This is just some placeholder image. Great. And now we can put those props to use. So instead of simply saying book cover right here, let's actually return a div with a class name equal to, first I'll wrap it into CN, which stands for class names, and pass in the classes that it'll always have, such as relative, transition-all, and duration of 300. So it will have a slight animation. After that, we can pass the variant styles and then get into a specific variant we're passing through props. So what this means is that if a variant is regular, it'll go into the variant styles and apply a variant book cover regular class name. And finally, we can provide additional class names that we pass through props. After that, within this div, we can render a book cover SVG. So let's write something like book side SVG, which later on will turn into a new component. And then below it, we can render another div. This div will have a class name of absolute and a z-index of 10 to appear on top of other elements. It'll also have some additional styles, which we will write inline, such as left will be 12%. The width will be set to 87.5%. I found that value to work the best. And of course, we have to put it within a string. And then after that, we'll have the height, which we can put to about 88%. There we go. And now within this div, we can render a Next.js image. So let's just say image right here with a source of cover URL, so the one we're passing through props, and an alt tag of something like book cover, and close it right here. This image also needs to have a fill property, as we want it to fill the entire space of the div, a class name equal to rounded-sm, as well as object-fill, and I think that should be good. But as soon as I try to actually showcase that image, it looks like it picked up a placeholder image, so it wasn't able to show it right here because it's not added to the next config. So we have to head over to next.config.js and add placehold.co right there. So let's do that right now by heading over to next.config. And here you'll have to define the images object, which will contain a remote patterns array, which will contain different places from where you want to get access to images. The first one will be a protocol of HTTPS, and it'll have a host name of the one you just copied, placehold.co. Later on, we'll be able to add some other places from which we might want to get our images. For now, we have the placeholder. So if I reload, you should be able to see our placeholder image. But wait, why are we getting a placeholder image and not this image we're passing right here? Well, that's because here I called it cover image, and back in the book cover, I called it cover URL. So let's actually change this over to cover image so it appears nicely. And then we can also refer to it right here as cover image. Now you'll see the host name will change because now it's picking up the image from our constants index.tsx or ts, where the image is coming from Amazon. So let's actually head over to our next config. And now you know what we need to do. We have to add another remote pattern with a protocol of HTTPS, as well as a host name equal to, and we can copy it from here, from the error message, m.mediaamazon.com. It'll look something like this. So if you do that and reload, you should be able to see a great looking cover photo. But we won't stop there. We'll actually turn it into this very interesting 3D look where we'll wrap it with some kind of an SVG container and then put another version of that image right behind it for this more complete look. So to achieve that, let's render a new component by heading over to our components folder and creating it. And I'll call it book cover svg.tsx. This is going to be just a regular SVG image. So think of this as an image file. You cannot really code this out, so I'll provide it to you alongside the other files. Simply find the book cover SVG, copy it, and paste it here. As you can see, these are the different paths that create this SVG image. The reason why we had to have it as a separate component is so we can pass the cover color of the image and match it with the rest of the book. So now let's head back over to book cover and let's render this book cover SVG and pass the cover color of cover color right into it. And you can see that now even on mobile, we have this more completed look. There's one thing we have to fix, and that is that in the interface props, we're still calling it a cover URL, but here it's called a cover image. So let's actually fix the name right here in the interface of props to be cover image as well, just so our book overview doesn't complain. Now let's check it out on desktop. You can now see that the Midnight library is appearing. We have two books, so it appears like one is stacked on top of the other, and we also have this nice looking SVG, which is in the color of the cover. Pretty cool if I may say so myself. Now, with that in mind, the hero section is now done. So the next thing we have to do will be the popular or the latest book section right below the hero. For that, we can close the overview and the cover, and we can go back over to page.tsx and head into the book list to accept all of the props and start implementing it. So let's immediately access the props we're passing from the page by destructuring the title, the books, as well as the additional container class name. That'll look something like this. And we can set it to be of a type, which is called props. And we can define that interface right here above by saying interface props. And it'll contain a title of a type string, a books property, which will be of a type book array. Remember, we already created that global TypeScript interface right here. And then finally, we'll have a container class name, which will be optional of a type string. So now let's put those to use by giving this section a class name equal to container class name. Below it, we have an h2 that'll simply render the title. So that'll look something like this. It'll say latest books. And finally, we can render a UL, an unordered list right here below. And it'll have a class name equal to book list. And right here within it, we can map over those books by saying books.map. We can map over each book, and for each book, we can render a new component. So let's actually head over to the components folder and create a new component called bookcard.tsx. Run rafce right within it, and then we can just import it and render it right here by calling the book card for each one of the books we map over. Of course, since we're mapping over it, we also have to provide it a key, and a key can be equal to book.title, because in this case, all of our books are going to have distinct titles. And then we can also spread the rest of the properties of the book, so we can very quickly use them within the book card. Oh, looks like I misspelled this container class name right here. See how useful it is to have TypeScript, because it's telling us that it doesn't exist on the props above. So I will just fix it right here, and now it'll get moved a bit down. So with that said, let's move over into the book card component and let's implement it. I think you can start seeing how we're moving from pages to then smaller pieces of UI that we can then reuse across different pages. Also, this borrow button is looking a bit weird to me. So if I head over to book overview, let's check it out. It is right here. Oh, I think I misspelled overview. So if I fix overview right here, yep, now it has a bit more weight to it, and it's also looking a bit better on desktop devices. Perfect. So let's go back to the book card and let's implement it. First, we can accept all of the props, such as the ID, title, genre, color, cover, and is loaned book, which can be set to false for now by default, and those will be of a type book. How useful it is to just be able to reuse the book type. Now that we have that, let's actually turn this return statement into an LI. And what you can do is, if you just have a return statement and nothing else, you can just immediately return it without specifying the return statement. So that'll look something like this. Within this LI, I will render a link component, because each of these cards will actually be clickable, and it'll point to /books / and then the ID of that specific book. That'll look something like this. And we can close that link right here. And within it, we can try to render the book cover. See how cool this is? We will reuse the book cover component that we created before by passing a cover color equal to color, as well as passing a cover image equal to just cover. Let's not forget to import this book cover from the top. And would you look at that? Immediately, we get back all the dummy books that I created before. So this is already looking so much better. I think TypeScript is letting us know that we're missing the variant prop in the book. So let's see how we have defined it. We said if no variant is passed, it'll equal to default. So since we have the default value, I think we can make this variant optional. And in that case, it'll be good because it'll just take the default variant. This is pretty useful to be able to use the default values for props in situations where the most common type of prop you will pass will be the one that you set to the default value. But when it changes, you can then easily override it by passing some kind of a different variant like wide. Now let's give this li a class name. I will set it to be equal to, I'll do a cn property, and then I'll check if is loaned book, and only if it's loaned. Then on extra small devices, we'll do a W of 52 and W of full. You'll see what this will do soon. To this link, we can also pass a class name. We'll do the same thing, cn, and then if is loaned book, we will give it a w-full, a flex property, flex-call, and items-center. Now let's go below the book cover and let's render a div that'll render two different p tags. The first one will have a class name of book-title, and you can guess it, it'll render the title. And the second one will have a p tag of book genre. So that'll look something like this. And right within it, we can render the genre. Okay, this is looking a bit better. Let's also style this div by giving it a class name of cn. It'll always have a margin top of 4, but then only if it is not loaned book. In that case, we can give it an extra small of max w 40 and typically a max w of 28. So in this case, since they're not loaned, they will all be able to fit in this nice layout. But now if it is loaned, we can go below this div and say if is loaned book. In that case, we can render another div with a class name of margin top of 3 with a w of full. And we can render another div with a class name of book-loaned. And within it, we can render an image coming from next image with a source of /icons/calendar.svg with an alt tag of calendar, a width of about 18, a height of 18, and a class name of object-contain. Right below it, we can also put a p tag that'll say something like 11 days left to return. And we can give it a class name equal to text-light100. Oh, and let's put this p tag right in this div. And then we can exit one div and render a button. And that button will simply have a class name equal to book-btn. And we can say download receipt. There we go. So right now we don't have any loaned books, but I think if we head over to constants, which is right here, index.tsx, and add the is loaned book property and set it to true, you can now see that this will take more space and it'll say download receipt. So as we actually expand this, you can see how that will look like. There we go. So here it looks similar because we have more space to show all the data, but on mobile devices, it actually takes the full row so we can properly show everything. For now, I will remove that is loaned book property from these fake dummy books. Believe it or not, we have completed our book card. It was a pretty simple component. So now it's looking something like this. We can now close the book card, the book list where the book card is used, as well as the book cover. And with it, we have implemented the two components that our homepage is made up of. So let's open it up in the full screen. There we go. We have a nice looking hero section with this SVG book cover. And then we have some latest books right here, falling nicely into line. With that in mind, our homepage UI is now complete. So we are ready to move to pages that users need to visit before they can visit the homepage or borrow any books. And that is, of course, the auth. We have two beautifully designed auth pages with the form on the left and then the cover image on the right. Same thing right here for the sign in. It has less fields, but the same structure. So in the next lesson, I'll teach you how we can do those two in a way that we can reach full reusability of all of these forms and components that make them. Great work on completing the homepage. To get started creating our authentication pages, let's first create the routes. We can do that by heading over to our app folder and creating a new route group. That's going to be a folder, which I'll call auth, and make sure to wrap it in parentheses to make it an auth group. Within it, I'll create a new layout, which will only serve the auth group routes. This time we won't have the navbar. So let's create it. Layout.tsx, run rafce. And as you know, with every layout, it must get children as props, and children are of a type React node. And then it simply can return that children for now. So now whatever other pages we create, it will simply show those pages. Let me show you. I'll create two new folders within Auth. One will be called sign-in, and the other one will be called sign-up. Within both of these, we'll create a new page.tsx to create a route within which I will run RAFCE. So in both of these pages, just create a new page.tsx and run RAFCE. If you do that, we can now manually move over to both of these pages by heading to /sign-in or just sign-up. There we go. So let's first focus on the layout, as it is a bit bland and both of these pages will share it. So I'll move over to layout belonging to Auth. First things first, I'll wrap everything in an HTML5 semantic main tag with a class name equal to auth-container. For now, I will remove the children within it. We'll have another section which we'll use for the form. So it'll have a class name equal to auth-form. There we go. So now we get that nice looking background. We'll also render a div with a class name equal to auth-box. So this is the box for the form. And then within it, we can render an image belonging to next image with a source of /icons /logo.svg with an alt tag of logo, a width of about 37, and a height of about 37 as well. If we close it, we get this nice looking logo, and we can render an H1 that'll simply say bookwise, which is the name of our application, with a class name equal to text-2xl with a font semi-bold and text-white. There we go. Let's also wrap those two in an additional div, so both the image and the H1, that'll have a class name equal to flex-row, and a gap of 2, just to make them look a bit nicer. Now we can go below that div and we can render another div that will render the children, meaning whatever is appearing on both of these pages. So now if I change this text on the sign-in page to sign-in form, I think you'll start getting the idea of where we're going. And I'll change it to sign-up form here. So now if I manually move to sign in, you can see that even though the layout remains the same, here we have the sign-in form, and here we have the sign-up form. And finally, both of these will actually share the right side of the screen as well. So I can create another section, which will have a class name equal to auth illustration. And within it, we can render an image that'll have a source of /images /auth-illustration.png with an alt tag of auth illustration with a height of about 1000, a width of about 1000 as well, and finally a class name equal to size-full and object-cover. So you can see on mobile devices, it's going to show up at the top, and on desktop devices, it'll take half the screen because we don't really need much more for a simple form. How do we make that happen? Well, if you look into the auth illustration, you'll notice that we're setting it to sticky with a height of 40, W full, so it takes the full width. And then in small devices, we're positioning it at the top 0. And in small devices, we're making it take the full screen. So it's going to simply depend on the screen size of how it's going to behave. As soon as we go over the small, it'll take the full height and then expand. And then extra small, it'll look like this. With that in mind, we're now done with the layout and we're ready to start implementing both of these pages. But we won't just create a form here and then just copy it over and do the same thing here with a couple of different inputs. Not at all. We'll create a single auth form component that we'll be able to then switch between when we move from sign in to sign up. Let me show you how we can do that. I'll head over to components and create a new component called auth form. Right here, .tsx. Run RAFCE within it, and now we have the auth form. Now, this auth form will accept a couple of different props, such as the type of the form. Is it sign in or sign up? It can also accept something known as a schema, meaning schema validation for the fields within that specific type of the form, as well as the default values for the fields within the form. And finally, it'll accept a different onSubmit function, because depending on which one we're submitting, we want to either log the user in or create a new user. So these will be of a type props. So let's define them right here at the top by saying interface props. And here for the first time, we're dealing with a bit more complex TypeScript values, where we're going to have a generic parameter of t. What t means is that it's generic, so it can take in the type of whatever we pass into it. Because we don't yet know how the exact structure will look like, rather we'll take in the fields or the inputs that we're going to have by extending the field values. So we can say extend field values, and this will come in from React hook form. But we cannot use this yet because we haven't yet installed a ShadCN form component that contains the imports for React hook form as well as Zod. So head over to ShadCN and search for form, and it'll tell you here that forms are tricky, one of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. In this guide, we'll take a look at building forms with React hook form and Zod. So let's actually go through the installation process. We first have to add it by copying this command and then pasting it into the terminal. We'll have to press enter to force install it, since we're using newer versions of Next.js and React, and it'll install it into our components folder. After that, we are ready to create a schema. The schema defines the shape of our form. So let's actually head over to our lib folder, and within it, create a new file called validations.ts. Within there, we can do something like this. Export const sign up schema is equal to z.object, and then we can pass all the fields that we want to have. Z, we have to import like this by saying import z from Zod. And this is coming with the installation of a component. It's also asking us whether we want to override the button. Let's say, sure, yeah. And now it'll update it and the form will be installed. So which types of fields will we have on our sign up form? Well, we'll have a full name. So let's say full name. And actually, I won't use camel case here because later on, once we store it in the database, we have to keep it all lowercase like this. And that'll be a z.string dot min characters of 3. So a string of a minimum of 3 characters. After that, we can have an email, which will be a z.string.email. Next, we can have a university ID. And you know what? Typically, we would have to have it as all lowercase, or maybe something like an underscore in between. But this is not really a standard JavaScript practice, even though it is a good SQL practice. And even my WebStorm is telling me right here that there is a typo here. This should have been full name. So let's actually keep it camel case like this for our front-end code. And then when we pass it over to our backend, we can then switch it over to snake case with underscores. But for now, I'll leave it like this. University ID. That'll have a z.coerce number. So it'll actually take a string and turn it into a number. We do it like that. Then we're going to have a university card, which will be of a type z.string dot non-empty. And we'll say university card is required. Perfect. And finally, we of course need a password. So let's put a password here of a type z.string dot min length of 8 characters. And let's define the schema for the sign in by saying export const sign in schema is z.object, where we get an email and a password. And that is it. And now we can use those two schemas as we pass them into corresponding components. So let's head back over to our auth form. And now we're accepting those different types of props. So what I wanted to show you is how we can actually call this auth form depending on the type from the 2 different pages. That'll look something like this. I'll say auth form dash dash, and then I'll render the type, which we dynamically pass as a prop. And then in both of these components, the only thing I will render is a self-closing auth form component. So that'll look something like this, auth form, to which we can now pass a type equal to sign underscore in. We can also pass a schema coming from validations equal to sign in schema, which will import it from validations, as well as default values equal to email and password, both at the start equal to an empty string. And now if we save it and head over to sign in, you can see that it says auth form sign in. And it has the sign in schema, so it knows which fields it has the type, as well as the default values. Finally, it also needs an onSubmit function, which for now I will leave as an empty callback function, and later on we can implement its logic. So let me actually copy this entire code and paste it to the sign up form as well. But this time I will change the type to sign up. I'll change the schema to sign up schema. So we have to get it from validations. And under default values, we'll have to pass a few more values like email password, as well as full name, which will start as an empty string, university ID, which will start as an empty string, and a university card, which will also start as an empty string. Great. And now you can see as we're switching between those, both of these will be the auth form, but their logic and the fields will change depending on the type. Now we can turn this component into a use client component right here at the top, because it is a form and we're managing a lot of states here, so it has to be rendered on the client side. Then we have to define the form by importing a few things, such as Zod resolver, as well as use form from React hook form. That'll look like this. And we can define the form as well as the onSubmit function. So let's put that right here at the top of our component. That'll be const form is equal to use form z coming from Zod. So you have to import it. That'll be form. And then we can define the type of that form to be use form return coming from React hook form, to which we can pass the t generic type. And then I don't think we actually have to have this type because we're defining it in a different way. We can just call the use form and then define the Zod resolver, to which we can pass our dynamic schema. So it's no longer just a singular form schema. It is the schema coming from params right here. So it'll depend. Sometimes it'll be sign in and sometimes it'll be sign up. And the same thing happens for default values. We won't just define them here manually. We'll say default values is equal to default values as default values of a type t coming through props. And then we have a submit handler, which we can call const. We can rename it to handle submit, which will be of a type submit handler that accepts the type t. And it'll be equal to a callback function that is asynchronous and simply takes in the data. So I will rename these values and the type to data and just make it look like this. So now we have a clean slate to work with, which will work for both forms. Of course, we have to define the props. So let's do that right now. Interface props will take in that t that extends the field values, which are coming from React hook form, and it'll have a schema of a type Zod type, which will take in that generic t parameter. The default values, which will be of a type t. So I think now you can understand what the t is. T is actually the default values that we're passing into the function. And this Zod type also has to be imported from Zod. OnSubmit will be equal to a callback function where we get the data of a type t, which returns a promise that will result in a success boolean, as well as a potential error, which is optional, of a type string if it fails. And finally, a type, which will be either sign underscore in or sign underscore up. So now we're setting our form up for success because we're telling it that it can be one of those two types, and we're defining all of the props we're passing into it to make it reusable without any problems. These props will have to accept the dynamic t generic parameter. And when we define the auth form, we also have to specify it here that t extends field values. It should be done like this. So now Prettier nicely put this into multiple lines so it's easier to understand. We first have this interface where we define the types of props that we accept into these function, and saying that we're also passing a t generic parameter that extends the field values. We have a schema, default values, onSubmit, and type submit. And then we define it. And now if you hover over each one of these things, you know exactly what it is. Not only that you know what it is, TypeScript, as well as Zod and React hook form, and everyone knows what each one of these things are, which will make our debugging and turning this form to be reusable super simple. Let's move over to the second step, which is to build out our form by importing the necessary components for it, such as the input and the button. We can do that right here at the top. And then we can use it within the form right here by copying the form and putting it as the return statement. That should look something like this. If we save this, we're done, and we should have something that looks like this. But instead, we have something that looks more like this. Don't worry, it's just an error saying that we haven't yet installed the input component from shatcn. So let's do that by saying npx shatcn add input. You can see how simple it is now. You don't even have to visit the docs. You just say the component name and you add it. There we go. The input got added, but we got another error. This one is saying that only plain objects and a few built-ins can be passed to client components from server components. But if you check out some of our pages, like the sign-in page, we're actually passing some more complicated objects as well as functions. So that is not allowed, which means that we'll have to turn these two components into use client components as well. So just add the use client directive to the top of the sign-in page, as well as to the top of the sign-up page. So let's head over there and let's add the use client. When you do that, you'll notice that it will no longer complain and we'll be able to see our very simple form right now. So now let's implement the rest of the form. Now that we have the structure and the skeleton for what this form will become, we can head to the form and add some information that goes around the form, letting us know whether we're on the sign in or sign up form. Now you will start seeing how reusable it can get. I'll do that by first wrapping this form in a div, and then I'll pull it within that div. Next, let's give that div a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 4. And then within it, create a new h1 that'll have a class name equal to text-2xl, font-semi-bold, and text-white. And within it, we can check if isSignIn is true, which is one of the props for passing. In that case, we can say welcome back to Bookwise. But if it's not sign in, we can say create your library account, something like that. And of course, this isSignIn is actually a new field which we can create based on the prop of the type. So right here at the top, I can say something like const is sign in, and that'll be true if the type is triple equal to sign in. So now it says create your library account, and of course on sign in it'll say something else. We can do another piece of text below this h1, maybe a p tag with a class name equal to text-light 100, and there we can say if is sign in. Then we can render a piece of text of, well, let's try to find it from the design. Something like, let's see, access the vast collection of resources and stay updated. And then if it's create, we can do something like, please complete all fields and upload a valid university ID to gain access to the library. There we go. So now if we get back, you can see both the heading and the subheading right here. We can do something similar below the form. Okay, so here we have the form. And then below, we can have a p tag with a class name equal to text-center, text-base, and font-medium, where we can check if is sign in. In that case, we can say something like new to Bookwise, else we'll say already have an account. We can also render a link that'll say a similar thing. If is sign in, it'll say create an account, else it'll say sign in. And of course, we have to give this href a link. So that'll be something like this. If is sign in, then we can point it to /sign up. Else we'll point it to /sign in. And of course, make sure to import the link from next link. Let's also give a class name to this link equal to font-bold and text-primary. And let's put a space after both of these two texts so we can nicely see them. So currently we are on the creator account and it's saying, if you already have an account, head over to sign in. And if we're welcome back to Bookwise, if you're new, create an account. And now we have linked in between those two forms, which share the same layout as you can see, but later on, based on these, we can change the inner content of the form. So with that in mind, let's create those different form fields. First, we have a form where we call a handle submit, and then we can pass in a handle submit because we renamed that function. We can give it a space dash y of 6, as well as a w full, so it takes more space. And then this is super interesting. We will make this so reusable that you will actually doubt the way it's working. Let me show you. Instead of just manually duplicating different form fields like this, which would leave us with having hundreds of lines of code. And then on top of that, you would also have to add checks, like if, is, sign up, then actually include this form, and so on. No, we won't do that. We will simply utilize the fields that we have above, the default values. So based on those default values, we can show different form fields. I will first wrap everything in a dynamic block of code, and then say object.keys of default values. So I just want to grab their names and map over them, where I'm going to get each individual field. And for each field, I want to return a what? Well, a form field. So now I will put this a bit up within the map function. And you can see this immediately created as many fields as many we have added in our validation. So if you head over to validations.ts, you can see that for the sign up, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here we have just 2. So if you switch over between them, you can see that's already working, but definitely not all of them are just supposed to say username, right? So let's now make them unique. First, we need to pass a key to each one of these because we're mapping over them, and the key will be field. The name will be equal to field, and just to make TypeScript happy, we can say as path of t, and then we are rendering that field where we have a form item, we have a form label to which I'll pass a class name of capitalize, and I will select the right form field by accessing the field names coming from index.ts of constants, and then we'll get a field name for that specific field by saying field.name, and that'll look something like this. Now you can see that it says email, password. Here we have nothing for some reason, university ID number, and upload university ID card. So it's pulling them from our constants where we have defined what each one of these fields should say. And make sure to rename full name to use camel case. There we go. You can do the same thing for the field types below. Now, just to make TypeScript safe one more time, we can say field name will be as key of type of field names, like this. So basically with all of this, what we're doing is we're saying that these form labels will belong to one of these things right here. After the label, we have the form control, and here we can choose whether we want to display it as an input or as something else. Most of them will be inputs besides for the university card, which will be an image upload. So that'll be a new component which we have to create. So let's create it in the components folder. I'll call it image upload.tsx, run rafce. And now back in the auth form, we can check if field.name is triple equal to university card. In that case, we want to render the image upload component, else we want to render a regular input component. So that'll look something like this. And of course, this was supposed to be a string. We're checking for the field name of university card. So now you can see that everything is the same, but here it says upload university card. That'll be an image upload, which we'll implement soon. Let's also style our input to make it required. And we can also remove the placeholder and instead give it a type, which will be equal to this part right here, where we are mapping over the field names. So I will copy that and paste it here. But instead of mapping over the field names, we'll map over the field types, like this, and then say field.name as key of field types right here. And of course, we have to import the field types coming from constants. Those are these right here, which tell us should they be text, email, number, or password. If we structure it properly, it should look something like this. And then we spread all of the other field properties and render the class name equal to form input. And that'll make them look just a tiny bit nicer, like this. And now check this out. This one immediately knows that it is an email field. This one will hide it because it's a password. This one provides me with the number information because it's a number, and this one is just a string. And if we switch over to sign in, you can see that it only has the email and password. And we did all of this by just rendering a single form field, which is then being created for each one of the mapped default values. Pretty cool, right? And finally, we have the form description, which I believe we can remove. We already have enough information right here. We render the form message, and then we can go here below the form to display a button of a type submit, a class name equal to form btn, and we can say something like if is sign in, then we can say, let's do sign in, else we'll do something like sign up. There we go. So now this is looking like a real form. Finally, right? There we go. And with that, the UI of the form is now more or less complete. The only thing we have to do is implement the upload image for the university card, which we'll do soon. But for now, you can see most of the general fields have been completed. We can also check it out on desktop devices. In my opinion, this is looking much, much better. It's looking like a real professional slick form where users can sign in with complete validation as well as sign up. This path right here right now has a red squiggly line, so we can actually import it from React Hook Form. So let's do that. There we go. So now we're good. We no longer have any errors. And I mean, just look at how clean this form is. We're defining it to be fully reusable. We define what the default values are, what the submit function is, and then we specify how it should be rendered. So with that in mind, we are now ready to start setting up the backend of our application, including the database and more. So we can actually fill in the information of this form and then submit it through the handle submit function and create a record in our database, which will of course be our user. So let's do that next. Great work on completing the auth form. Just before we can create users in our database, we need to deal with the last piece of UI and logic to be able to submit this sign-up form, and that is the ability to upload the university ID card image. And to make that happen, we'll use ImageKit. Actually, we'll use ImageKit for all of the image and video handling in our entire application, as it'll always remain completely free and give you 5 GB of free storage with 25 GB of media delivery bandwidth. And not only that, you'll also get a ton of image and video processing features from transformations, AI generations, optimizations, streaming features, and more. Of all the image upload services that I've used, I found this one to be the best, both in terms of features that it has to offer, as well as the amount of free stuff that they provide. So click the link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing and create a new account. I'll sign up with Google. Then you'll get redirected to the onboarding, so you can select your position and choose what's your main objective. In this course, I'll teach you how to use ImageKit to optimize and transfer your images, as well as videos, as well as create some personalized media assets and overlays, how to manage your content, and how to use APIs to upload it and more. So we'll cover all of it. Finally, you'll get your ImageKit ID. In this case, you can do something like JS Mastery, and then you can put your name after it, like Adrian. And you can choose the region that is closest to you and click Submit. After that, you'll get redirected to ImageKit's dashboard. You can hide the checklist as I'll show you how to do everything. First, head over to Developer Options. And now we'll have to extract the keys for everything we need. Let's get the URL endpoint and then head back over to your code and let's put those in our environment variables by creating a new file called .env.local, and let's call it next_public_ImageKit_URL_endpoint and make that equal to the endpoint that we just copied. After that, we can get our public key. So we can put that as next public ImageKit public key. And finally, we'll also need our private key. So copy it from here. And first, you must set a password to do that. So once you add a password, head back over here. You'll have to re-enter that password, and then you'll be able to copy that key. Head back to your envs and just say ImageKit private key. And for this one, you won't add the next_public because this one will be used only on the server side. Now, since there will be many envs we'll be using and their names are pretty long, let's go ahead and create a new file called config within the lib folder. So that's a new config.ts file. And within it, we can create a new config object that'll have the env object within it, that'll then have the ImageKit object. And here we can keep track of all of those envs, such as a public key, which will be equal to process.env dot next underscore public underscore ImageKit underscore public underscore key. You get the idea, right? And now we can add the other two as well. So I'll simply copy their names. So that'll be URL endpoint is process.env.next public ImageKit URL endpoint. And finally, we'll have the private key as well. So let's define it as private key, which is process.env.ImageKit private key. And now we can export default.configuration so it's easier for us to get access to these environment variables later on. Great. Now that we have those envs from the dashboard, we'll have to head over to ImageKit's documentation, specifically on the Next.js installation part. So let's scroll through the steps. First things first, we have to set up ImageKit Next.js SDK, so we can skip the steps where we're creating the app, and we can head over straight to the installation of the package. npm install ImageKit.io next. I'll do that in our second terminal. And it's telling you here that we need to get a couple of envs, which we have already set up. After that, it's telling us a bit about different components that we can use, such as the ImageKit image, which utilizes the next image and renders an image tag, and others. So let's go ahead and import a few of these into one of our components. So I'll copy this, and we'll move over to a new file, which is going to be under components, image upload. And I will paste those imports right here. We won't need all of them right now. We'll just need the ImageKit image, the ImageKit provider, and the ImageKit upload. And these are, of course, client-side components, so we'll have to turn the use client directive on right here at the top. Next, we need to configure the app for ImageKit. We'll have to do some styling and then render the images. This is all looking great. I think the documentation is very detailed, but I'll teach you how to do that from scratch. So let's go ahead and do it together. First things first, we'll create an additional function which will authenticate us to be able to upload images securely. I can do that by saying const authenticator is equal to an async function. Here we can open up a try and catch block where we get the error. If there is an error, we're going to simply throw it by saying throw new error. And then we can say something like authentication request failed. And then at the end, we can render the actual message in a template string and rendering the error.message. This error for now can be of a type any, as we don't yet know how it looks like. Now in the try block, we can try to authenticate our users by making a request to a function which will execute on the server side. So let's say const response is equal to await fetch. And now we have to make a fetch request to a specific domain name. First of all, I'll head over to our envs and I'll add an additional environment variable called next underscore public underscore API underscore endpoint. We'll change this later on in production, but for now it can be http :// localhost 3000. And we can also add it to our config. So head over to config and do it right here above ImageKit. So that'll be API endpoint, and it'll be equal to process.env.next underscore public underscore API underscore endpoint. And also, TypeScript might not know whether we have successfully provided these environment variables, but we do know that. So I believe if we add an exclamation mark at the end, it'll actually consider it as given that there will be a string for each one of these envs. So now let's head back over to here and let's make a request to a dynamic route of config coming from libconfig dot env dot API endpoint. Then we can do a /API /auth and /ImageKit. Then we can check if not response.ok. We can simply open up a new block and get access to the error text by making it equal to await response.text. And then we can throw a new error where we can say something like request failed with status. And then we can just render the response.status. And after that, we can render the error text. Perfect. Outside of the if If everything goes right, we can get access to the data by saying data is equal to await response.json. So what is our server returning to us? And then we can destructure some of the things from the data, such as the signature, the expiration, which is expire, and then the token. And these will come from the data object. And finally, we can return an object consisting of just these three properties. That'll be token, expire, and signature. So now how can we create this function that will actually authenticate us? Well, it is super simple. We just have to create this route by heading over to app, create a new folder called API. Within API, create another folder called auth. Within auth, create yet another folder called ImageKit. And within ImageKit, create a new route.ts. Within it, we can say const ImageKit is equal to new instance of ImageKit, which is coming just from ImageKit. So that means that we have to install this as well, because so far we have just installed the Next.js SDK. So let me just run npm install ImageKit on its own as well. And then we can pass some configuration options, such as the public key. And now we can very easily get access to this public key since we created the config object coming from libconfig.env.imagekit.public key, like so. We can repeat that for private key. So I'll just rename it here and here to private key. And finally, we need to do the same thing for the URL endpoint. So I'll just do it here, URL endpoint. Perfect. Now, there is some code duplication here. So if you want to destructure these fields, you can. You can do that by saying const destructure the environment variable key, and then from it, destructure ImageKit, and then from it, destructure these three keys. So now we have kind of fully destructured that config object. And now we can just use the variables themselves like so. And if you have both the key and the value of the same name, that means that you can just omit the latter and it'll actually look just like this. Either way is totally fine. Once we create a new instance of ImageKit, we can create a function that we're calling by saying export async function get. Yep, it is that easy to create backend API routes in Next.js. So let's return next response.json and then pass over the ImageKit.get authentication parameters. And believe it or not, that's it. We have to add this to our server and it will return all the information we need to authenticate. So now we can head back over to our image upload and we can call this authenticator within our image upload component. Pretty straightforward, right? But now let's see how we can use some of these ImageKit Next.js SDK components. I'll first wrap everything into an ImageKit provider, to which we have to feed all of this information, such as the public key, equal to. And now once again, we need to get access to the same configuration options. So we can just head over to our route and we can actually extract all of these because we'll have to reuse them again. So I'll paste them right here at the top. So the public key will be equal to public key. Next, we have the URL endpoint equal to, you can guess it, URL endpoint. And finally, we have the authenticator this time equal to authenticator, which is the actual function that calls our backend to authenticate our user. In this case, we must not get access to the private key because this private key is available only on the server side and we'll actually get an error if we try to call it right here on the client side. And we also don't need to initialize the ImageKit right here as we're initializing it in that server action where we authenticate. Perfect. So now we're wrapping everything with the ImageKit provider. And within it, we can render the ImageKit upload component that allows us to handle image upload. I'll render it like so, IK upload. It'll be a self-closing component. And to it, we need to pass a ref. So let's declare that reference right here at the top by saying const IK upload ref is equal to use ref. This is of course coming from React, and at the start it'll be equal to null. Later on, we'll also have to have a state that'll help us keep track of the file we're uploading. So let's create it immediately by creating a new use state snippet. I'll call it file and set file at the start equal to null. We can also define the type of that state right here by saying that it'll have access to a file path of a type string, or the entire thing will just be null at the start. This is just to help TypeScript make sense of what it is. And you can already see this choose file upload right below. For the time being, I will actually provide a class name of hidden to this upload because it doesn't look best, let's be honest. So for that reason, I'll provide it a ref of ik upload ref, which will allow us to then render a nicer version of that same component very soon. It also needs two additional things, which are going to be handlers for error and success. So I'll say const on error will be equal to just an empty callback function for now. And we need to do the same thing for on success. So I'll just create it and rename it. Perfect. And we can now pass them to this component by saying on error is equal to on error, and on success is equal to on success. Finally, we can also pass the file name, and we can say something like test upload.png, at least for now. Later on, we can change that dynamically. Now, given that we're providing that reference, we can actually trigger the click on this upload, but when a bit of a nicer looking component gets clicked that we can style properly. So let's actually render a button, and this button will have a class name equal to upload-btn. There we go. It's looking similar to all of the other inputs. Within it, we can render an image coming from next image with a source of /icons /upload.svg with an alt tag of upload icon with a width of about 20, a height of about 20, and a class name equal to object-contain. So now we have a little upload icon, and below it, we can render a p tag that'll say upload a file, and we can style it a bit by giving it a class name of text-base and text-light 100. And right below it, if we have successfully uploaded a file, so if file exists, then we can render a p tag with a class name equal to upload-file name, and within it, we can render the file.file path. For now, we of course cannot see it, but if it's there, it would appear right here. Finally, once it gets uploaded, if it's there, we can show it to the user by saying if file exists, then render the ik image component. This is actually a wrapper around the Next.js's image component, so you can have all of the built-in Next.js features as well. It can accept things like the alt tag, as all images do, which can be equal to file.file path. It can accept the path to the image equal to file.file path, and a width of 500, as well as the height of 500 as well. Now, of course, we cannot see it yet because we haven't uploaded anything, but later on, we should be able to see the uploaded file. So let me try to fill out this form by first filling in my email. I'll do some password as well. Let's enter a full name. We can enter some kind of a university ID, and then you can upload a file. And then we can upload a file by providing an onClick function to this button. I'll say onClick is equal to a callback function where we get access to the click event. I will run the e.prevent default to prevent the default behavior of the browser to reload on click. And on click, I'll call the ik upload component to upload images by saying if ik upload ref exists or .current, so if it has some kind of value, in that case, we can simply call ik upload ref .current ?click. So it's like we're clicking this above component right here, but rather we're clicking a bit of a nicer looking button. I think there's a TypeScript issue right here saying that click does not exist on type never. For the time being, I think we can just suppress this by using the tsignore on the line above. So now, if you click right here to upload a file, your users will be able to find their university ID and double click to upload it. Currently, we're not seeing anything happen because once we click and start uploading the file, now is the time to handle our onSuccess and onError functionalities. So let's do onSuccess first. We get a response of a type any, and we can set file to be equal to the response that we're getting. And we'll have to also modify the form values. So we have to head back over to auth form, and to this image upload component right here, provide a prop of on file change is equal to field.onChange. In a similar way how we're changing these input fields, we also have to change the image upload field. So now we can get into it. destructure it from props by getting the onFile change, and let TypeScript know that onFile change is of a type callback function that accepts a file path of a type string and returns void, means nothing. So now, on success, on top of setting the current state of the file, we can also set the onFile change and set it to res that file path. And on error, we can simply console log that error. By saying console log, we're going to get the error right here of a type any, and we can just console log it. Now, of course, users are not going to really notice those console logs, so it might be good to give them some kind of feedback on the screen, like some kind of a toast at the bottom right. So with that in mind, we can quickly set up Shatsy and toast component, like this little pop-up that can appear, by installing the Shatsy and toast. I'll add it right into the terminal, say use force, sure, go ahead. And now we have to add that toaster component to our main layout. So let's just copy its import. That'll be under our first layout. We can import it right here at the top, and then we can add it right here. I think they do it below the main within the body. So that's below HTML, but within the body, toaster. Perfect. And now how do we use it? Well, we just say use toast coming from hooks use toast, and then we call it like this. So let's do that by heading over to our image upload. On success, we'll do something like this, toast. Of course, we have to import it right at the top. So we can do that, toast, coming from hooks use toast. And we won't say scheduled catch up. Rather, we'll say something like image uploaded successfully. And for the description, we can say something like, let's do dynamic, and then say res.file path uploaded. Perfect. I can also duplicate this and add it on error. So if something goes wrong, we can say image upload failed. Your image could not be uploaded. Please try again. And the variant will be set to destructive. Perfect. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. I'll try to upload a new file. I'll choose my university ID, and it immediately appears right here at the bottom. I think a driver's license should be fine. With that in mind, we have very easily integrated ImageKit's image upload as well as image display properties. Now, if you experienced an error while trying to show this image, you might need to head over to next.config.ts. We'll need to do that anyway later on. And under remote patterns, you can add another host name. So that'll be protocol HTTPS. And in this case, the images will be coming from ImageKit.imagekit.io. And we can leave the port as empty. Perfect. And with that in mind, our form has now successfully been completed. Not only can we import all of the information like here, like the email, password, and more, all of it is of course fully validated. We can switch to different types of forms, and we can upload our university ID card. Since most IDs have more width than they do height, you can lower the height to about 300 so it looks better. And then we can successfully upload and see the IDs. Before we go ahead and create our database and finally create our users within that database, I want to show you how we can further optimize our images. By heading over to our ImageKit dashboard, head over to settings, and under images, you can see many different optimizations, many of which have been pre-selected by default. Use the best format for image delivery, so it automatically selects it based on the image. Optimize image quality before delivery. Changes the image quality to reduce the image size without any visual difference. You can leave it at about 80, or you can decrease it much more. And we can also do similar things with video, as well as create different transformations. I'll show you how to use most of these later on. With that in mind, great work on completing the UI of the Auth form. In the next few lessons, we'll focus on creating our own database, and finally, we'll connect the two. This is the exciting part of the course. Let's create our serverless Postgres database. Click the neon link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and go ahead and create a new account. You can use whatever, either Google or GitHub is totally fine. In this case, I'll proceed with Google, and immediately you'll be redirected to the onboarding where you can get started with Neon for free. You can start by choosing your project name, start with JSM_, and then we can do university-library, or feel free to choose your own name. After that, you can choose the database name as well. I'll call it simply library, And it also allows you to choose your cloud service provider as well as the region. In my case, I'll go with Europe, but you can choose the region that is closest to you. And click Create Project. Now, the second step is interesting. You can choose your own compute size, which refers to the resources allocated for running the database server. The vCPUs, or virtual CPUs, determines the number of virtual processors available for the database. And memory just means RAM. In this case, I'll let my auto-scaling range from 0 all the way to 2. In this case, I'll just say use recommended. And just like that, we are redirected to our Neon dashboard. But before we go ahead and set it up, I want to tell you a couple of reasons of why I decided to proceed with Neon for setting up our Postgres database. See, Neon allows you to run a serverless database, meaning that everything from setup to your servers, auto-scaling, and much more is in a serverless environment. Without it, you would have to do a hell of a lot of setup for creating servers, using cloud providers, installing Postgres there, learning about permissions and roles, and you would also have to give out your credit card before you can even understand how things work. So if you have enough money to pay just to learn how to use Postgres, and you want to do everything on your own, sure, you can do that. But if you're anyone like me, who wants to ship things faster while learning new things, then together we can use Neon Postgres for free. As you saw, we were able to set up a whole project in a matter of seconds. You can have 10 of those with half a gigabyte of storage and 190 compute hours. And on top of that, you also get a lot of additional features like auto-scaling, doing database branching like you're doing branching on Git, great APIs, authorization levels, and more. But with that in mind, let's see how we can set all of this up. Go ahead and copy your Postgres connection string, go back to your .env.local, and add your database URL right here. Perfect. Finally, head over to our .config and modify it to also include the database URL equal to process.env.database URL. And now that all of that is set up, in the next lesson, we'll also hook it up with an ORM known as Drizzle. What is an ORM? Object Relational Mapping Tool. Allows you to make your app more scalable. Typically, it slows your process down while you set it up, but Drizzle, on the other hand, is made to ship. So as with Neon, I have a lot of reasons of why we're using it. It's designed for modern TypeScript developers. Type safe, clean, and incredibly easy to use. It allows you to connect to any database, has a pretty cool studio where you can explore and manipulate your data, not within an ugly Postgres admin interface, and it is a developer favorite. So let's set it up. Click the link down in the description, and let's follow the tutorial for integrating Drizzle with Neon Postgres. We already have an existing Next.js project, so we can go ahead and install and set up Drizzle ORM and DrizzleKit. We can copy those two commands and paste them into the terminal. npmi Drizzle ORM and npm ID DrizzleKit. Once those get installed, we can also install the Neon serverless driver. And if we want to, we can also have a package that helps us manage our envs, but we have already created our env configuration. And it says here, in case you face the issues with resolving dependencies during installation, if you're not using React Native, force the installation with force or legacy peer deps. And now we have a couple of steps to set everything up. Log into Neon console and create a new project, We've already done that. I believe I called my database library. Set up the connection string variable. We have already done that as well and added it to our env local in the previous lesson. Finally, we have to connect our Drizzle ORM to our database by creating a new drizzle.ts file. So let's copy this code, head back to our code, and create a new folder in the root of our application called database. Within database, create a new file called drizzle.ts. And within it, you can paste the code that we copied. We'll be getting the config object, not from .env, but from add/lib/config. Here are all of our environment variables. And it is a default import, so we can remove those curly braces. Then we import Drizzle, and then we can say something like this. Const SQL is equal to Neon, which we can import from NeonDB serverless database. And to it, we can pass the config.env.database URL. Finally, we export that database by calling Drizzle, and then we can set the client to be equal to this SQL database. The next step is to declare schemas. In this case, Drizzle is insulting us and telling us that we're building a to-do application, but as you know, we're building a university library management system, but still, we'll take what they give us and then modify it. So let's create a new file right here in the database, and let's call it schema.ts, and I'll paste the code that we copied. But in our case, it'll have to look a bit more advanced. I'll keep this ID here, but remove the other two properties and make the ID a bit more advanced. Check this out. Instead of using integer, we'll be using UUID, which stands for a unique identifier. And we'll give it a name of ID. We can also specify that this property should not be null and that it will act as the primary key of the rows in the database. Also, by default, it'll have a random value. So we can say default random, and it has to be unique since it's a primary identifier or a primary key. And we can import this UUID coming right here from Drizzle ORM. Perfect. And I think this shows you why we're using Drizzle in the first place. It makes it super simple to specify the architecture of your database, very complex SQL databases for that matter, in simple JavaScript code. And you'll see later on, once we migrate over to native SQL commands, of how much more complex it'll get. For now, let's continue by providing a full name. It'll look something like this. We can also say that this full name will be a var char. This simply means that it's a list of characters. And the name of that column will be full_name, which is not null. So why have I decided to use full_name, which means that this is snake case and not regular camel case? Even though we use camel case in JavaScript most often, when you're creating SQL databases, you typically want to go for snake case, meaning lowercase letters divided by the underscore separator. Great. Let's also import varchar from the top, and let's give it a maximum length of about 255 characters. Great. Next, let's move over to email, which will be a type of text with the name of email, which is not null and is unique. We can also define a university ID, which will be an integer with a name of university_ID, and it will not be null, and it also has to be unique. After the university ID, we can define the password field, which will be of a type text, password, and it must not be null. We can also have a university card, which will be a URL pointing to the image of the university card. So we can have a text property of university_card, which is not null, doesn't have to be unique. And we can also have a status of that specific student. And I just noticed right here, we're not working with to-dos, which is what we copied over from here. We're working with the users within our database. So let's rename this over to users and make it a PG table of users right here as well. The status itself will actually be an enum. So let's say export status _enum. And an enum simply means an array of different strings that are possible answers to that status. So the values that can be used. We can declare it by saying pg enum like this, which we can import from pg core. And then to it, we can define the name, which will be simply status, and provide an array of different values, such as pending, approved, or rejected. We can also have another enum for the role of that user, which we can export and call role enum. It'll follow the similar structure, pg enum of role, and it'll be something like user or admin. So to keep it simple, let's have user and then admin, all uppercased, like this. Finally, let's have one final enum, not for users, but for books. So it can be borrow status enum, which will be equal to pg enum of borrow status with an underscore in between, with the values of, let's keep it simple, and just say something along the lines of borrowed or returned. There we go. So now we have three different enums which we're exporting right here. And of course, we have to say export const and then the name of that enum. Perfect. You can see Prettier automatically put it into new lines for me, which is okay. And finally, we can now use that enum when declaring the user table. So here we can say status is going to be equal to status enum, which we call like this, pass it the name of status, and we can choose a default value for this enum. By default, the status will be set to pending. We can then define the role of the user by saying role enum of the name role and choose the default value of user. It might be useful to track the last activity date. So I'll set that over to date and I'll call it last activity date, which can default to now. So we can define it something like this, dot default now. Of course, we have to import date right here from pgcore, as it's another type. And finally, we can also have a created at property, so we can know when the user joined, and that'll be equal to a timestamp coming from pgcore, and it'll be called created at, and we're going to say with time zone will be applied to true, and we can default it to default now. Perfect. So this is the structure of how our users are going to look like in our database. We have defined all of it using Drizzle. So what is the next step? Well, as you can see right here in the docs, they say that the next step is to set up the Drizzle configuration. It is a file used by Drizzle that contains all the information about your database connection, migration folder, more on that soon, and schema files. So let's create a new drizzle.config.ts file in the root of our project. We can do that right here outside of everything, and I'll call it drizzle.config.ts. And they're saying that we can immediately copy and paste some stuff into it. In this case, we're importing the config from .env, which is a package that we have to install that helps us manage envs more carefully. So let's actually open up a new terminal window and run npm i.env. And if you face any kind of issues when installing some dependencies, like it happened in this case, looks like my ESLint has been bugging me, simply add the -- legacy peer deps after the installation command. So it's going to look something like this, npm i.env -- legacy -peer -deps, and it'll install it right off the bat. Now that we've installed the .env package and we're getting the define config from DrizzleKit, we have to set up our configuration path. Currently, by default, it is set to .env, but as you might know, we have stored our environment variables within a .env.local file. So simply add the .local right here so it points to the right place. After that, we have to define where our schema is located. It is not under source db schema ts. It is actually under /database / schema.ts. The out folder is where our migrations will go. You'll see how that looks like soon. And then we have to choose the dialect of our database language. In this case, it is Postgres. And we have to add our DB credentials. In this case, they're coming from process.env.database URL. So it looks like we're good with the step 5. So what's going to happen once we try to run the commands listed in step 6? It says you can generate migrations using DrizzleKit generate command and then run them using DrizzleKit migrate. The concepts of generate and migrate are very important database concepts, which Drizzle didn't invent. They have existed for a long time on many different ORMs. And once I actually run these commands, you'll see exactly what they do. You'll see their visual representation. So let's go ahead and generate those migrations by copying the npx drizzlekit generate command and pasting it into our terminal. This will very quickly create a new SQL migration under the migrations folder right here. And there we go. Create table users, UUID, primary key, default, gen random UUID. What is this syntax? Well, it's definitely not JavaScript. In fact, if you check out the file name, you can see that the extension ends with .sql. So this is native SQL code that's necessary to update our database schema. And it got generated based off of our plain JavaScript code, which looks a lot like using Zod, which means that it is familiar, simple, and quick. Now, does this mean that you should not learn SQL as a full stack or backend developer? Not at all. Learning it will definitely be of great help, but using Drizzle to quickly spin up databases and projects, will save you so much time. So alongside this .sql file, Drizzle also generated a meta folder that contains a snapshot of the database at that specific point in time. The next thing we have to do is run the migration. So let's copy this command and paste it into the terminal. npx drizzlekit migrate. And there we go. Even though there's a warning right here, you don't have to worry. The migration ran successfully. And if something went wrong, it is mostly a problem with your schema. So please make sure that it is exactly like this with all of the enums, exports, and more. And then you can try to regenerate and remigrate. If that fails too, you might want to create a new Neon project, just like I did, and then you can use it within your envs. Hopefully that should help with any potential problems. But as you can see in my case, everything went smoothly on the first run. So what did the migrate command do? Well, it applied all the changes, like new tables, columns, or relationships. And these are the commands that you'll have to use quite often when using Drizzle. Remember, you have to create schemas, then generate respective SQL commands using Drizzle generate, and then apply those commands to changes to the database using Drizzle migrate. So if you want me to do a detailed video just on how Drizzle works in the future, let me know down in the comments and I'll do that. But running these commands every single time is a bit of a pain. So instead of manually typing it out and trying to remember it, we can head over to our package.json and modify the scripts to run these commands for us. So right here, we can say db generate will run the npx drizzle kit generate. After that, we can do something like db migrate, which can run npx drizzle kit migrate. And finally, we can also run the db studio, which will open up the Drizzle Kit Studio. That'll look something like this. So far, we have tested these two, but we still haven't yet tested out the studio. So let me actually show you how that works. I'll head over to my terminal and run npm run db studio. It says Drizzle Studio is up and running on local.drizzle.studio. So let's actually open it up, and it just opened up in my browser. I'll expand it so you can see it in the full view, and there we go. Think of this as your modern SQL database interface, where you can run different SQL commands to query the data from the database, check out all the rows and columns and records, even manually add some data, or alter the tables, drop them, and do so much more. Pretty cool, right? All of it running locally within your browser in a modern interface. Of course, there's so much more that you can do, and explaining all of the features would require a separate video on Drizzle. So as I said, if you want me to do that, I'll gladly do it. Just let me know down in the comments. But for the time being, to test out the connection between our database and between our application, let's add a simple user. I'll go ahead and add a record of full name. I can do something like Adrian JS Mastery right here. Email can be something like contact@jsmastery.pro. University ID has to be unique, password, university card. What else do we have? Status, role, last activity created at can all be default. So let's actually fill in the email. That's going to be contact@jsmastery.pro, as well as the university ID. I think you have to press enter once you actually save it. And let's try to save this record. And there we go. We now have one real record within our database. So let's head back over to our homepage. That's going to be page root DSX. And let's try to fetch that user, because doing it is super simple. I'll turn this into a regular function that has a return block. That'll look something like this. And then right here at the top, we can say const result is equal to await. Of course, we have to make this an async function if we want to use await. db coming from @database/drizzle .select .from, and here we can select from users. Users will actually be a schema coming from database schema. Super simple, right? Give me all the users. And then we can console.log json.stringify result, and then pass in null and 2 to create some more space in between the results, even though right now it'll be only a single result. So if we get something in the console, it means we have successfully established a connection with the database. So back on the homepage, I'll reload. And would you look at that? we get back one user with its uniquely generated ID, activity date and created ad, as well as some default enums for the status and role, university card ID, password, email, and even full name. It is all here and we're fetching it directly from the database. Isn't that cool? In this lesson, you just learned how to set up a serverless Postgres database. Yep, that's right. You've done everything from creating different schemas for the users table to then running the migrate and generate commands, which created an SQL counterpart that Postgres can actually read to create a real database. Then we have added those commands right here in the package.json so we can more easily call them in the future whenever we decide to change our schemas. And finally, we explored Drizzle's super convenient studio that allows us to modify the database in real time, which we did by adding an additional record. Then I showed you just how simple it is to fetch the data from that new Postgres database that we've created. All it took was a single line. Of course, setting up databases, especially SQL databases, typically takes a long time, and you get an interface that doesn't really look like this. It's clunky and old. And the only reason why we're able to set this up so quickly and so conveniently is because we used Neon. Neon spun up a serverless instance of our Postgres database, gave us a connection string, and that's it. You can also track a lot of additional stats right here, and even check the database right here within Neon as well. You can see this looks very similar to what we saw in Drizzle Studio. There's also an overview, and one of Neon's best and unique features is their branching, allowing you to create Git-like branches for different instances of your database. You can simply give it a branch name, give it your parent branch, and choose which data you want to include. You can include all the data up to this point, or just some specific logs or dates and times. And that's it. You have another version of your database right here, right now. And let me know in the comments down below if you'd like me to do more full stack projects using SQL databases, such as Postgres with Neon, over something like MongoDB. I found it to be super fast to spin up new projects, and I'd love to do many more using it. With that in mind, we have successfully built out the homepage, as well as auth pages of our project. Let's not forget, we have also hooked up a real database and created a user schema. So naturally, that leads us to the next step, which is to hook up the existing UI of the auth with the user schema in our database so we can actually create new users and onboard them to our app. So let's do that next. Let's set up authentication. Since this is a production-ready application, we'll use the best free and open source auth, Auth.js. So simply head over to their Getting Started guide and move over to installation with Next.js. And let's go ahead and follow the steps. We can run npm install and then copy the rest of the command. I'll do it right here in my second terminal. Oh, we'll need a third one because we are running both the Drizzle Studio as well as our application. Before running this command, also add another package which we'll install, and that's going to be bcrypt.js. Also, for some reason in this project, I have some issues with ESLint, so I have to add --legacy -peer -deps. You might not need to do that. If it throws you an error, then you can, but other than that, you can just run npm install. And let's wait for those two packages to get installed. Now, while they are getting installed, I want to explain a bit about how we can configure Auth.js. There are two different ways of configuring it. One is with something known as adapters. If I expand the list of adapters right here, you'll see that it includes everything from Drizzle to different types of databases like MongoDB, Postgres, and even Upstash Redis, which we'll explore in more detail soon. An adapter in Next.auth basically connects your application to whatever database or backend system you want to use to store your data for user accounts and sessions. In our case, we could use Drizzle because we're using it as our ORM of choice. With these adapters, we have automatic database handling and type safety, ideal for standardized and low maintenance approach. But if you decide to go without an adapter, it's definitely more flexible, but it requires custom coding for the entire authentication logic. But it allows for more straightforward database calls to store users and do other things. To be able to make a decision of which route you're going to go, it's important to consider your project requirements. In our case, we have just a very simple email and password mechanism with no social auths like Google or GitHub and more. So in this case, we can go without using an adapter since the user will only have one account not multiple accounts. But if you're interested in learning how you can manage multiple user accounts like emails, passwords, Google, GitHub, and more, check out my Ultimate Next.js course where I teach all of these things in detail. I even remember creating dedicated diagrams to explain the entire authentication flow. You can see how many lessons there are, and then we go into authentication 2 for social auth accounts, and then finally email and password authentication. There's a lot, but you don't need to know any of that for this course. So back in our terminal, you can see that our packages successfully got installed. So let's go ahead and create a new file called Auth.js in the root of our project. Within here, we can set up the credentials provider. But just before we set it up, let's actually follow the steps outlined in the installation process, where we have to run npx auth secret to create a mandatory environment variable. It'll look something like this. Immediately, if you head over to your .env.local, you'll be able to see a new auth secret right here. Now that we have that, we are ready to configure the Auth.js file and object, where we control the behavior of the library and specify custom authentication logic or choose adapters. Create a new Auth.js file, which is what we have already done, and then get started quickly by pasting the following contents. Import next auth. We get a lot of things out of it, like the sign-in functionality, sign-out, auth, and more, and we can choose which providers to add. Before we get started with the second part of step number 3, which is adding a new route handler, let's actually go ahead and set up our custom authentication logic right here within the next auth config. First things first, I'll say that we will manage the session using a strategy known as JWT, meaning JSON Web Tokens. Then under providers, we can provide a credentials provider, which will look something like this. You can import this credentials provider right here at the top by saying import credentials provider coming from next-auth /providers/credentials. Then once you call it, you can pass an object into it, which acts as the configuration. Within there, you can define some methods you can call, such as an async function of authorize, which takes in the credentials, and then we can do whatever we want with those credentials. First things first, we want to check if there is no credentials !email or no credentials !password. We simply want to return null, meaning there's nothing there. But if we do have an email or password, we are ready to try to fetch the user from the database by saying const user is equal to await db coming from database Drizzle .select. So we want to select from where? From users. This users can simply point to the schema of users, where eq, which means equal, coming from Drizzle ORM, email is equal to credentials.email.toString. So we're checking whether the email field matches, or specifically, this should be the users.email. If the user's email matches, then we want to return that user, and we're going to limit it only to 1, because there can be only one user with that specific email. If this query returns nothing, meaning if user.length is triple equal to 0, then we can return null. Else, we can check the validity of the password by saying const is password valid, and that'll be equal to await compare credentials.password.toString with the user 0, meaning the first user we fetch, .password. So we're comparing those two. And the compare function is actually coming from the package we installed after installing Next.auth, and that's going to be bcrypt. So import compare from bcrypt.js. It looks like we also have to install the types for the bcrypt.js package. So let's copy this error message, head over to the terminal and say npm i --save-dev bcrypt.js. If you do that, the error will be gone. Great. So now that we're checking for the validity of the password, if the password is not valid, we can simply return null once again. But if we have successfully passed all of these checks, we can return an object containing the ID, which is going to be equal to user0.id.toString. We're going to also pass the email equal to user0 user.email, and the name of the user, which is going to be equal to user0.fullname. Make sure it is full name like this. Even though the field in the database looks like this, full_name, here we're declaring it with regular full name in typical JavaScript camel case format. And we can say that this is as user, coming from types.d.ts, saying that this will follow the structure of the user. But it will not be a user coming from our types. It'll actually be a user coming from Next.auth. So let's import it right at the top. We can do that by adding a comma right here and then getting access to the user type from Next.auth, which has the ID, name, email, and image. Great. With that in mind, our authorize method under the credentials provider is now complete. So we can exit the providers array and we can define the pages where we'll be doing the auth. The sign in page will simply look like this, /sign-in. And we also need to define the callbacks. Within callbacks, we can have an async JWT function that accepts a token and a user, and it'll check if a user exists, then set the token ID to be equal to the user ID and set the token.name to be equal to user.name. Once you have set those values, return the modified token. Alongside this async JWT, we can also create an async session function, which accepts a session and a token. And then if a session exists, so if session.user, then we can set the session.user.id to token ID as string, just for TypeScript to be safe, as string here as well, and set the session.user.name to token.name. Finally, we can return the session. We do this to populate the token as well as the session with the currently logged in user. Yes, there is some manual work you have to do if you don't use an adapter, but you have more flexibility. With that in mind, we have now completed the first part of the third step, and now we have to create a route handler. We can do that by heading over to our app, API, auth, and then next to ImageKit, we'll also create a new folder, and I'll call it auth. Within auth, we need to create a file called **next.auth square brackets. So let's create a new folder with that name. And then within that folder, let's create another file called route.ts, just following the docs here. And then within it, you can copy and paste the code provided to you from the documentation. After that, we can add the optional middleware. So let's do that by creating a new file in the root of our application called middleware.ts. And to it, you can copy and paste this line. Finally, we need to set up authentication methods with different providers. In this case, we won't be using any providers, or rather, we'll be using just the one provider, and that is the credentials provider, meaning email and password login, which we have just set up. So now that we're done with this installation guide, let's actually create a server action for signing up our users. We can do that by heading over into lib and create a new folder called actions. And within actions, create a new file called auth.ts. Within this and other server actions file in Next.js, there is one first very important thing you have to do, and that is add the use server directive at the top. The use server directive tells this file and the rest of the code that whatever function you have here, like const sign up is equal to an async arrow function, will only be called on the server side, not the client side. And this is important because whenever you're making database call or database mutations, those calls have to be very secure. So not all of these environment variables can be accessed from the client side, like the ImageKit private key or your database URL. Those are for server eyes only. Right here into this function, we are accepting params. And those params can be of a type auth credentials. And we can add those auth credentials right within our types.d.ts below the book by defining a new interface called auth credentials, and then defining the fields that it'll have. It'll of course have a full name of a type string, an email of a type string, a password of a type string, and a university ID of a type number, as well as a university card, which will be of a type string as it'll be a URL to an uploaded image. So now we're accepting it right here, and let's put it to use by destructuring all of those values by saying const full name, email, university ID, password, and university card. And those are going to be equal to params. Now let's try to fetch an existing user if one was created already. We can do that by saying const existing user is equal to await db coming from database Drizzle dot select from users where eq, meaning equal, users.email is equal to the email that we're checking for right now. And this eq is coming from Drizzle ORM. So at the top, let's say import eq from Drizzle-ORM. And we're going to limit it to one user. Perfect. Now, if an existing user.length is greater than 0, it means that it already exists. So we can either throw an error or just return an object that says success is false, and error saying something like user already exists. But if a user doesn't already exist, we can hash the new user's password by saying const hashed password is equal to await hash coming from bcrypt.js, to which we can pass the password and then something known as salt, which is the complexity upon which it'll be hashed. Then we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we get access to an error, and we can simply console that error or console log that error. And we can say something like sign up error right here and return an object saying success is false, sign up error. But in the try, we can try to create a new user. And let me show you how simple that is. You can just say await db.insert into users, the values, and then define the values you want to insert, such as a full name, email, university ID, password equal to a hash password, and a university card. And I just noticed I have a typo right here with the password. WebStorm also let me know that. So this was supposed to be password right here and here. And that's it. That's how you create users. And later on, upon registration, we can also automatically sign in on the behalf of the new user so they don't have to provide their email and password again on the sign in screen by doing something like await sign in with credentials and then pass in the email and the password. This sign in with credentials is a function that we are yet to create once we implement the sign in server action. And finally, after that, we can return a success of true. Perfect. So while we're here, let's actually create that function for signing in. I will uncomment it here and create it right above by saying const sign in with credentials is equal to an async function that accepts params, but it doesn't accept all params. So here I actually want to teach you an advanced TypeScript thing where you can still say that it'll be auth credentials, but then you can apply a pick parameter and then pick only some of the types that will be there. In this case, it'll be email as well as password because it is sign in and not sign up. So let's destructure those values by saying const email and password is equal to params. And we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we'll do the same thing as before. Console log sign in error, success false, sign in error. But in the try, we will simply sign our user in. And once again, Next.auth or Auth.js makes it super simple to do that by saying const result is equal to await sign in. And this is coming from @/auth, to which we need to say that we want to sign in using the credentials method and then pass in the email, the password, as well as the redirect set to false. Finally, if result (error) is true, meaning if error exists, we can return false and then pass in the error. Else, if we do everything successfully, we can return success of true. So we can now collapse this function. Let's not forget to export both of these So export const sign in with credentials, as well as export const sign up. And let's head over into our sign in page. That is this one right here under app auth sign in. Here we have to pass the function we just created, which will happen on form submit. Simply put, it'll be sign in with credentials. And let's not forget to head over to our sign up page as well. That'll look something like this. And here we can simply call sign up, coming from lib actions auth. Now we'll have to head over into the auth form.tsx and modify it to implement the toast functionality. We already used the toast component on image upload. Now we're going to use it here as well to let the user know whether they have successfully or unsuccessfully signed in or signed up. So let's head over into the handle submit function. And here we can submit the data by saying const result is equal to await on submit, and then pass the data that we got from the form. And if the result is a success, then we simply want to display a toast with a title of success, as well as a description of if is sign in. Then we can do you have successfully signed in, or we can do something like you have successfully signed up. So it'll look something like that. And finally, after signing the user in, we want to use the router functionality. So right here, we can say const router is equal to use router. And then we can say router.push and push over to the homepage because we have signed in successfully. And don't forget to import the toast coming from @/hooks use-toast. And don't forget to import the use router coming from next navigation. Okay, that's good. And in case something fails, we can add an else and then present a user with a toast that'll have a title of error if we're signing in. So if is sign in that case, we'll say error signing in, else error signing up. And for the description, we'll simply put the result.error, and a variant will be set to destructive. Great. And there's one very, very important thing we need to do before we can test all of this out. And that is to head within our primary layout within the app folder. Yep, this one right here where we added the toast. And we have to wrap it with something known as a session provider. This is given to us by Next.auth. So let's wrap it properly. Just the body. And you can see it is coming from Next.auth React. And to it, we have to provide a session equal to session. Now, where do we get this session from? Once again, it is super convenient. We just say const session is equal to await auth. And this auth is actually coming from the auth file. Next.auth does everything for us. Let's not forget to wrap it into async since we're using await. The error is gone, and we are ready to test it out. I gotta go full screen for this. First, let's create our library account. For that, we'll also need a university ID. So somewhere on the Figma design down below, you can find this nice looking card. And if you copy this entire Figma design to your own repo, you should also be able to modify it by double clicking on specific words and then changing it right here. Of course, if you have that font. If not, you can change the font as well. Once you're there, simply select it, scroll down right here, and export it as PNG. Then you can head back and upload it right here. There we go. That is looking credible. So now I can also enter my email. I'll enter my password, full name, and my university ID. You can think of whatever. What matters more is the university card. And before I actually create this account, I want to head back over to our Drizzle studio and remove the current user that we have here. We don't need it anymore. So with all of this in mind, let's go ahead and click sign up. And just like that, we got redirected to the homepage. And there was some kind of a toast right here to the bottom right, but it didn't look that good. It looked like it was missing some styles. We'll look into that soon, but what matters more for now is that we actually got redirected back to homepage. Now, what would happen if I try to reload? Okay, we're still on the homepage. What if I manually head over to sign in? Oh, we can visit the sign in, which typically means that we're not logged in, right? If you can go to the sign in page. If you're signed in, you should never be able to see the auth page. So to achieve that, we can add redirects. Head over to your layout.tsx within auth and just look for the active user session. by saying const session is equal to await auth. And then if there is an active session, simply redirect. This is coming from next navigation to /, meaning homepage. We also have to turn this into an async function. And we'll also add this redirect over to our other layout right here within the root. But here, it'll actually be the other way around. I'll say try to get the currently active session. And then if there is no session, redirect over to / sign in, because we want our users to be signed in first. In this case, if I reload, you can see I stay on the homepage, which means that we're successfully logged in and there is an active session for this user. But let's also indicate that there's an active session in another way, maybe by showing the user avatar if the user is logged in right here at the top right. I'll do that right here within the header component by simply heading right here below the library link and adding a new li that's actually a link with an href of my profile, which means we'll have a my profile page too. And then within here, we can render a chat.cn avatar component, which is an image element with a fallback for representing the user. We can install it very simply by running npx chat.cn at latest add avatar, and we'll have to add the legacy peer deps. And once it gets installed, we can simply import it right here at the top and then use it like they say right here. It looks like it didn't get installed properly, so I'll just rerun npx chat.cn latest add avatar one more time without the flag. Oh, and then it's going to manually ask me if I want to apply that flag, so I'll say yes, which will install the dependency, and immediately you can see this avatar right here at the top right. Now we have to get full user data right here into this avatar component, and we can do that by heading over to where we're calling the header component. And I think that's in the root layout. So let's head over into the root layout, and here we're calling the header. So the only thing we have to do is simply pass the session into this header. Then in the header, we can accept it by saying session of a type, session of session, coming from next auth, and then we can simply render that user's credentials. In this case, we don't have an image, so I can remove this avatar image as we don't need it. And instead, I can render the avatar fallback, which will be session !user !name. Right now, we cannot really see it as it's dark on dark, but we can give it a class name of text-white. And it looks like the text is too long to fit into this small circle. So to fix it, we'll actually have to just get the credentials of the full name. We can do that easily by creating a new utility function. Let's say export const get initials is equal to a function that takes in a name of a type string, and it'll also just return a string, but it'll be a modified string which only contains the initials. We can do it inline by saying name.split, map each word, get only the first character of each word, join those words, and make them uppercase, and then slice them to only 2 characters. So I can say .slice 0, 2, in case some names are a bit longer. Now we can head back here and we can call this getInitials function and pass the full name into it. And TypeScript is complaining since we're not certain that the name will be there. So if the name is not there, we can just provide in for initials maybe. But in this case, you can see I got a and then straight line as I typed Adrian JS Mastery. For you, it should be your initials. And to match it with the design, we could also maybe change the color of the background instead of changing the text color. I'll do that by changing the color to something like BG. Let's do Amber 100. I think this is a nice color. And there we go. Now it's popping up a lot more. In case you want to do something else, you could also type in your first name here. So that's going to go outside of the avatar, like it's on the design, but I actually don't think it's needed. Just keeping the avatar photo is looking good. And to finalize the entire authentication flow, we need a logout function. That way, our users will be able to log out and we'll be able to test out the entire authentication functionality once again. To do that, let's actually implement the page that we can get to when the user clicks on their avatar photo. That's the My Profile page. So we can add it right here within root, create a new folder, call it My Profile, and then within it, create a new page.tsx, run rafce. Immediately, you should be able to see an empty page appear. And there, we can render an empty React fragment that'll include a form. This form will include only one button that'll say logout. Now, to keep this page server rendered, we can actually utilize Next.js's and React's new server forms by passing an action into this form and declaring it like this: async callback function, and then giving it the use server directive right here at the top. This will be called directly on the server, even though it's a click, an on-click handler. Pretty cool, right? So here we can await sign out functionality coming from @/auth. Let's also give it a class name equal to margin bottom of 10. And below this form, we can render a book list. We can pass a title of something like borrowed books. And then for books, we can render all of our sample books for now. These sample books are coming from constants, but later on, we'll be able to fill this in with the real books that the currently logged in user has borrowed. With that in mind, let's close all of the currently open files, expand our application, check out how nice it looks like on the homepage, admire the 3D book we have right here with this SVG cover, head over to our profile page, and log out. That works as we immediately get redirected back to sign in. Now, if you want to, you can manually head over to the home, but you'll automatically be redirected to sign in because there's no active session. You can head over to create an account, but in this case, we already have an account, so let's try it out by specifying your email and your password. And if you do that, you'll be able to go back to the homepage immediately. And yep, I noticed that Toast component didn't look good, even though we didn't modify any of the original ShadCN code. It remained completely intact right here under Toast components. So it's interesting that it doesn't have the background. What we could try is simply reinstalling it. So I'll head over to the terminal and say npx ShadCN at latest add Toast. I'll use the legacy period deps. It says the file already exists. Would you like to overwrite? I'll say yes. Use Toast already exists, override that too. Toaster exists too. Yep, do all of it. And now we have the latest versions of the file. So if I head back over to our app one more time and try to log in, just to see whether it fixed it, it looks like it still hasn't. So this sometimes happens, which means that we'll have to manually modify the Toast component. Don't worry about that. It's not as scary as it seems. We'll do that later on once we start adding some other cosmetic upgrades. For now, we have bigger things to focus on. Finally, the entire homepage, authentication, and database setup have been integrated. So in the next lesson, I'll teach you how to make your app even more scalable and production ready. Let me show you how to make your app truly production ready. And I really do mean that. If you check out the credentials part of the Auth.js documentation, the library we use to implement authentication, you'll see that it says that by default, the credentials provider, the one we used for emails and passwords, does not persist data in the database. However, you can still create and save data in your database, which is what we are doing. You just have to provide the necessary logic. For example, to encrypt passwords. For that, we used bcrypt.js. To add password reset functionality, you can do that using any kind of an email provider. And to add rate limiting. So what is this rate limiting? It's not something that I hear about often in web development courses or tutorials. Even though it's not often mentioned in entry-level tutorials, it is something that is implemented on almost every single professional application. They wouldn't function without it. If many users, or one malicious user, tries to make too many requests to a certain page or API, they'll get redirected to a 429, too many requests, client error response, indicating that the client has sent too many requests in a given amount of time. This mechanism of asking the client to slow down the rate of requests is commonly called rate limiting, and it is done to prevent DDoS attacks, or the denial of service attacks. Cyber attacks where perpetrators seek to make a machine or network unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting services by making too many requests. How dare they, right? So today, I'll teach you how to implement rate limiting into your applications to prevent DDoS attacks. And we'll do that and more using Upstash, a serverless data platform that offers a serverless Redis database, which you can use for free to cache your data, make efficient searches, or even rate limit certain devices. They also offer vectors for managing numeric representations of objects, such as images, sounds, and text, often used in AI applications to build and train your own algorithms. And the third very important feature that Upstash provides are QStash's workflows, which allow you to schedule and run workflows such as for onboarding users like Duolingo or sending notifications after an event has happened on your website. All of this is completely open source and used by many developers. Many of you have already requested it, so in this course, I decided to teach you how to make the most of Upstash Redis and its other features. If you haven't already clicked the link down in the description, go ahead and do that and create your account. Once you do that, you'll be redirected to your Upstash dashboard. So let's go ahead and create a new Redis database. If you don't know what Redis is, it's a super fast database used for caching, real-time data, and managing temporary data. So your initial thought might be, hey, we're already using Postgres with Neon. Why do we have to add another database? Well, we'll only use it as a secondary database to optimize our application. And if you're wondering what Upstash Redis is, it's similar to what Neon Postgres is, a serverless version of Redis that automatically scales and is incredibly easy to set up. So let's give it a name. I'll call it a university library. You can select your primary region and click next. As you can see, it is completely free and it'll forever remain free for up to 10,000 daily commands. So let's click create. And now we can copy Upstash's endpoint and token. We have them right here under REST API. So copy the first one, head over to your .env.local and add it right here below. You can call it Upstash _ Redis _ URL. And then we can do the second one, which you can call Upstash Redis token. There we go. So now our REST API has been set up. We can also head over to our config to actually leverage those two envs. We can do it by adding Upstash right here as a new object. And then we can attach the Redis URL to be equal to process.env.upstash _ Redis _ URL. And we can also add a Redis token, which is equal to process.env.upstash _ Redis _ token. Now, what we want to do is rate limit the requests made to auth pages so people won't spam them. We'll create a rate limiter in a way that you can use it in any server action or API route, so you can add a rate limit to anything and completely secure your application. To achieve that, we'll follow the documentation from Upstash. Just head over to SDKs, rate limit, getting started. The first step is to install the rate limit package from Upstash. So I'll copy the command and paste it right here. Now we can add rate limiting to our endpoint. But before we do that, you'll notice that we'll also have to have another package installed, and that is Upstash Redis. So let's install that one too. That'll be npm install Upstash Redis. There we go. It was super quick. And now we can copy this code block and add it over to a new file within the lib folder, which I'll call ratelimit.ts. And paste what you copied right here. Now, instead of using this Redis from our environment variables, we can also set up a new Redis configuration instance by heading over to our databases folder and then creating a new file called redis.ts. Within here, we can set up our configuration. It's pretty simple to do. We can just say const redis is equal to new redis, and this redis is coming from Upstash Redis, and to it, we can pass the config by defining the URL equal to config coming from libconfig .env.upstash.redis URL, just like this, as well as passing the token equal to config.env.upstash.redis token. Finally, now that we have created this Redis instance, we can export default Redis, and now we can head back over to our rate limit file. I can remove all of these comments because we don't need this many, and I will actually explain everything that is happening here. There we go. We won't be needing any of this as of now. What we will need is a rate limit instance, which you can create by calling the new rate limit from Upstash rate limit and then pass the configuration option to it. In this case, Redis will just automatically come from Redis, which is the instance of the Redis that we just created. So we can do it like this. Then you pass the limiter, and in this case, you can choose a sliding window, or you can do something like fixed window, where you can define the number of requests that can be made on a specific point in time, like maybe 5 tokens per 1 minute. If you hover over it, you'll be able to see that a param of token actually specifies to how many requests a user can make in each time window, and then you have a fixed time frame right here. And we can leave the rest of the stuff as it is, analytics to true, and a prefix of Upstash rate limit. Finally, you can export default this rate limit instance, just so we can use it later on when you're trying to rate limit some parts of your code. And we can remove this comment as well as the unused import. Also, rate limit is a valid word, so right here I can save it to the dictionary, so it's not yellow, and so is Upstash, so we can add it to WebStorm's dictionary, so it always knows what Upstash is, because we'll use it in many upcoming applications. Let's rate limit our first server action. It'll be the sign up function within auth actions. So head over to lib actions auth.js and sign up. Within here, right at the top, we can get access to the current user's IP address by saying const IP is equal to, wrap it in parentheses, and say await headers, which you can call like this, coming from next headers, and then call the .get method on it to get the X forwarded for, or you can use the default IP address of 127.0.0.1. So what we're doing here is getting the current IP address. Then we can try to get something out of the await call to rate limit. This is the instance of rate limit that we created, to which we need to pass the IP address, like this. Once again, rate limit is coming from rate limit TS file. Oh, and I just noticed I misspelled it. It was supposed to be rate limit. So let me rename it to rate limit.ts. And specifically, we want to use the limit method on the rate limit instance by saying rate limit.limit this specific IP address. Once we do that, we'll get back a success variable, which will let us know if we can go to that page successfully. If not, so if not success, then we want to return a redirect coming from Next.js pointing to /to fast, which is a new route we'll create. As a matter of fact, let's add this same code over to our sign in function as well. So right here at the top, just below the destructuring of the parameters, I'll add this IP address, and then we will redirect to fast if we have made too many requests. And now we can create a new page for that to fast route by going to app, root, and create a new folder and call it to fast. And within it, create a new page.tsx within which we can run rafce to quickly spin up a new component. And right now, let's manually head over to it by heading over to localhost 3000 /to fast. You should be able to see just an empty page. Within it, let's return a main, which is an HTML5 semantic component, and let's give it a class name equal to root-container, flex, min-h-screen, so it takes the full height, flex-call, so the elements appear one below another, and items-center. And let's not forget to justify center as well. Within it, we can render an h1 that'll say something like, whoa, slow down there, speedy. Of course, you can put whatever message you like right here. And let's also give it a class name equal to font-bebas-new, text-5xl, font-bold, and text-light-100. And now we can see this message appear. Below it, we can also render a p tag. And here you can put any kind of text you'd like. I'll copy it from one of the rate limit examples I found. Something like, looks like you've been a little too eager. We've put a temporary pause on your excitement. Chill for a bit and try again shortly. We can also style it a bit by giving it a class name of margin top 3, max-w-xl, text-center, and text-light 400. Oh, and the reason why we have this double background here is because I accidentally put it in the root, but actually it should be going outside because it's a standalone page that doesn't need the root's layout. It doesn't need navbar. So if I move it outside right here and reload, you'll notice that now it looks just like an empty page saying, whoa, slow down. It looks something like this on desktop. So now to test whether this is working or not, let's head back to the homepage and sign out. Remember, if you head over to rate limit, you'll notice that currently it's limiting at 5 requests per minute. Maybe we can change it to something like 1 request per minute. So now if you try to sign in for one time in 1 minute, let's try to do that. It should let you through, and it does. And if you log out and try to sign in one more time, you'll be redirected to the too fast page, which means that the rate limiting has been successfully implemented. Keep in mind that this doesn't mean that all of the users around the world, only one will be able to log in 1 minute and the others will be let here. No, not at all. What this means instead is that every single user, based on their IP address, will get this many tries. So now I'll change it back to 5 in 1 minute, which should be more than enough. And if I go back and try to sign in one more time, you can see that it works perfectly. And there's one more thing I wanted to share with you, and that is actually an example from Upstash's rate limit JS repo under examples, Next.js middleware. If you want to rate limit not just server actions, but also API routes, like maybe making calls to ImageKit API or any other, then you can simply copy and paste this code right here, and it'll just work immediately. You just need to add this code to the same rate limit file we created. Pretty amazing, right? To get this much production-ready functionality out of this little code. With that in mind, we'll look into just a little bit of what Upstash offers to make our apps more production-ready. Later down the line, I'll also teach you how to create workflows, which will allow us to send notifications to our users when their book borrow request is due, and much more, like implementing user onboarding flows, which is exactly what we'll do in the next lesson. Great work so far. So far, so good. We've created a couple of pages like Auth, homepage, and even profile, implemented Auth with Postgres, Next.auth, and even rate limited them using Upstash. But is that all there is to an enterprise-ready application? Well, not really. That's more so what you typically see in tutorials. Within enterprise-level applications, many more things happen behind the scenes. Have you ever tried learning a new language on Duolingo? That little language learning app which gamifies the language learning experience. While many think that front-end is more important than back-end and vice versa, what's actually more important are your users, the product you offer to them, and the user experience they can get. But your front-end, back-end, and the entire app falls down the river if no one actually uses it. So the first thing you have to do is make sure that people come back. And Duolingo does that best. No, this is not a sponsor, but I'm so excited that you'll get a chance to replicate functionalities from the best in the industry. Duolingo tracks if the user has not logged in for a specific number of days. And if that happens, it sends a push notification or an email saying, hey, it's time to learn. And sometimes they make it a bit passive-aggressive. But it's not just that. Many ride-sharing applications or even food delivery applications like Uber Eats will send you those emails telling you to eat more and order some food. Heck, even e-commerce or course websites will do the same, saying that you forgot something in your cart, so make sure to buy it. I do it as well, don't get me wrong, but only to get you to learn. So how do these developers do that? Well, it's using workflows. In the codebase, you have to set up some kind of a workflow to check if the user has left anything in the cart or if they have logged in recently or not. And then depending on that information, you can create certain workflows. Like for example, if a user has not logged in for 3 days, send an email or an SMS notifying them to check out the website. Or if a user has left something in the cart, send an email or SMS telling them to rethink their decision to buy. But workflows can do so many more things. Let's say in our example, a user borrowed a book and is close to the return date. We can set up a workflow notifying them to return the book before the due date. Otherwise, they'll be charged. And yes, this is the same functionality that Netflix and other services use to alert you about annual or automatic charges. And that's exactly what you'll learn today using Upstash workflows, allowing you to schedule events and trigger them on specific days or situations, and much more. So head back over to your Upstash Redis platform and navigate over to QStash at the top. Then copy the QStash URL and the QStash token and add them over to your envs. And let's not forget to add them to our config. They'll also go under Upstash, but this will be a QStash URL equal to process.env.qstash URL, as well as a QStash token, which is equal to process.env.qstash_token. And as with Upstash, looks like WebStorm doesn't understand what QStash means. So let's go ahead and add it to the dictionary because we'll be using it much more often in the future. There we go. So now that is done. And we can head up and navigate over to workflows, letting you know that Upstash workflows let you write durable, reliable, and performant serverless functions. So let's head over to quick starts for Next.js. Before we set it up for Next.js, I want to head over to just general getting started to tell you a bit more about what we'll actually do and what are the key features of Upstash workflows. One of the key features is failure resilience, which means that if your platform experiences a temporary outage, your workflow can pick up right where it left off. Also, you have long-running executions, which means that when you run complex AI models or video processing tools, even on serverless platforms with strict time limits, they'll be executed properly. You can create events with wait or notify mechanisms that wait for external events before proceeding, for use cases where you're waiting for a user input, like clicking on a confirmation email, or even handling asynchronous notifications from external systems. You can also schedule jobs at specific intervals with support for cron expressions. Great for recurring tasks like reminders or regular reports. And of course, there's so much more. But instead of simply telling you about all of these features, let's actually explore them in practice by heading over to the Next.js Quick Start. Here, we can follow the steps to get it up and running. First, we have to install Upstash Workflow. So back in the code, simply add this command and press enter. Step 2 is to configure your envs, which we have already done. And step 3 is to configure a workflow endpoint. A workflow endpoint allows you to define a set of steps that together make up a workflow. Each step contains a piece of business logic that is automatically retried on failure with easy monitoring through the visual dashboard. To define a workflow endpoint in Next.js, navigate into the Next.js app API directory and create a new folder, for example, called workflow, and then create a new route within it. Here we have a couple of examples. There's a minimal one with the request object and more. For now, we won't use any of these examples. Instead, Upright provides a complete example of a customer onboarding flow. It registers a new user, sends welcome emails, and periodically checks and responds to the user activity state. So this exact workflow will register a new user, send them a welcome email, wait for a certain time, periodically check the user state, and then send appropriate emails based on the user's activity. So let's go ahead and copy this example, and let's create a new route. We can do that within app, API. We can create a new folder called workflows. And then within workflows, we can create another folder called onboarding. And then within onboarding, we can create a new route.ts file within which we can paste this code. If you scroll down right here, you'll see a complete code breakdown, so we can actually understand what is happening line by line. So let's actually go through it together. First, we send a newly signed up user a welcome email by saying context.run, step name is new signup, and then the function will simply call the send email function with a message of welcome to the platform, and then here we can get the entire email. After that, we have the initial waiting period to leave the user time to interact with our platform. So for that reason, we use context.sleep, and here you can define for how long you want to wait. In this case, it is 3 days. Step 3 is a periodic check. So we're saying while true, which means that we enter an infinite loop, and then periodically, which means every month, we check the user's engagement with their platform and send appropriate emails. So right here, we get the user's state, And then if state is not active, we send an email to non-active users. But if they are active, we send them a newsletter. And finally, we can go back to sleep for 1 month. Pretty cool, right? And then you have these additional functions that we used above that allow you to specify what you want to do, like send email, send an SMS, or literally do whatever else. We already discussed some of the key features, like non-blocking sleep and long-running tasks. Another thing we need to make this happen is to create a workflow client, because right now we only have a workflow endpoint. So let's actually head over to lib, and then within lib, like we have rate limit, we can also create a new client for the workflow by calling it workflow.ts, and within it, we can export const workflow client by making it equal to a new workflow client like this. And of course, we have to import that right here at the top by saying import client as workflow client. And this is coming from @upstash/workflow. To it, we have to pass the base URL, which will be equal to our config coming from @lib/config .env.upstash.qstash URL. And then we also need a token, which is going to be a config.env.upstash.qstash token. Looks like it's complaining a bit about the token, saying that it is possibly undefined. I think we need to provide exclamation marks at the end, letting it know that it'll actually be there always, because we know that we have added it to our .env.local. There we go. With that, the error is gone, and we're now exporting our workflow client. So now we have both the endpoint as well as the workflow client, and we are ready to run it. So let me get back to the Next.js quick start, and we can continue where we left off, which is on step number 4, which says that Upstash workflow is powered by QStash, and QStash needs a publicly accessible URL to run your workflows. If you want to, you can set it up for your local development as well, but in this case, we'll just deploy our application to get a live URL. Here, it says that we can set up an environment variable, but this doesn't need to be set in production, so for now, we'll skip it. And then here it explains how we can set up some of the base URL, and then finally trigger the workflow. And then we should be able to see it right here within our QStash dashboard. So let's actually deploy our project to Vercel. First, head over to your .env.local and make sure that you have all of the keys right here. 3 from ImageKit. Then we have our next public API endpoint, which we'll have to change in production. We have 2 for databases, 2 for Upstash, and 2 for QStash. Oh, and this is the auth secret generated by Auth.js. Once you make sure that you have all of these, you also want to make sure that there's no TypeScript or ESLint errors, because sometimes they might block some builds. In this course, I try to be super careful not to cause any issues. So if you look into most files, you'll see that everything is top-notch. No errors whatsoever. But it is possible that some errors sneak through, and we don't want those little warnings to block our builds. So for that reason, we can head over into our next.config.ts, and right here below images, we can add another object. We can add 2 additional configuration options. One will be called TypeScript, and it'll be an object containing an ignore build errors is set to true property. And then we'll also do another one for ESLint, where we'll say ignore during builds, and we'll set that to true as well, just to make sure that everything goes right. And now is the time to add it to your GitHub repo. So just go ahead and create a new repository. I'll say university library JSM, make it public, and click create. After that, you want to follow the steps to push the repo to GitHub. So we can do that by saying git init, git add dot, git commit -m, initial commit. Then you want to switch over to the main branch, add a remote origin, and finally push to origin main. In a matter of seconds, you'll see your code appear right here on GitHub. Once you do that, head over to vercel.com and click plus right here and add a new project. You should see it right here at the top, University Library JSM, and just click import. Right here, it'll recognize that it's a Next.js project, so everything will be done for you. One thing that you have to do manually is modify the environment variables. So go back to your code and head over into env local, copy all of the variables and simply paste them right here into the input. This will populate all of them. And for now, we don't have to change anything in here. We're gonna leave this API endpoint to localhost 3000, but as soon as our app gets deployed, we'll also add another production endpoint. So for now, let's click deploy and let's see what happens. It looks like in this case, I got an immediate error, and this was the issue that I was experiencing with ESLint before. Most likely you don't have this issue and your build should run successfully. But on my end, I think the quickest fix is to head back over to my project, head over to settings, and then head over to right here where we have build and development settings, and under install command, I can override just the regular npm install and append legacy peer deps to it. That worked in development mode, so it might work here as well. After that, I'll just re-trigger the deployment. Let's see how that goes. It's building and it is past 5 seconds, so that's already a good sign. Let's see where it is in a minute or two. And there we go. In about a minute, our website is deployed. So let's head over back to our project and click visit right here at the top right. This should lead you to your deployed URL. Now copy that URL and then head over to settings, environment variables, and add a new environment variable called next_public_prod, as in production, _API_endpoint. And now you can paste the full URL of your app, but of course remove the sign in at the end and save it. Once you save environment variables, you'll have to redeploy the app. Oh, and let's not forget to head over to our config because we'll need to use those envs right here as well. So alongside the API endpoint, I'll also add a prod API endpoint, which will be equal to process.env.nextPublicProd API endpoint, which is only accessible in production. We'll use that one very soon when sending out our workflows. With that in mind, now that our app has been deployed and we have all of the necessary production envs, we are ready to finalize our workflows and make them send out emails to our newly onboarded users. So let's do that in the next lesson. You see this workflow endpoint that we created in the last lesson? One talking about sending emails when a new user signs up, and then we wait 3 days, and then we either start sending them a newsletter or we email the non-active users. Well, this is all about sending emails. And even though QStash allows us to trigger these workflows, we have to use another tool to actually send out the emails. Because it doesn't have to be an email. It can be an SMS, it can be an in-app notification, it can be anything. But in this case, I think the most common solution is to send out emails. So for that, we have to choose an email provider. In this course, I'll teach you how to use Resend. It is a new email API for developers that a lot of great companies like LiveBlocks and even Warner Brothers use. And it is also something that I have personally used on JSMastery.pro platform. This is not sponsored, just wanted to cover this tool as it's used on many production applications. And what's even better is that you can completely write your email templates using React components. That is not possible with simpler tools like ImageKit that I typically teach in my other courses. So if you want to have completely custom designs, you can achieve that. Now, I do want to quickly mention that you can totally use ImageKit to implement email sending in this application as well. And I would even encourage it if you're looking for something simple to just get the job done. The reason why I'm providing this as an alternative is because Resend will ask you for a live domain through which it wants to send emails. And if you don't have any kind of a domain name yet, you'll have to get one. So I just wanted to provide you with an alternative in case you don't already have a domain name or you don't want to buy a new one for this project. But in this case, I will proceed with Resend. So click the Resend link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing, and then click Get Started. Next, create an account. Head over to the API keys section, and it'll ask you to create a new API key. You can enter your key name, such as University Library, give it full permissions, and then add it. As soon as you do that, you'll get your API key, which you need to copy, and add it to your .env.local. So right here, I'll do something like resend_token and make it equal to the one that I just copied. By the way, I am pretty sure that this is the highest amount of environment variables we've so far had in a YouTube course. So if anything, that shows how large the app is. Once you've created your API key, you need to head over to domains and add a new domain. Now, this is the point where you'll need your own custom domain. And this can be the same domain that you're using for your portfolio. So if you've built a portfolio watching any of my previous videos before, you most likely already have it. But if you don't, like in my portfolio videos, I would recommend you to buy a cheap domain name from Hostinger. If you don't have it already for your portfolio, it'll be a great way to add a bit more reputation to it. And if you do have it, you can then use that one or just grab a new one and then swap it over. I don't even think you'll need hosting in this case. You can just head over to domains and choose the domain name you'd like. .com is your typical domain name, but pro and .xyz domains can be picked up at like $2 for the first year. So enter your domain name right here. Most likely it's going to be something like your first and last name. In this case, I'll go with adrianjsmastery.com and register it for the first year. Oh, I can see honey coupons found, but we're no longer using honey after what has happened, so I gotta quickly uninstall that extension very soon. But in this case, we don't even need a coupon code, so just go ahead and click continue, and then create your account. Once you get your domain, it'll be registered, and then you'll get an email which you need to verify it, and then you can copy it, head back over to domains, and add it, but make sure to add something in front of it, like hello dot and then your domain name .com. This will make it into a subdomain, which is a recommended practice when adding domains for sending emails. Typically, companies have something like hello or marketing or whatever else it is. So in this case, I'll use hello.adrianjsmastery.com and I'll click add. Then you'll be given a couple of DNS records which you want to copy over to your email provider. So let's do that right away by heading over to DNS, and then you can add all of these DNS records. Let's do them one by one. I'll first add an MX record with a host or name of send.hello and this specific value, priority of 10, and TTL of auto. I think you can leave it as it is. And we can repeat the procedure with additional records. I think the second one is a TXT record with a name of send hello and the following value. We can do the same thing with the third one, which is also a TXT with this name and this value. And finally, we have one more dmarc record, which is also a TXT with the name of _dmarc and the following value. Once you add all of these records, you will have to wait some time as these records can take up to a couple of hours to fully propagate. But typically it happens within minutes. So let's click verify DNS records. And you can see that for me, it still says pending and verifying. 2 have been verified immediately as I was speaking. And hopefully the third one will too. And there we go. All of them have been successfully verified. Well done. Now you're ready to start building and sending out emails with this domain. Now, it's pretty amazing that Upstash already has an integration with Resend, which allows you to very quickly send emails using Resend, streamlining email delivery in your applications. So let's go ahead and follow it to set up some basic email sending. You only need to use publish.json method with the Resend provider, and then ensure your QStash token and Resend token are set for authentication. So let's copy this piece of code. And as it says, in the body field, specify the parameters supported by Resend email API, such as from, to, subject, and HTML. You can also send batch emails to multiple people. And that's more or less it. So let me show you how we can use it together. So let's head over to our workflow.ts file, the one that we created before, where we have set up a workflow client, and paste the block of code that we just copied. There we get another client, which is the Upstash QStash client. So we have both. We have both the workflow client as well as the QStash client and the Resend, and we set it up right here below. Just to make it make a bit more sense, we can rename this QStash client to QStash client, just to follow a great practice, and then we can rename it here. And then we can define it as QStash client, just since we have both the workflow client and the QStash client in the same page. And then it requires us to pass a QStash token. So let's do just that, saying that the token is equal to config, coming from our libconfig.env.upstash.qstash token. There we go. So now we're defining both.
After that, we want to create a functionality to send out an email. So let's say export const send email is equal to an async function where we take in some parameters like the email itself, the subject, and the message, and then we can return something. And that something will of course be this block of code that we copied from QStash documentation with their integration with Recent. We can rename this client to QStash client, and we have to provide the types for email, subject, and the message, all three of which will be strings. So we can say email is a type of string, subject is a type of string, and the message itself is also a type of string. Great. So now we can use those parameters, which will pass into the function to compose our email. We can do that by saying API name is email with a provider as recent. And here we have to add the recent token, which I believe we have already added to our environment variables. So we can say config.env dot, and this will now be, I believe, recent. Let's see, have I added it? I'll go to config. Oh, and it looks like we're missing the recent token. So I'll quickly head back over to recent and go to API keys and try to copy the token from here. But it looks like it's not actually allowing me to recopy it. So in case you didn't paste it before, you'll have to remove this API key by saying delete, and then we'll just recreate a new API key called university library, and maybe even for the better, because now we actually have created a new domain so we can sync the two. And now, yeah, you can only see this key once, store it safely, so go ahead and copy it and add it right here as recent token as process.env.recent_token, and then head over to your .env.local. Oh, silly me, looks like I added the recent token before to envs, but not to the config. Either way, now we have a new token right here, so you can simply override the current one. And with that, back in the workflow, we can now say config.env.recent token. And we can start composing the body of our email. So we can say from JSM or JS Mastery, or you can put your name here, and then you can put your current domain name, which in my case is hello.adrianjsmastery.com. We're going to deliver it to the email that we passed through params. The subject will be the subject we passed through params, allowing us to modify it. And then the HTML will actually be equal to the message that we passed through params as well. So it is fully customizable. And believe it or not, that's all there is to this setup. So before we go ahead and modify the API route to send out emails based on conditions, we want to have a welcome email when a user first signs up, and another email saying something like, hey, how's it going? If the user hasn't been active for the last 3 days. So we have to prepare logic for these conditions, like how and when we'll trigger it. And if you remember, by heading back into schema of our database, we have added a last activity date right here, which stores the last activity date of the user. If we keep updating this value whenever a user visits our platform, or maybe at least once per day, we'll then know when this user was last active. Now, as a good React developer, you might think of using useEffect and making a request to update that field as soon as user opens the application. Or if you're an okay Next.js developer, you might want to do it on the server side to avoid writing lots of code and avoid loading on client side. But if you're an excellent Next.js developer who went through the ultimate Next.js course on jsmastery.pro, then you'll want to use the latest Next.js features like Next After, allowing you to schedule work to be executed after a response is finished. This is useful for tasks and other side effects that should not block the response, such as logging and analytics. This way, you won't be blocking the UI, and you can perform tasks in the background with less code, which gives you the best of both worlds. Perfect use case for this little feature. So let's head over to our root layout and implement the logic to update the user's last activity. I'll do it right here after we make a check if they're signed in and say after. Here you can define a callback function that happens after the page loads. And then within it, you can check if there is no session ?.user ?.id, you simply exit out of it. This is just an additional check, even though it might not be necessary because we're already redirecting to sign in if the session doesn't exist. Of course, don't forget to actually import after coming from Next server. And then if a user does exist, we simply want to update our database by saying await db coming from database Drizzle dot update users, which is the schema for the users, and then call the dot set last activity date and set it to new date dot to ISO string dot slice, and you want to slice from 0 to 10. What the slice does is it simply takes the day, month, and the year without the time. We don't necessarily care about the time in this case. And finally, we can use the .where method where we check for the equality for the user ID. So we only want to update the last activity date for the user that is currently logged in. So we'll say eq user.id is session user ID, like so. And this was supposed to be users right here. And the EQ is, of course, coming from Drizzle ORM. Great. Believe it or not, that's it. That's everything we need to periodically update the user's last activity date when they revisit the website. Now, you know that we're all about production-ready applications and things that you're not going to see in typical courses. So one update that we can do to this is not update it always, like every time that a user does something, and only do it once a day. Okay, so one mutation per day. Let's do that by writing a comment of something like get the user and see if the last activity date is today. And in this case, since I'm using Copilot, or you can use any other AI autofill, it should already recommend some things that you can do, like const user is equal to await db, where we want to select from users, so dot from users, where user ID is equal to session ID, and we can even limit it to 1 by saying dot limit to 1. Pretty cool, right? And then you can write an if statement and checking if user 0 dot last activity date is triple equal to new date to ISO string dot slice, then simply return, meaning exit out of the function and don't perform the update. So now this is even more performant, but not that it really matters because this after ensures that it never blocks the UI anyway. So it'll not slow down your application, but it will knock down the number of mutation calls to your database. So with that in mind, let's modify the API workflow route to include these conditions of checking the last activity date and sending emails according to that. Head over to your onboarding, route.ts, and add the logic for sending emails according to those conditions. We can have two types of users. Type user state will be either non-active or it'll be active. And then for the initial data, in this case, we get both the email as well as the full name of a type string. We can also define some constants at the top, such as different intervals in milliseconds, just so we can more easily use them later on without using a programming anti-pattern of magic numbers. Like, what do these numbers mean right here? I don't know. It's much easier to define it as a variable, something like 1 day in milliseconds, and then make it equal to 60 times 60 times, I think the first number is the number of hours. So 24 hours times 60 seconds times 60 minutes, and then times 1000. This should be 1 day in milliseconds. We can also create some other intervals, like maybe 3 days in milliseconds, which is going to be 3 times, and then we can simply use 1 day in milliseconds. Much easier, right? There we go. And let's also do 30 days, where we can simply say 30 times 1 day in milliseconds. After that, we want to create a function that will check the last activity state and derive if a user is active or not during that period in time. So let me say const get user state is equal to an async function that accepts an email of a type string, and it'll return a promise that will return a user state. It'll look something like this. First, we have to extract the user, which will be the same to what we have done in the root layout. Get a single user. Const user is equal to await db.select from users where user's email, so here we're going to take a look by email, not by ID, is equal to the email we're passing right here, and we're going to limit it to 1. Next, we're going to check if user.length is triple equal to 0. That means that it is non-active. It doesn't exist. So I'll simply say non-active. But after that, we want to make checks for the last activity date. So let me say const last activity date is equal to new date out of the user 0 dot last activity date. And you can add an exclamation mark here, letting TypeScript know that it will be there. Then we want to get the current date by saying const now is equal to new date. And finally, you want to compare the difference by saying const time difference is equal to now.getTime minus last activity date.getTime. And then finally, if time difference is greater than 3 days in milliseconds, and if time difference is lower than or equal to 30 days in milliseconds, then you want to return non-active. Else, you want to return active. So this was some pretty custom example of showing you how flexible your workflows and queries are. You can do whatever. You just have to write it in plain JavaScript code. And now that we can get the user state, we can actually use it to perform some actions in the workflows or use it as a trigger. So alongside the email right here in the post request, we're also going to get a full name. And first we're sending a welcome email. So I'll add a comment right here and say welcome email, where we run a context new signup, await send email, and instead of just passing different params, we can pass a single object with the settings and then pass over an email we are sending to, a subject of something like welcome to the platform, and then a message of something like template string of welcome full name. And this send email function will no longer be one provided to us by Upstash because it's just a dummy one. Actually, we'll import it right at the top. So let's remove this and let's just import it right here, coming from lib workflow. So this is the custom email function sending using resend as a provider. Next, we want to trigger the workflows. It sleeps for 3 days to avoid any builds or server load, and then it enters the loop. Here, we want to get access to the state of the user. So we are running the check user state, and then we have an async function which returns an await call to get user state, to which we have to pass the email. So this is the function we created to get the current user state. And then according to that, we have to send out the emails. So let's actually modify them by passing an object into each one. For the first one, I'll say send it to this email with a subject saying, are you still there? Hey, we miss you. And then for the second one, we'll pass another object and I'll say something like, welcome back. It's good to see you active. And that's it. Then we can sleep the workflow once again for a month and recheck once again. So with that in mind, we have set up absolutely everything. From the workflow client that we have right here under workflow TS lib, to the Qstash client as well, the email mechanism to send out emails and the integration with resend, and seemingly everything else needed for this to work. To test out our workflow, we can use the trigger method, which starts the workflow run and gets its run ID. It looks something like this. Pretty straightforward. But the main question is, where should we trigger it? Do you have any guesses? Where should we trigger the onboarding of the user? Well, of course, when a user signs up for the first time. So head over to the Auth.js file in the lib actions and head over into the sign up function. As soon as we create or insert a new user into the database, we want to trigger the workflow by saying await workflow client dot trigger, and then you have to pass the URL pointing to the route of the workflow. In our case, that is the onboarding workflow right here under app API onboarding route.ts, which will trigger this post request and with it the workflow itself. So we can say URL and then make it a dynamic template string of config.env prod API endpoint. But first, make sure to import config coming from libconfig, and it should point to your environment variables. And then to it, append /API /workflow /onboarding. As the second parameter, add the body, which will contain the email we want to send to, as well as the full name. And that's it. We sign the user in, and the rest happens behind the scenes. So now we are ready to test it out. But of course, since workflows require publicly deployed URLs, we have to get our latest environment variables and the latest code and push it to Vercel. So first things first, let's get the environment variables. We need to get our resend token. Then head over to your project, settings, environment variables, and add a resend token right here and click save. Alongside that, make sure that your next public prod API endpoint points to your currently deployed website. Copy it, and you can also change the next public API endpoint by editing it right here to also point to the same URL. No longer do we need to refer to localhost 3000 on the deployment. Now, to re-trigger these changes, you can either go to deployments and then redeploy it manually, but we're not going to do that because we have to push the changes anyway, containing the latest code for all of the logic for sending emails. So let's actually just push the code once again, which should re-trigger the deployment. I'll say git add dot git commit -m, and that'll be implement qstash workflows for user onboarding, and then do git push. This will push the latest changes and immediately trigger a redeployment on Vercel. So let's give it a minute. There we go. Our new deployment is ready. So let's head over to our deployed website and create a new account. In this case, I'll use a different email, enter my password and my name. We can also enter a university ID and upload a university card. Once you upload it, click sign up, and there we go. We got redirected back to homepage. But if you check your email, it is nowhere to be found. At least I can't find it in my inbox. So what do you say that we go ahead and debug it together? If you head over to Qstash and move over to workflows, you'll see that there is one workflow that started running, which is a good sign, right? And there's another one because one of you was crazy enough to find the published repo and already started testing the application even before it went live or before I finished recording it. But here is my attempt of trying to get my email. JavaScript mastery right here, and it says retrying, which means that it wasn't really successful. You can also head over to resend and check the emails here. It looks like it's empty, and the logs are empty too. So it looks like it's not Qstash's fault and it's not resend's fault. So most likely we've done something wrong. So another place to look at for errors is to head over to your server logs on Vercel. So find your Vercel project, head over to logs, and then turn on the live right here and look for when you made that workflows onboarding call. It is right here. We have my profile sign in, and then we have the API workflow onboarding. And in this case, it looks like it'll be pretty easy to debug as it's a 404 not found, which indicates that the API workflow onboarding cannot be found. But how is that the case? We have created it. Well, if I go back right here and check out my API workflows onboarding route, I can notice that it has an extra S at the end. It's not workflow, it is workflows. So I have to go here and search for where we have mentioned that. And I think that's going to be somewhere in the Auth.js of actions. So if you scroll down, you should be able to see API workflow onboarding, but we need to switch this over to workflows onboarding. At least that's how I called it. So just make sure that matches. Once you do that, we'll have to redeploy our app. So go ahead and say git add dot git commit -m, fix typo, and git push. After you do that, your app will get redeployed and you'll be able to sign in with yet another account. While it's being deployed, we can head over to Neon and head over to tables, just to quickly remove the two existing users we have, to have a clean slate and to properly onboard our new upcoming user. There we go. The application is now live. So let's go ahead and check it out. I'll log out and create a new account. Now I can use the email that I used at the start. I'll enter some random university ID and upload my university card. It should upload it right away. If it doesn't, try to reload your page and then click sign up. Immediately, you'll be redirected back to the homepage. But what we care about more is whether the workflow has been triggered. So even before I head over to my email, I'll head over to Qstash workflow table and check this out. New workflow has been initialized and we have a new signup action which ran successfully and now it's gonna sleep for 3 days. But if you head over to resend, you'll notice that no emails have been sent. And also the logs are empty. So that means that something went wrong when trying to send out the email, even though everything went right with Qstash workflows. So let's actually check out our workflow.ts one more time, where we're actually setting up the Qstash client and allowing it to send emails. I think we'll need to modify this body from. As an example before, they provided us with onboarding at recent.dev, which is an actual email domain name, not just a website domain. I can show you what we had and compare it with this. There we go. So you can see I have hello.adrianjsmastery.com, but they have onboarding at recent.dev. So what I think we need to do is also get an email account for our domain name, something like onboarding or contact. So I'll head back over to Hostinger, scroll down, and see here it says get a professional email account for your domain name. Just click try for free, and then it'll be about less than $1 per month, and you even get a free 30-day trial. And once again, if you really can't put in a credit card or you cannot spend this amount, in that case, you can check out Email.js. I have a link pointing to the complete implementation within another video right below. But in this case, I'll start with a free 30-day trial. There we go. I got it. If you don't want to get charged, you can cancel it for free within 30 days, or you can keep it if you're going to use it for your own portfolio. It's always great to have a professional domain name and email. So I'll head over to Manage Email, and I'll create a new email account. Email can be something like contact@adrianjsmasterypro.com, and you can choose any password you'd like, and you can skip the second step. And now you have your email. So make sure to copy it, go back to your application, and replace it right here. Now we can send emails from a real domain name. Even though on recent domains, we have entered a subdomain as they recommended, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. If it poses some issues, we can very quickly add our main domain right here to allow us to send emails. With that said, let's go ahead and push this change and test it once again. I'll run git add dot, git commit -m, fix email domain, and git push. Back on Vercel, we can wait until it is deployed. Back on the deployed app, I'll try to create a new account. I'll use my personal one this time. Enter my name and my university ID number and a card. Sometimes it's not uploading on the first try for me, but weirdly enough, if I reload and enter all my information once again and try to re-upload one more time, then it uploads it immediately. I'll see if this issue persists and then we can fix it. With that in mind, let's click sign up. Oh, and I think I get an error because I entered the same university ID as before, so I'll change it. It's good to know that our validation is working. We get redirected to the homepage. Looks like a few more people have been triggering these workflows, but there's one for my new user. That's good to know. But now the main question is what happens if I head over to resend? And would you look at that, we got a 403 under logs happening just a minute ago, but unfortunately no emails, just 403s under logs. Hopefully these 403s will now give us a bit more information on what went wrong. We got a validation error saying that adrianjsmastery.com domain is not verified. So it looks like I was wrong. Even though they recommended to have a subdomain there, we have to use the main domain for our email. So I'll just head over to domains and remove the existing domain by saying delete and add a new domain. But this time it will not be a subdomain. I'll just use my full domain, adrianjsmastery.com. And then, unfortunately, we'll have to go through the process of setting up our DNS records one more time. So get back to your domain, head over to DNS, and let's add a few more records. The first one, as before, is an MX record of send. and the following value. The second one is a txt record with the host name of send and this value. After that, we have another txt with this name and this value. And finally, we have another txt of dmarc and a value of dmarc b none. There we go. I'm already well versed in adding those DNS records. Now I'll click verify, and hopefully it'll verify them as quickly as it did the last time. They're still pending now, but let's give them a minute. 2 got verified in a second, like the last time, and hopefully the last one does get verified too. There we go. It took a couple of seconds, but now we're fully verified, and hopefully this time emails will send. As you can see, this took us some time to get everything up and running and set up, but that's the difference between a small, non-production ready YouTube tutorial and this, which is an enterprise-ready course. I actually wanted to guide you through the real process of setting up tools that companies and developers use on the daily basis. And I wanted to guide you through the errors that I experienced and my process and way of fixing them. This time, we don't have to redeploy our app. We can just log out and try to create another account. I'll use one of the last remaining emails I have to test it out, enter my password, and upload my university card, and click sign up. There we go. Now let's go through all the steps one more time, like we're firing up a jet engine. We're gonna go through all the steps and make sure everything is running smoothly. Qstash, run started a few seconds ago. Recent, status 200, less than a minute ago. Under emails, we have our welcome to the platform email. And finally, in your inbox, you should be able to see a message from JS Mastery, which should come from your own domain, contact@adrianjsmastery.com, that should say something simple like welcome JSM. Even though this is a very plain looking email in plain text, as I told you, Recent allows you to craft your emails using React components. On Recent's landing page, if you scroll to the section of develop emails using React, you can see just what is possible and just how beautiful these emails look like. This is something we'll cover in the pro version of this course. So if you're already watching within JSMastery.pro platform, keep watching. But if you're on YouTube, you might want to transition over there and get all of the benefits by watching this on the platform directly. And I don't have to do any further thinking for all of the upcoming users. I didn't share this app anywhere so far, but it looks like you guys have been triggering workflows like crazy. I can already see like 5 or more emails triggered just in the last couple of minutes. I can't imagine what you'll do with this app once I actually release it on YouTube. But the good thing to know is that Qstash's workflows can handle it all because they're incredibly scalable, making your app production ready. And that's how you do it. That's how you implement workflows in your applications. You should now be able to do any kind of workflow needed for any kind of application. But later on, as part of the pro part of this course, just for practice, I'll teach you how to implement another workflow for reminding your users as to when their book is due to be returned. So keep watching. So far, you've developed a feature-packed library application, but it's not yet a library management system. As a matter of fact, almost every single enterprise-ready application isn't just a single public-facing website like this one. Typically, it consists of multiple applications that work together. Think of an e-commerce store where people can see and buy the products, but that store has another admin interface through which employers can add additional products. Think of Netflix, which is very similar to our library application, where people can browse different movies, but there's a behind-the-scenes interface through which those movies can be added. By now, I'm pretty sure you understand the importance of having a complete admin interface to manage the creation of whatever we're seeing on the public-facing website. So, for this platform, we have already built a great-looking user-facing platform where we can show the books and allow users to borrow them. But now, we'll develop a completely new app allowing admins to manage those books, which makes it a fully fledged, full-stack library management solution with an admin dashboard. First, we'll focus on taking a look at all of the users that have been created so far, and then creating an interface that will allow us to add new books to the library. So, I hope you're excited. What do you say? Are you ready to bring this app to another level and go from what we typically do in YouTube tutorials and build something that you don't see every day? an admin dashboard interface connected with the public-facing app. So let me teach you how we can approach creating these two separate applications within a single file and folder structure, which basically means that we're creating a monolith application where everything we need for whatever application we need connected with the main app is consisted right within the same folder. So let's create a new folder within which we'll handle all of the admin related stuff, such as showing statistics, users, requests, book creation, and more. We can do that right here within the app and then create a new folder and call it admin. And then create a new page.tsx. And use RAFCE right within it. And what do you think? Why didn't we use parentheses around the admin to make it a route group? Well, that's because we want to have admin to be as part of the route. So we can go to admin and then maybe / is just the home. Or maybe we can go to admin and then dashboard. Or admin / users. That's the reason why I didn't turn the admin folder into a route group. Rather, we want it to be included within the URL path. Now, if you check out the design, you'll notice that the admin dashboard is completely different from our user-facing app. Everything from the color, which I have purposely changed to light to look similar to most admin dashboards. Also, here we have the sidebar, and on the main app we had the nav bar, and then here we have some tables and so on. So it is completely different, which means that we had to create a completely new layout for the admin folder. So let's go ahead and do that by creating a new file and call it layout.tsx. Run RAFCE inside of here, and let's quickly spin up a new layout. We'll create a main, and that main will have a class name equal to flex, min-h-screen, w-full, and flex-row. Right within it, we'll render a simple sidebar, and then we'll have a div with a class name equal to admin-container, and within it, we'll render a p tag that for now will say header, and finally here, we can render the children. The children are coming through props, as with every layout, so we can destructure the children right here, and say that children are of a type React node, coming from React. And we can also check if there is an active session right here by saying const session is equal to await. So let's add async right here. And we can check if auth exists, or rather whether auth returns a valid session. If there is no session ?user.id or ?.id, in that case, we can simply redirect to /sign-in so we can sign that user in and check whether they have admin privileges. Another thing we need are the styles. So let's create a new folder outside of the app folder, and let's call it styles. And within styles, we can create a new admin.css style, similar to the globals.css that we had before. And then if you head over below this video, find the GitHub repo, and head over to code snippets to copy, you can find this complete admin.css file. It won't contain a lot of stuff, just some helper functions to make it easier to create our sidebar, headers, and some error handling. No logic here, just styles to make sure that we can focus on what truly matters. So once you get it here, make sure to import it right within the layout by saying import at /styles /admin.css. If you do that, you can head back to your application and navigate over to localhost 3000 /admin, and you'll see that your entire application interface will change in an instant. Now we have a sidebar on the left with a header on the top and then the main page in the middle. And of course, this layout changes as we expand the screen. Of course, we have to make it a bit more responsive, but it'll do the trick for now. This is just the layout. So let's focus on creating the sidebar first. I'll head over to the components folder and create a new folder within it, which I'll call admin. And within the admin folder, we can keep all of the components dedicated strictly for the admin app. So let's create a new file within it, and let's call it sidebar.tsx. Run RAFCE within it, and then import it right here within the layout by simply saying sidebar, and then self-close it right here, like this. And now let's develop it together. We can do that by heading into the sidebar and starting with a div that's wrapping it. Let's give it a class name equal to admin-sidebar. Within it, create one empty div, and within that div, create another div with a class name equal to logo. Within it, render a Next.js image with a source of /icons /admin /logo.svg with an alt tag of logo, a height of about 37, a width of about 37 as well, and you can close it there. That should show our admin side logo. And you can also render an H1 and say something like Bookwise, which is the name of our application. By implementing the admin sidebar styles, you can notice that the H1 is not present on smaller devices, but if I expand it, you can see it right here. Now let's head below the div that is wrapping the H1, and let's create another div with a class name equal to margin top of 10, flex dash call, and a gap of 5. And within here, we can map over all of our sidebar elements. It should look something like this. We need to have the homepage, all users, all books, borrower requests, and account requests. And then at the bottom, we'll show some profile information. To do that, you need to create some kind of an array of links to map over. That can look like this, an array of objects where you can define the icon and the text. And then you would need to duplicate it many times and then run the .map on it. But we never want to do this right here within this file, as it's cluttering the JSX view. Instead, you can pull it into constants. So let's head over into constants, index.ts, and here, alongside sample books, right at the top, you should also be able to see admin sidebar links, allowing us to quickly map over them. So let's do just that. I'll say admin sidebar links .map, where we get each individual link, and for each link, we can open up a function block. First, we want to figure out whether this link is currently selected. So I'll say is selected, and I'll set it equal to false right now. Then we can return how each one of these links will look like. First of all, it'll be a Next.js link with an href pointing to link.route, and its key will also be link.route since it is unique. Then within that link, we can render a div. That div will have a class name equal to, it'll be a dynamic class name, so we can call the CN, and first, it'll always have a class name of link, but then only if it is selected. Then we will also apply a class name of bg primary admin and shadow-sm. You'll see soon what difference that will make. Within that div, we can have another div that'll have a class name equal to relative and a size of 5. This is to wrap our image. So let's create an image right here with a source of link.img and an alt tag of icon, a property of fill, and a class name of, now this is a pretty interesting feature in CSS that you can do, and that is to invert the color of the image based on a specific property, making it work on both dark and light backgrounds. You can do it like this. First, check if is selected, and if it is selected, then change the brightness over to 0 and invert the colors. Else, simply apply nothing. And always it can have object contain. If you do that now and properly close it, you can see 5 different icons will appear right here. Later on, as we select them, you'll also be able to see that they'll change color. It should look something like this. Typically, they're gray, but if it's selected, they should turn white. I remember first using this technique of changing the icons maybe 5 years ago when I was creating the FilmPower course. It was my first React course ever. Since then, I also used it within the Ultimate Next.js course, and now finally within this course as well. I used to think we need to have 2 separate images for different colors, but no, with a bit of CSS magic, you can make it work. There we go, I fixed the typo, and now we can head over below this div and render a p tag that'll simply render the link.text. It can have a class name equal to if cn is selected, so if is selected, then it'll have a text white else it'll have a text dark. It's pretty easy to work with text, right? To change colors. Now, if I expand this, you'll see that on larger devices, there is text. Now, how do we figure out which link is currently active? When we're just on admin, the homepage should be active. So we can do that by using the route parameters or the path name. So right here at the top of our component, we can say const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And since we're using path name, we have to use browser functionalities, which means that we have to make this component client rendered. So let's add a use client directive at the top. With that in mind, we can fix this is selected to false to implement the logic of actually changing it dynamically. We can do it like this. Put parentheses and then check if link.route is not equal to /admin. So this is the home page. And if path name dot includes link.route, and if link.route dot length is greater than 1, exit parentheses and say or if path name is triple equal to link.route. In those two cases, the route is selected. So you can see that currently homepage is selected. I'm going to zoom it in a bit so you can see that this icon indeed turns white. Cool. And as I collapse this to mobile, we can only see the collapsed icons without the text to conserve some space. Perfect. Now let's head down and let's implement the part for the user profile. We can do that by going below two of these divs and creating another div with a class name equal to user. Within it, we can create an avatar. This is a component that we can import from Components UI avatar, and we can refer to how we called it previously. Let me see. Avatar, it was in the header. Yep, we have to call it like this. So let's copy this part and just let's call it here again. Avatar, avatar fallback, get initials, and then we have to get access to the session. And we can get access to that session by simply passing it over from the layout. So here, I'll say session is equal to session. And moving into the sidebar, we can destructure it right here and set the type of session to be equal to session coming from next auth. If you do that, you can now see this little avatar icon, which says A for Adrian. And right below it, we can also render another div with a class name equal to flex-call, and on max MD devices, hidden. We're hiding it because we only want to show it on desktop devices. And that something will actually be a p tag that'll render the session !user !name. We can duplicate it below and also render the email. So that'll look something like this. And we can also provide some additional class names like font-semi-bold, text-dark 200. And for the second one, we can give it a class name equal to text-light 500, text-xs for extra small. There we go. This is looking better. And as we collapse it to mobile view, you can see that now we have only the avatar. Perfect. And now that we have the sidebar, let's also create a header, which is the second and the last component within our layout. So I'll head over to the components folder, into the admin folder, and create a new file called header.tsx, and I'll run rafce within it. Then within the layout, we can simply import it and use it right here by saying header, coming from components admin header because they're different. And I'll also pass a session to it because I'm sure we'll need to use it. So now let's get into the header and let's implement it, starting with getting access to that session that we're passing over that is of a type session. We can change this over to an HTML5 semantic header tag, as well as give it a class name of admin-header. Within it, we can render a div that'll have an h2, which will render the session !user !name. And below the h2, we can render a p tag that'll say something like monitor all of your users and books here. So let's give them some styles by giving it a class name equal to text-dark 400 and font-semi-bold, as well as text-2XL. And let's also give this p tag a class name equal to text-slate-500 and text-base. There we go, looking good. And finally, below this div, we can render a p tag, which for now will say search. Later on, we'll convert this into a fully fledged functional search, but for now, we'll leave it as it is, or you can even comment it out. And with that done, we have implemented the complete layout for the admin dashboard. Of course, that is only the layout. We are yet to implement the main dashboard page. So yep, this right here is the main admin dashboard. But what matters most is that the main layout is now done. So now we can very easily switch between other pages and implement them. First one of which will be a page within which we can add new books to the library as admins. So let's do that in the next lesson. First, let's implement the ability for admins to add new books. For that, we have to implement the all books route. So heading back into the code, let's head over to our admin and create a new folder called books. And within books, let's create a new page.tsx within which we can run rafce, allowing us to visit this route. Just to verify it's the one, I can change this text over to books and it changes right here. So let's turn this into a section and let's give it a class name of wfull, rounded-2xl, as well as bg white and p7. Now we have a card-like layout. Within it, we can create a div, and that div will have a class name of flex, flex-wrap, items-center, justify-between, and a gap of 2. Within it, we can display an h2 that'll have a class name of text-xl and font-semi-bold. And it'll simply say all books. There we go, that's better. Below it, we can render a button. And that button will simply say plus create a new book. Let's give the button a class name of bg-primary-admin. And that button will actually be a link. So we can say as child, which means that the button will actually become a link. href will be /admin/books/new. And now the link will render the text that the button was before rendering. That'll look something like this. Of course, let's style this further by giving it a class name of text-light100, or we can do just text white. Now we can head below this button and below the div and create another div which will wrap our table. So we can just do a p tag for the table right now, but later on we'll turn it into a fully fledged dashboard-worthy table. It'll have a class name of margin top of 7 to divide it a bit from the top, w-full, and overflow-hidden. So now this is looking more like an actual page within a dashboard. But why do we need the all books page and the table if we don't yet have any books? So what do you say that we focus on the more important component first, which is the form that allows us to add books to the library and utilize our full permissions as admins of the site? We can do that by creating a new page within books, or it's going to be a new folder rather, called new. And within new, we can create a new page.tsx where we can run rafce. So now if you click on create a new book, you'll be redirected to that page. Within it, we can return an empty React fragment. And within it, we can return a button. That button will once again render a link with an href of /admin/books and a text that says go back. So if at any point we want to go back to the all books page, now we can do that. Let's say that this button will act as a child, as before, to make it become a link, and give it a class name of back-btn. Perfect. So now I can go back and we can create a new book. To create it though, we'll need a new section right here below the button with a class name of w-full and max-w-2xl. Within it, we'll render a new book form. That'll be a big form component, bigger than what we had on registration form, to allow us to add all of the important information about a book. So before we create that form, let's actually head over to validations.ts, where we had validations for the sign-up schema, as well as the sign-in schema. Now we want to have another one for the book form. So let's say export const book schema is equal to z.object. And then what will a book have? Well, it'll have a title of z.string.trim.min2.max100, meaning that it can have no less than 2 characters and no more than 100. Now we can repeat this and render the same thing for the author. Next, let's have a genre. So we can have something like genre will be very similar, but maybe it cannot have 100 characters. It can be just about 50. A book can have a rating, which will be z.number, and it can be a min of 1 and a max of 5. So it's a rating between 1 and 5. It can also have a number of total copies. So that'll look something like this. Total copies is z.coerce. Coerce means that we want to turn it into a number. So we'll say .int, which means integer, .positive, so it must be a positive integer, and .lte, which means lower than, and then we can put something like 10,000 here. Let's say that the 10,000 is the upper limit. Oh, and under coerce, you don't actually have to call it. You just say z.coerce.number, and then you keep writing it as you're used to. After that, we can also have a description, which will be similar to the title. So let's add it right below. It'll be description. But let's say that it can be a minimum of 10 characters and a maximum of 1,000 characters. After that, we can have a cover URL. So let's say cover URL is z.string, and it must not be empty. So I'll say non-empty. Next, we need a cover color to be able to choose how the covers of the book will look like. So that'll be a z.string.trim, and it must be a valid hexadecimal color. So here, we could write a regular expression that will check for the validity of a hex color code. So I'll say .regex, and here, it must start with a hash and then contain numbers from 0 to 9 and letters from A to F, and it must have 6 characters. It's pretty crazy how GitHub Copilot filled this out for me. It'll also contain a video URL about a book, which is of a type z.string.nonempty. And finally, it'll have a summary of the book, which is z.string.trim.min of 10 characters. Great. So now we have our book schema, and we are ready to create a new form. So let's head over to our components, head over to admin, create a new folder called forms, and within forms, create a new file called bookform.tsx. And within it, we'll actually want to implement a regular ShadCN form. I think we've already done something similar back in our auth form, right? Remember that one? It's this one right here. It's a pretty lengthy one, but it has most of the things that we already need for the form. So what do you say that we copy it, get rid of the things that we don't need, and then utilize the fields that we actually need? I'll copy the entire thing and paste it into the book form. Now, if I save it, we are ready to go back to the page.tsx and import book form right here. You'll notice that WebStorm will automatically ask me to provide all of these required props that we typically provide to forms. But for now, I'll skip providing any of them because we don't actually have them, as this is not an auth form. So let's head into the book form and let's get rid of all of these props, as in this case, it doesn't have to accept many. I'll remove this t extends values. In this case, we don't have to make it as reusable as we did before. It'll only accept a prop of type, and we can also spread all of the properties about the book. This is if we're editing a book that we already have the information for. And this can be of a type props. So now we can change the props, and it'll only accept one prop, which is an optional type of create or update. Pretty simple. And instead of extending field values, props will now extend a partial type of book coming from types.d.ts. We're importing the router, that is good. In this case, we don't have to be concerned whether it is sign in or sign up. The form declaration will look a bit simpler here. We can just say const form is equal to use form z.infer type of book schema. So here we're using that validation to make sure that our form is filled in correctly. We pass in the resolver with the book schema. And let's not forget to import z from Zod, which is actually doing the validation. And then here we can provide the default values. Now for the default values, we can grab all of the values from the validation, from the schema. You can do that by holding the Option key and then selecting by double-clicking all of these fields right here. Once you do that, simply go ahead and paste them here. Select the end of each one to add multiple cursors, and then simply give them their default value. For most, it'll be an empty string, but for some, like the rating or the number of total copies, it'll actually be set to a number, like a 1. So now we have the form set up as well. After that, we'll have an onSubmit function. So let's actually remove the existing handle submit, and let's just make something simple, like const onSubmit is equal to an asynchronous function that accepts values of a type z.infer type of book schema. So what this means is that we'll simply get the values off of the fields of the form. And then for now, we can simply leave it as an empty callback function. And then finally, we have the return. In this case, we simply want to have the form, nothing else. So I will remove everything before the form and everything after the form right here, just keeping the form element. I'll change the form's handle submit to be equal to onSubmit, remove this W full, and just make it space Y8 to give it some more space. And in this case, we won't be mapping over any default values. We'll be just rendering different form fields one by one. So the first one will be a form field that'll have a name of title, and we can remove the rest. Then it'll render a form item with a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 1, with a form label of class name, text-base, font-normal, and text-dark 500. And here we don't have to do any kind of magic here, mapping over the items. In this case, we can make it simple. So I have shown you both of how we can make it super reusable by mapping over all of the fields similarly to what we have done within the auth form. And then here we can literally just say, hey, this is a single form field doing a single thing. So let me spell it out for you. Book title. After that, we have a form control, which will render just a simple input. So the only thing we can keep is an input, which will be required. It'll have a placeholder equal to book title. We'll spread the field, and it'll have a class name of book-form underscore input. Finally, we can exit the form control, render the form message, remove all of these additional parentheses, and remove the button that we have at the bottom. And this should leave us with a pretty straightforward looking form. We did do a lot of the cleanup. You can see some values are still unused. We'll use them soon. And we can definitely remove many of the imports here, as well as here and here. Damn, only now I can see how big and reusable the initial auth form really was, now that I see how many imports there are. But as you can see, now we have a very clean and straightforward, not auth form. We can actually rename this to book form. And we can rename it at the bottom, allowing us to create new books. So far, we only have one single form field, which is the book title, but we actually need many, many more. The full form will look something like this. Everything from book title to author, genre, total number of books, book image, primary color, video, and so on. So the reason why I didn't just map over all of these inputs and do it similar to the auth form is because here we have a couple of different types of inputs. The first three are regular text inputs. The fourth one is a number input. Then we have two different file uploads, one for images and one for videos. That'll be exciting. Then we have a specialized hexadecimal input for color selection. And finally, we have a long text area for the book summary. So let's go ahead and code out all of these inputs. I think the simplest way to do that is to simply copy this form field and duplicate it below. Now, if you go back, you immediately have two different inputs. But this time, we'll change the name from title to author. We'll also change the form label to say author. And then in the input, we can just say something like book author. There we go. As simple as that. Let's also copy it one more time and paste it just below. This time, we won't be dealing with the author. We'll be dealing with the genre of the book. So let's say genre or the category. And then here we can say book genre. There we go. Now let's go for the fourth one. So I'll copy the same input once again, but this time we'll have to modify it just a bit. This time it'll be rating. So we can say rating here as well. And we can say book rating and change the type over to number. Okay, pretty cool, right? I think the number also allows us to provide a min and a max. So if I set min to 1 and max to 5, I actually believe it'll limit it from 1 to 5. There we go. This is pretty cool, right? After that, we can copy this input or form field and create another one for the total number of copies. So I can say total copies and then say total copies here. And finally, total copies here as well. I think the max here is 10,000. So I'll set it to 10,000 and set to min to be equal to 0. Or if we're adding a book, it must be 1, right? After that, we can duplicate this form field one more time. This time, we're dealing with a cover URL for this book. So we can change the form label to book image. And then within the form control, for now, I'll leave it empty because here we want to have a specialized file upload component. Even though so far we've created an image upload, we'll take that image upload and make it more reusable to allow us to upload both images and videos. We can also duplicate it one more time. This one will deal with the cover color. So we can say primary color here as well. And instead of rendering a file upload here, we'll implement a color picker, which we don't yet have. So we'll also leave it commented out for now. And I'll duplicate it once more, this time for the description. So I'll say description. The form label will say book description. And within the form control, we can render a text area element. Text area has to be added from shatcn, and we haven't installed it yet. So let's do that now by saying npx shatcn add latest, add text area. There we go. It got added very quickly. So let's one more time import it from a proper place. It's coming from UI components. It's a self-closing component that has a placeholder. We can say something like book description. Let's also spread all the field information into it so we can modify the form. Give it 10 rows because somebody might write a long description. And then give it a class name of book-form_input, just to make it look a bit nicer. Finally, below it, we'll have another file upload. So I'll copy the initial cover URL and paste it below the book description. And this one will say video URL, and it'll say book video, or we can call it book trailer. And here we also have to implement a file upload component. Finally, we'll have a summary. A book description is a bit different than a book summary, but they're still similar. So I'll go ahead and copy the book description form field and paste it right here at the bottom and call it summary, book summary. Change the placeholder to book summary. Maybe make it 5 rows. I think we're good. Finally, what would the form be without a button? So right below the last form input, let's create a button that'll say add book to library. It'll have a type of submit, so it'll submit the full form, and a class name equal to book-form_btn. So it'll look something like this. We can also give it a text-white property. There we go. So with that in mind, we have just built out the entire UI of our form. It looks good on mobile, but here's how it looks like on desktop. Of course, it could have been further stylized by maybe making the book title take half a row and then the author could take another half a row. But you know what? With these admin dashboard applications, design is never what matters. You know how I always talk about how UI, UX, and design really matter because people are visual beings? Well, it does matter on public client-facing websites. Does it matter in an admin dashboard that only people adding those books will see? Not at all. There, the most important thing is that it's simple to understand and simple to use. So we can very quickly go here and add new books in a matter of seconds. So with that in mind, we now have a nice skeleton of the form, but we're still missing some fields. So let's go ahead and add them in the next lesson. For admins to be able to add new books to the library, they need to be able to upload some files. Be that a book in a PDF format, maybe a cover image of that book, or even a video trailer. They'll need to upload some files and make them accessible for everyone to see. So back on the public-facing website, we can quickly retrieve those files and show them to the users. If you remember, we already had to do something like that on our sign-up page, where we provided the users with the ability to upload their university ID card. And for that, we used ImageKit and created this image upload component. Now, since we'll have to upload both videos and images, let's modify that image upload component to handle uploads of both of these file types. I'll rename the image upload component to file upload. And we'll once again use ImageKit's great feature to allow us to upload those images and now even videos, and then later on very easily deliver them to our users. To do that, first, let's accept some more props into our file upload component. I'll leave the onFile change here, but I'll actually copy its type declaration, and I'll just change it to props because we'll be adding many more props to it. So let me declare a new interface called props right here and define the onFile change type. But on top of that, we want to add many more fields, such as type, to allow us to figure out whether we want to accept an image or a video. Next, we have the accept property. I'll explain very soon what that does. A placeholder, also of a type string, a folder in which we want to place that file, a variant, which can be either dark or light, and finally the onFile change. So now let's accept all of these props right here so we can later on pass them into this new reusable file upload component. I'll be getting a type, accept, placeholder, folder, variant, and onFile change. Great. From before, we have this IK upload ref allowing us to upload those files, and we have a state allowing us to set that file to the state. I'll introduce yet another state right here called progress, and set progress at the start set to 0. ImageKit will very easily allow us to track the progress of our upload, which is super handy for larger files or videos. Then we can define some styles right here at the top so we can very easily use them later on within the code. We can define the styles for the button depending on the variant. So if the variant is triple = dark, that means that we're showing this component on the public-facing website, not on the admin dashboard. In that case, we can give it a BG dark of 300. But if we're showing it on the admin dashboard, we can give it a BG light of 600, border gray of 100, and a border. We can also modify the color of the placeholder. So if the variant is triple = dark, we can change the text to light 100, else it can be text-slate-500. And finally, we can create styles for the text itself, where if the variant is triple = dark, in that case, we can change the color to light 100, else we can have dark 400. The on error that we had here will remain the same, but we'll just say not image right here. We'll say type upload failed, which will look something like this. So if it's an image, it'll say image upload failed, else it'll say video upload failed. Same thing here. I'll just change this over for type. We can also collapse everything that we don't need. So styles and the on error. After that, we have the on success, where we can do the same thing. Instead of saying image, we can say type upload failed, and then we can leave this the same. Perfect. Now, an additional thing that we can do with ImageKit is provide validation for the files we're uploading. So I'll say const on validate is equal to a function where we accept a file of a type file, and then we can check if the type of the file is image and if the file size is greater than 20 times 124 times 124, which is 20 megabytes, we can return some kind of a toast where we can say title, file size too large, upload a file that is less than 20 megabytes in size and a variant of destructive. And after the toast, we can return false, as in we're not going to validate this. We're not going to let it slide. We can exit this if, the one that says type is image, and add an else if, and check if type is triple equal to video. If that is the case, we want to check if file.size is greater than 50 megabytes. So that's 50 times 124 times 124. And we want to do a similar thing, saying file size too large, upload a file that is less than 50 megabytes in size. And once again, we want to return false. Oh, and it looks like I added an else on the wrong if. The else was actually supposed to go under this if. So let me actually copy this part of the code and put it one if below. There we go. This is good. So now we have if image, and then we have an else if video. Perfect. And if we reach outside of both of these ifs, that means that we can say return true. The validation is good. Finally, we can now improve our ImageKit upload to make it more versatile, more robust, and more flexible. We'll do that first by defining the ref attached to this IK upload. After the ref, we have an on error and on success. We can remove this file name right here. And then we have a class name hidden because remember, we wanted this component to look nicer. So we're actually hiding it here, but then we're calling this component on a click of the button that is then more properly styled. And now we can use many different props that ImageKit provides out of the box that give you additional functionality, such as use unique file name, and we can set that to true. Validate file, and here we can call on validate. On upload start, we can call the set progress and set it to 0. On upload progress, you get access to a callback function where you can destructure the loaded property as well as the total, and then you can return the percentage by calculating it, by doing math.round, and then dividing the loaded by the total and multiplying it by 100 to get a percentage. And then you can set progress to be equal to %. So this allows you to very neatly track % by % how your upload is going. We can also define to which folder we want to upload this file, and we can also pass the accept equal to accept. We'll modify this variable to say something like image everything or video everything. For now, we'll just leave it like this, dynamic, so whenever we change the type from image to video, we can also modify which types of files do we accept. Great. I think that's more or less it for the IK upload. And we were using that one on auth form, right? So let's actually go ahead and log out and head over to create an account. There we go. It's still looking the same. We still have to test the functionality though. So let's scroll down. Here we have the upload button, but alongside that class name, I'll also provide some additional styles. So I'll say CN, and always it'll have the upload btn class name, but then we'll also provide it styles.button, which will change it depending on whether we're on the public facing website or on the admin dashboard. Then within the button, we have the image. Below it, we have a piece of text. So let's style it as well by giving it a CN property of text-base, and then give it a styles.placeholder. And here we can dynamically render a placeholder text because now we're making this component reusable. And right below this p tag, we can check if a file has been uploaded. So if file is there, then render a p tag that will render the file.file path, and it can have a class name equal to CN of upload file name and a styles of text. I noticed that this file upload changed color right now, and it doesn't look that good. Also, remember how our toast component didn't look that good? I think that's because when setting up chat.cn, I actually chose to use CSS variables. But I think we can change that. If we head over to components.json file, you see CSS variables is set to true. We can set that over to false, and that'll make it not use the CSS variables, which will then fix some overrides in chat.cn components. That'll not fix this button though. This one is white because we are not yet passing the prop of variant to this component. We'll do that very soon. But before, let's just finalize what shows up when we actually upload the file. Right here below this button, we can show the progress. Yep, now we have that too. So we can say progress. If it's greater than 0, then we can display a div with a class name of w-full rounded-full bg green of 200. Within it, yet another div with a class name of progress and a style of width, and width will be as long as the progress is. So we can say progress and then percentage. So width will be 1%, 2%, 3%, and it'll go all the way to 100% as the progress reaches the finish. Finally, within it, we can also display a progress percentage. Now you cannot see it because it's 0, but you'll see it soon as we start testing some file uploads. And finally, here, if a file exists, we were showing a preview of that file. But now we can show a different thing depending on the file type. So if file exists, and if type is triple equal to image, in that case, render whatever we had here, an IK image with a path, an alt tag, a width, and a height. But else, if type is triple equal to video, then render IK video, which is a self-closing component that accepts a path equal to file.filePath, controls equal to true, as well as a class name equal to h-96, w-full, and rounded-xl. And finally, if it's neither image or video, then simply show null. There we go. Are you excited to test it? We can first test it within the auth form to make sure that we didn't break anything. So let's head over to our auth form.tsx and let's properly use this form. You can see my WebStorm automatically changed the file name for me to file upload. You might have needed to do that manually. But now it's saying that we need to pass some different kinds of props like type, accept, placeholder, folder, variant, and more. So let's do just that. The type in this case will be image because that's what we were uploading. We can also say that accept will be equal to image /*, meaning any kind of image type. Placeholder will be equal to upload your ID. Folder will go into IDs, so you can choose where you want to place that image. Variant will be dark because we're on our public-facing website with a dark theme. And then onFileChange is equal to files.onChange. Let's fix this typo and no more warnings. And it is looking great, matching the dark theme. So what do you say that we test it out? Just before doing that, I'll head over to local.drizzle.studio and I'll remove all of the users that are currently here. I notice we have a lot of you who are testing already. Sorry about that. I'll need to have a clean slate while developing to test everything properly. Bye-bye. Now I'll enter my email. I'll enter my password, as well as a full name and my university ID. And most importantly, we'll try to upload our university ID card. So let me click here and select it. You can immediately see the progress bar appear, but it looks like the file name is too long. So head over into your file upload. And first of all, let's hide the progress if it reaches 100. So if progress is greater than 0 and progress is not equal to 100. So if we do that, you'll now see that the progress is gone, but we also need to remove this name right here. So it could be this file path right here. I think it's fine if we even just remove that or comment it out. Yep, it looks a bit better that way. So let me actually remove that. And now let's go ahead and click sign up to fully test out our new form. There we go. It looks like an account is being created. Oh, but we do have a sign up error. Even though it's hard to spot it with this broken toast, it looks like it fails right here where we're trying to trigger the workflow. So we'll need this production URL even in our local environment because our workflows can still be triggered. So let me head over to our .env.local. I'll head over to my Vercel environment variables and I'll grab the next public prod API endpoint and just copy it. So that'll look something like this. Next public prod API endpoint is equal to your deployed URL. Once you do that, we should get a 200. But it looks like I was trying to sign up with an already existing user. So I'll just use another email right here and then click sign up. And I'll have to change my university ID as well. There we go. We have successfully signed up and uploaded our ID. Let's just see if we can properly retrieve it by finding my user right here and then heading over to the university card. And you can see that this, even though it seems like it's a URL, it's actually a path
pointing to where this image is stored within ImageKit's file storage. So head out to your ImageKit dashboard and then go over to Media Library. Right there, you should see a folder called IDs, and if you double click into it, you can see all of the different users' identity cards, safely stored with all of the corresponding information, metadata, tags, and more. Not to mention that we can also edit this image right here with many different editing options. And since in our code, we are referring to this path right here, pointing to this image, whatever operations you perform on this image, such as remove backgrounds or do anything else, the changes will immediately be reflected in the code. Perfect. And now that we know that we brought our file upload back to the working state for the auth form, let's see what it will do for the admin state. So if I head over to admin, I'll head over to books and create a new book. And now we want to use that input here for the image, and then right here for the trailer, which is going to be a video upload. So I'll head over to a form, this time a book form, and I'll see where we said we want to add an image. That is right here, file upload for the cover URL. Yep, this file upload will act as an image upload. So we can simply use it like this. I'll say file, upload, import it. WebStorm will automatically let me know which props I need. It'll be a prop of image. Accept will be of image /*, meaning all image types. Placeholder will be upload a book cover. Folder, in this time, will be books /covers. Variant will be light because we're on an admin dashboard. And on file change, we can simply call the field .onChange. And we can also give it a value equal to field.value. And we can self-close it right here. With that in mind, you can see how great it looks like here, as we made it completely reusable, both in terms of the variant, so light and dark mode, as well as in terms of the placeholder, the icon that we show, and more. Now, let's copy it, and let's move a bit down to where we have the video input, or the trailer. So I'll put it right here, but this time we'll make it upload a video. So we will only accept video files. We can say upload a book trailer, and it'll go under books, videos, and the rest can remain the same. If you go down, you can now see upload a book trailer. If I click here, you'll see that it'll let me upload a PNG, but if I click on upload a book trailer, you'll see that it won't let me upload a PNG, and instead it is expecting a video. With that in mind, we have now successfully completed the file upload component. But just before we test it out, we'll also have to implement one more field, which is a color picker. And then we'll be able to test the entire form out. So let's do that next. To implement our color picker component, we'll use a very simple package called React Colorful, which spins up this nice component, allowing you to select a color, hue, as well as opacity. So let's go ahead and simply install it by running npm install react-colorful. And once it gets installed, now let's copy this block of code and let's create a new component called color picker under admin, components, and then a new file called color picker.tsx. There, simply paste what you copied, rename it to color picker. Make sure to export it at the bottom by saying export default color picker. Make sure to import use state as well. In this case, we'll need the state to manage the color, but we'll also open or close this color picker. So let's also create another use state, allowing us to control the isOpen state. At the start, set to false. When it comes to the props, we'll pass into this color picker. We can define them right here by saying interface of props. We'll accept a value, which is the color value of a type string, as well as onPicker change, which will then accept a color of a type string and return nothing, meaning void, it'll just modify the color. So now we can destructure the value and the onPicker change, and we can set that equal to the props interface. Now let's try to use it within the book form component. I'll head down right here to where we're referring to the color, and I'll import color picker coming from components color picker, and onPicker change will be equal to field.onChange, which is provided to us by React hook form. and the value will be equal to field.value, which is the currently selected color. Now, if we go back, you should be able to see something that looks like this. And we could already leave it as it is. I mean, this is more than good enough, provides a lot of flexibility. But some people might want to specifically choose the color of their book, to choose the exact color. So for that reason, let's head into the color picker. Let's wrap this return statement in a div with a class name of relative, within which we'll have another div with a class name equal to color picker. Now let's put this hex color picker right within it. There we go. This is looking good. But what we can do as well is add a hex color input as a self-closing component, which is also coming from React Colorful. And we can provide it the color, we can provide it the on change, which is going to be the same. And we can also give it a class name equal to hex-input. And now we can see the live number of this input. And as you change it, it changes as well. Now to make it look a bit nicer, we can wrap this hex color picker within a div, give it a class name of flex, flex-row, and items-center. We can put it within it, and we can also render a p tag in front of it, which will simply say hash, because all hexadecimal colors start with a hash. So that'll look something like this. And we can maybe leave this hex color picker outside of the div. So now we can both type the color as well as select it. Looking great. I was wrong. We don't even need this is open. We made it a bit simpler. And we might not even need this state right here of color. Instead, we can automatically use the value that we're passing through props to this component and then onPicker change as the on change. That way, we can automatically change it, and you can see that the color changes in real time. Perfect. So that means that the color picker is done as well. Now, the last thing is to test the whole UI to see if the data is being logged properly. So let's first check if we have any errors or warnings right here. It's saying that this value is red because the value does not exist on type file upload. Oh, this is interesting. Did we forget to accept the value? If we head over to file upload, it looks like we don't have the value. Let's add it immediately. So value optional of a type string, and we can accept it right here through props, value. And then if a file exists, we can use it right here by setting up the initial state of the file. So I'll turn it into an object and say file path is equal to either a value or null if value doesn't exist. And since we're doing this object, we also have to define the type. And it looks like WebStorm did it automatically for me, saying that this use state will accept a file path of a type string or null. So let's just fix it. File path is string or null, and we can close it right here. Perfect. Now, a few of these errors are gone. We have a few more at the top, just unused values, and some unused values as well. But we should be able to test out all of the inputs. So let's head over to the onSubmit, and let's actually console log those values right here to see what we're getting back. I'll enter some random information for now because we're not yet submitting for real. So I'll say test title, test author, test genre, rating can be 2, copies can be 10. We need to enter the book image. So for now, I'll pick one of our default ones that we have on our homepage. So let me upload it right here. It'll be this one. There we go. It nicely shows up. We can then select a color to match it. I think this one is good. We can enter a test description. And finally, we can enter a title. This is a real file that we're about to upload. Typically for videos, I use a website called Cover with a double R. And they allow you to download some free videos. So let's get this one with pouring coffee into a mug. It'll very quickly download it, and I'll be able to upload it as the trailer of this book, a book about coffee. So if I select pouring coffee stock video, you see the progress bar works. It uploaded it. We can fix this long name very soon, but as soon as it loads it, you'll be able to play it right here to see whether this is the trailer you wanted to upload. Looking good. Oh, and silly me, I was supposed to be testing this on desktop because that's where most books are going to be added anyway. It's not like somebody's going to go on a phone and then add a book there. And finally, we have a test summary. So what will happen
if I go ahead and click add book to library, let's go to the console, clear it, and click it. It says expected number received string for the rating. Okay, that's interesting. Let's head over to the rating component, which is right here. We did specify that the type is number here. And if we head over into validations and search for rating, we can see that it is a z.number. Oh, but what we should have done instead is coerced it into a number right here by saying z.coerce.number, like this. So similar to what we have done with total copies. So if I do this and try it one more time, it's good to know that the validation is working at least. I can go ahead and click add book to library, and we get back a console log of the entire form. We get all the information such as the author, cover color. Oh, the cover URL is actually here. It got uploaded to ImageKit, which means that it is working. And same thing happened to the video URL, which is amazing. Test title, test summary, rating, and total copies as a number, and the color right here as a hexadecimal value. That means that all of the different inputs that should have been accepting numbers, strings, images, videos, colors, and everything are working properly. So now that we know that that is the case, we are ready to implement a create book action, which will allow us to actually create a book and add it to the database, and then later on we'll be able to display it to the public-facing library website. So let's do that next. To implement a create book action, head over to lib, create a new folder, and call it admin. Within it, create another folder called actions. And within actions, create a new book.ts file. As you already know, we have to use the use server directive at the top for the server actions to be executed, well, on the server. And we're ready to add a new book to the database. We can do that by creating a new function. Const create book is equal to an async callback function that accepts some params of a type book params. We have to define these in our global types. And we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we get access to the error. And if something goes wrong, we can simply console log that error and return some kind of an object that'll say success is false and a message saying an error happened while creating a book. Okay, that was pretty simple. So what params do we actually need to create a book? Well, let's head over to types.d.ts and let's create an interface called book params. And here we can define different things that we need to pass over, such as a title of a type string, an author of a type string as well, a genre of a type string, a rating of a type number, a cover URL of a type string, a cover color of a type string, a description of a type string, the number of total copies, so total copies, which is going to be a number, video URL, which will be a string, and a summary, which will be a string as well. And now that type should automatically be recognized right here at the top. Next, let's actually create a new book. And you might think, how are we going to do that? This is the second time we're doing a creation action within our code. We already created users. And trust me, Neon and Drizzle make it super simple. I'll just say const new book is equal to await db.insert. We're going to insert the books schema. So we're going to get the books and we're going to insert into the books schema. So we have to get those books. And that means that we have to create a new Postgres table. So we have to head over to schema.ts and create a new one for the table similarly to what we did with the users. Let's go ahead and do that right below by saying export const books is equal to pg table, where we can define that specific name of the table, which is books, and then define all of the fields that it'll have. It'll have an ID of a type UUID with the name of ID, which is not null. It is the primary key. And by default, it'll be random and unique. We also need to get a title, which is a varchar, meaning it's just a string of max 255 characters, and it must not be null. We can do a similar thing with the author by simply saying author is a varchar with the name of author that is not null, After that, we can have a genre, which is going to be a text of genre, and it must not be null. After that, we'll have a rating, which will be an integer, meaning a number called rating, and it will not be null. So we can say dot not null. After that, we'll have a cover URL, which will be of a type text, and we have to pass the name of cover underscore URL, which will also not be null. After that, we have a cover color, which will be a varchar, and it'll be called cover underscore color with a max length of 7 characters, and it must not be null. 7 because it's 6 numbers and a hash to create a hexadecimal value. Then we get a description, which is a text of description and not null. We can also get a number of total copies, which is an integer that is not null, and the default value can be set to 1. After that, we have available copies, which will be an integer of available copies that is not null, and the default will be set to 0. Finally, we have a video URL, which will be a text of video underscore URL that is not null. We can do a similar thing with the summary, which will be a varchar of summary that is not null. And finally, a created add field that'll be of a type timestamp called created add with time zone true, and it'll default to now. And this is our book schema. Now we can head back over to book.ts and insert it into books coming from schema.ts. What are we going to insert? Well, we're going to insert the following values. We're going to simply spread all the params coming from a book, and we'll set the available copies to be equal to params dot total copies, because we're just creating it for the first time, so all the books are available. And then we can also say dot returning. Returning simply means that we want to get that value back that was just created in the database. Oh, and looks like I forgot to import the DB from Drizzle. There we go. So once we create it, we can just return a success of true, and we can return the data of json.parse, json.stringify, just to make sure to properly move it over to our front end from the server action. And we're going to return the new book 0, because that's the one and only book that was created. And let's not forget to add the export right here in front of our server action, completing its functionality and allowing us to use it within our form. That's it. That's all there is to it. It took us a bit more time because we actually had to create a book schema, but in all future mutations, it's going to be even easier. It is basically a couple of lines of code. So let's integrate it within our book form, which we completed just recently. We'll do it within the onSubmit function. I'll say const result is equal to await create book. And this is coming from our actions. To it, we want to pass all of the values from the form. See how simple it is once you make the form and TypeScript and Zod and validation and all of these different tools work together. You can pass exactly what you get get exactly what you want, and everyone's happy. So let's check if result is equal to success or result.success is true. Then we can return a toast, which will render a title of success, and it'll also render some kind of a description of book created successfully. Don't forget to import the toast at the top. And after we show the toast, we also want to use the router.push and push to /admin/books/ and then result.data.id, allowing you to see the details of the book that you just published. Else, if result is not success, we can simply show a toast that'll render a title of error. It'll render some kind of a description of result.error. And finally, the variant will be set to destructive. There we go. And looks like TypeScript is complaining a bit about this error. I think it was result.message. There we go. That's good. So with that in mind, the only thing that's remaining for us to do is test the book creation process. And to do that, I'll open up our public-facing website where we have mock data for now and our admin panel to turn that mock data into a real book in the database. So let's go ahead and copy all the parts from the book title to author. You can follow the same thing. And then category as well. We can do the rating, which is 4.6. Total copies is 20. Looks like I already entered this book title before, but you can basically just save image as and then upload it here. You can choose the primary color that matches the covers. I think it's somewhere near here, like a darkish purplish color. We have a description. And then a book trailer can remain this coffee right here, telling us how we can pour ourselves a nice cup of coffee while reading it. For now, I'll leave the summary to be equal to the description. And let's give it a shot. If everything works, our server action should be triggered and it should create a new book. I'll say add book to library. Oh, the rating should actually be an integer. This is interesting. If you want, you can turn it into a float, which would allow you to have decimal values, but in this case, I'll just bring it over to 5. I'm feeling generous today, and I'll add it to the library. Considering we didn't get redirected, I'm guessing an error has happened. And if you go into our terminal, you'll notice an error right here, saying NeonDB error relation books does not exist. And I'm actually super glad that this happened, because this is something that happens to everybody and happens often. So the sooner you start understanding why this happened and you start putting into practice to automatically generate and migrate over your database as soon as you change the schema, the better. Remember how I told you that whenever you change the schema, you'll have to then rerun the commands that we added over to our package.json? It's generate and migrate. So let's do just that. I'll go into our new terminal and run npm run db generate. You can see it provided a new SQL migration. And then I'll say npm run db migrate. We have that warning as before, but no errors, which means that we're good. And if you check out our migrations, you'll see a second SQL file, which simply adds onto the first one. So it doesn't have to repeat the creation of those tables. They're already there, but now it created a new table for books. And with that, the relation books should actually exist, and we should be able to create it. So let me click add book to library, and we got success. And even though we're seeing a 404 error here, that's good. We just got redirected to the book details page, which we haven't yet created, but that's a good sign. So head over either to your Drizzle Studio or to Neon Tables, where you'll be able to see your database. And a new table should appear called Books, where we can see all the information, such as the title of Midnight Library, Matt, who is the author, genre, rating, and more. It is all here, which means that our book creation process is fully functional. But there's one problem with it. Everybody can head over from just a general URL over to admin books new and create a new book. That doesn't feel right, does it? They need to have privileges to be able to create a book. So let's head over to app, admin, layout, and let's add a check. Alongside checking whether a user exists, we also need to check whether that currently logged in user is an admin. So I'll say const isAdmin is equal to await db coming from Drizzle dot select. We want to select only the isAdmin field, which is under users.role. We want to select it from users, where we have an equality of user's ID, which matches the currently logged in user, which is the session.user.id. We can limit it to only return one user, and we can run a .then on it and check the response. And if the response 0, (isAdmin is triple equal to admin, all uppercase, then that means that we want to return true. So by default, when you're making an equality comparison, the output of that is a Boolean. So if this matches, this function will return true. And if this function returns true, that true will be transitioned over to this isAdmin variable. So the only thing we have to do is say if not isAdmin, then we can redirect over to /. So let's test it out. Reload your page. And then if you try to sneak your way over to the admin interface of this great library management platform, you'll simply be redirected to the public-facing website. Access denied. For now, just to allow ourselves the access to the platform, you can find your user in the database, find the role right here, which is currently user, and manually switch it over to admin. If you do that, head back to the app and head over to admin. You'll see that it'll work because now you have the necessary permissions. Later on, we'll implement the ability to change the user role directly from the admin side.
But for now, this is good too. Now, finally, that we can create new books, and now that we know that they've been added to the database, we are ready to display them on the homepage. Currently, we're displaying mock data here, but now we are ready to start fetching real data from the database. To start displaying real books from our database, head over to App, Root, and then Page.tsx. Within here, we can first get the user session by saying const session is equal to await auth, coming from Auth.js. Then, instead of just getting all the users, we can just get the latest books by saying something like const latest books is equal to, we can put it in parentheses and say await db dot select, and now we can select dot from books. Specifically, we'll limit it to about, let's do 10 books, and let's order it by descending order. So we can say DESC, which we can import from Drizzle ORM, and then say books.created at, just like this. And finally, we can wrap all of that in parentheses and say as an array of books, because that's exactly what we'll be returning. Now, one problem will appear as soon as you do that, and that is that everything will become red. You'll notice that the conversion of type ID, title, author, genre, and so on may be mistaken because neither type sufficiently overlap with the others. So why is it saying that we have an overlap? Well, that's because before, our books looked something like this. They had available copies with an underscore, total copies with an underscore, and they were coming from sample books. But now they're coming from a real schema books, which is looking something like this. Even though it has underscores in the database, when we're trying to fetch the data using Drizzle, it automatically converts it over to camel case. So we have to head over into this book type, and we have to fix it. ID, title, author, genre, rating, it'll all stay the same, but it'll say total copies. Available copies in camel case, no longer it'll be a cover, now it'll be a cover URL. Same thing for the video URL, and then it'll also have a created ad, which will be a date or null. And we don't need this is lone book. So if we do this, now the type should be a bit more precise, but it still says that it's not a perfect match. Let's see if we have everything. Color right here, we called cover color. So this also has to match the same schema in the database. More or less, the rest should be okay. It says that the only property that is incompatible right now is the ID property, which is interesting. Oh, yeah, it shouldn't be a number. It should indeed be a string. Thank you, TypeScript, for saving me here. And now you can see the error is gone. So finally, instead of simply passing sample books, which we no longer need, so I can completely remove it from here, we'll be passing real books. So let's spread ... latest books 0. We'll pass that over to the book overview. And let's also pass the user ID equal to session (user) .id. And we'll say as string because we know that it'll actually exist there. And we can also pass those books right here as latest books, but we'll run a .slice1, which means that we'll make the array start from the second element and not the first one, because we're already showing the first one in the book overview. We don't want to repeat ourselves. So let's head into the book list. Everything should be the same here. We're mapping over books and then rendering a book card. But we changed the name of some of the properties from the time when we had a sample book and now that we have the real data in the database. So let's quickly change those as well. You can rename the color to cover color, and you can use it where we're using it below. You can also do cover, that is now a cover URL. So let's copy it and paste it wherever we're using the cover, that is here. And finally, is lone book no longer exists, but for now, I'll leave it as it defaults to false anyway. And let's also head back over to the book list. And let's hide the book list in case we don't have any books to show. So I'll say only if books.length is greater than 2, because the first element actually is in the hero. So we're already covering that. So only if it's greater than 2, then show this UL. As a matter of fact, we should show the entire section only if it has any elements to show. So I'll do it right here. If books.length is greater than 2, then we'll return this. But if it's lower than 2, we'll simply exit out of this, return, meaning show nothing. So now if I go back, we don't see any latest books because the only book we have added to the database is this book right here. And it looks like it is properly taking all of the information from the book, which is amazing. But everything besides the cover photo. So let's head over to our book overview. And here we also have to change some naming. Total copies will be renamed over to total copies in camel case. Same thing for available copies. Color will be cover color. And cover will be cover URL. So let's make sure to change those in the code as well. Total copies, available copies. Next, we have a cover color. We have a cover URL for the image. And once again, we have a cover color and cover URL right here. So if we make all the changes properly to work with our new database schema, now with real data, you can see that at least the book gets colored, but the image is still not showing. We are rendering that image right here as cover URL, which we're passing over to book cover, and then it's rendering it as an image. So let's actually console log this cover URL to see what we're getting back. I'll do a console log of cover URL and then reload. And it looks like we're getting back /books/covers and a correct WebP address. But this is not a full address. It is a path pointing to ImageKit, our image solution. So let's actually head over to the book cover component. And instead of just rendering it as a regular image, let's actually use the IK image, where the path will now be set to cover image. URL endpoint will be set to config, coming from libconfig.env.imagekit.url endpoint. Alt tag will be book cover. We'll have fill. Class name will be the same. We can also use something known as lazy loading. So we can say loading is lazy to load other things before it. And then with ImageKit, you're also getting a lot of these great functionalities out of the box, such as LQIP, which is lower quality image placeholder, which we can set active to true. So first, it'll render a lower quality placeholder, and only then it will render the full image, which optimizes website performance. Now, ImageKit has to be used on the client side. So for the time being, I will change this over to a use client component. And with that, our book is right here. It's looking great. And now it's coming from the database. Now in the next lesson, I'll show you another production-ready technique that allows us to quickly fill up the entire database. In this lesson, I'll teach you how to seed a database. Database seeding simply means populating a database with an initial set of data. It is so common to load seed data such as initial user accounts or dummy data, in this case our images, which allows us to see more data without necessarily needing to manually go ahead and add every single book. And since it happens so often within companies and larger applications, I wanted to teach you how to do that. First, head over into Constants, and then right here, find our sample books. Remove them, and instead, where you found other snippets to copy, you can also find another file called dummy books. Create a new file in the root of your application and call it dummybooks.json. There we go. So this is simply a list of all of the dummy data for some programming related books. We won't just show this fake data within our application, we'll actually use it to populate our database for real so those rows appear there. So head over into your database folder and create a new file called seed.ts. Within it, let's create a new function, const seed is equal to a function, which will console log something like seeding data, ... and we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we'll simply say something like error seeding data, and in the try, we'll actually try to do that. And if you go back to your application, you'll notice that the profile page will broke for a second. So for the time being, we can bring back our old books, the sample books that we had here, just so we don't break that. There we go. Now in the try, let's loop over our seed data by saying for const book of dummy books. So let's try to import those dummy books. We can do that right here at the top to get them from our JSON. Dummy books coming from /dummy books.json, and we can map over them right here. After that, before we actually insert them into the database, we first have to upload the images and cover videos to ImageKit. So let's say const cover URL is equal to await upload to ImageKit. ImageKit, and then we can pass a book.cover URL. The second parameter can be the title, which can be something like book.title, and then an extension of .jpeg. And finally, we can pass the path, which will be something like /books/covers. For this to work, we have to do two things. The first one is to turn this into an async function. And the second one is to create this upload to ImageKit function. So const upload to ImageKit, it'll be an async function that'll accept a URL, a file name, as well as the folder path. So within there, we can open up another try and catch. Within the catch, you know the deal, we get the error, and then we simply console log it. But in the try, we'll try to get the response, so const response, out of the image upload. So let's simply set a new instance of ImageKit by saying const ImageKit is equal to new ImageKit, and then we can pass all of our configuration options, such as a public key equal to process.env.ImageKit public key, private key, which is equal to process.env.ImageKit private key, and then a URL endpoint equal to ImageKit URL endpoint. Now, only the private key is private, but the first two, the public key and the URL endpoint, are public, so we need to add a next public right here in front. Perfect. And now that we have that, we can say await ImageKit dot upload, and we can pass all of these configuration options, such as file is equal to URL, then we pass the file name, and finally we pass the folder. Once we get the response, we can just return response.file path. Perfect. So now we can upload images or files and videos to ImageKit, and we actually want to duplicate this and do the same thing with the video. So we can say const video URL is equal to upload to ImageKit book.video URL, and we'll upload it to books videos, and it'll be an MP4 file. Finally, we are ready to insert that into our database by saying await db, coming from Drizzle, dot insert into books, the values that are as follows. We're going to spread all of the properties of the book, and we're going to add a cover URL as well as a video URL. Perfect. We'll also have to make a connection to this database one more time. We cannot use our previous connection because we will not be running this file from our typical Next.js application. Rather, we'll be running it as a script from a package file, like running a separate node file, not Next.js. So right here, at the end of this for, I'll add a console log, data seeded successfully. I'll collapse the function, collapse the upload to ImageKit as well. And we have to set up an instance of our database by saying config of path is .env.local to get access to our environment variables. Then we can say const SQL is equal to neon, and then to it, we pass the process.env.database_URL. And finally, we can export const db is equal to Drizzle, to which we pass the client equal to SQL. So in this case, we're not importing the db from database Drizzle. We're just creating a new instance of that right here, since this file is standalone from other files. We can also add exclamation marks right here at the end to let it know that we actually know that these keys will be there. And we have to import the config coming from .env. And I think that's it. The only thing we have to do is call the seed function right here at the end as soon as we call this file. Oh, and I think TypeScript saved me one more time. There's a red squiggly line right here saying property cover URL does not exist. Actually, since we're just seeding it manually, we cannot use the camel case. It'll have to be the exact format we're seeding the database with. So we'll have to use a cover underscore URL here, as well as the video underscore URL right here. Same thing here. Cover URL and video URL. So let's do it properly. And we can rename it here as well. Cover URL. Now you can see here it says, did you mean cover URL in camel case? So looks like I was wrong. We still needed to do everything in camel case as we're just inserting the value using Drizzle. But in dummy data, so far I use snake case. So actually, I'm interested in seeing whether this will work. If not, I'll transition it over to camel case. So now let me head over to my package.json. And the way that you typically seed your databases is by adding a seed command to package.json. So right here on top of our DB commands, I'll add seed, and I'll simply make it run that file, npx tsx database /seed.ts. So let's head over to our terminal and let's run npm run seed. And I'll expand it so we can see what's happening and press enter. It says you need to install the TSX package. Sure, let's go ahead and do that. It looks like we got a connection string issue with Neon, so we have to head back over to the seed database and check whether we have properly provided the URL. It looks like we are passing it properly, but it's like it's not reading it from our environment variables. process.env.database URL. Oh, it looks like I have an extra space right here. Hopefully you had it right. So let's go ahead and rerun that command. That'll be npm run seed. It's seeding data. Okay, so it looks like it fails after all. As you can see, so far, whenever we have been inserting the values into the database, we have used this schema right here, which has camel case for our properties, but then later on in database rows, it converts them into snake case. So I'm actually very glad that we tested this out, because now we know that we cannot insert properties using the final format that they'll be saved within the database with. Rather, we can use camel case. So by the time you're watching this video, for you, I might have provided the right file right off the bat, the JSON file that contained camel case, but for myself, I will modify it right away. There we go. I've simply overridden the previous file with the one with the values in camel case. So now I'll just have to make a small modification right here and change these to camel case as well. You'll have to do that change as well. So wherever they're saying video or cover URL, simply change it to video and cover URL in camel case. But why is there still a red squiggly line right here? Well, because to insert it into the database, we want to make sure that the value is there. So we can say that this will be string. And same thing for the video URL, as string. That way, TypeScript will know that we are properly returning these values. So let's go ahead and seed our database one more time with one more lesson learned. We're seeding the data. This time it's taking a bit longer, which is a good sign when we're seeding databases, as there's a lot of data to upload. We could have added some additional console logs to know when the images are uploaded, when videos are uploaded, and when the books are inserted. But as of now, we can stare into the screen and look at this blinking cursor and wait for it to say success. And there we go. Data seeded successfully. Head over to your table and just check this out. All of these books are right here. And if you head over to your localhost 3000, check this out. We have a book overview at the top, and then we have some more books right here at the bottom. This is looking great, and now you know what it takes to seed any database to quickly get your project data up and running. Now that we have all of these great books, let's actually create a details page for each and every one of them. Let's go with JavaScript, the good parts. Right now, we get a 404 as we don't yet have a book details page. So let's head over back into the code, head over into app, root, and create a new folder called books. And within books, create a new dynamic route of ID within square brackets. And within it, create a new page.tsx. There, run rafce, and first we can accept the ID of the book we're currently on through params. So let's destructure the params, and that'll be of a type. Params is a promise, which in this case will include an ID of a type string. So let's destructure that ID by saying const ID is equal to await params.id. And we can make this function async. And now, based off of that ID, we can fetch the book from our database. So I'll write a comment, and that'll look like this. Const book details is equal to db coming from database Drizzle dot select dot from books dot where, and now we can use an equality sign, eq books dot id, and then we match it with the ID we're getting through params,
dot limit to 1. And I think this is good. So let's just await it right here. And I think this will return an array. So to get the exact book details, we can destructure the first parameter out of that array, which should bring us back the book details. Finally, if there is no book details, we can simply redirect to 404. This is how it's going to look like. And before we go ahead and return it, let's actually just console log it to see what we're getting back from book details. It looks like we're getting back all the correct data. So to render the book details, I'll simply return an empty React fragment, and within it, I'll return a component we already created, the book overview component. You can see we have to pass a lot of props into it, or we can simply spread the book details. To it, we can also pass a user ID equal to session $.user $.id as string, and you already know how we can get the session right at the top by saying session is equal to await auth, and the auth is coming from Next.auth or Auth.js. Let's close the book overview component and let's properly import it coming from components. If you do that, you should be able to see the details of the book you just clicked on. So if I head over to React in action, you can see the details of that book. Perfect. You also have the button to borrow it, which we'll make full use of very soon. Now, right below this primary information, we also want to show a video trailer of that book. So head just below it and create a new div with a class name of book details. Within it, there's another div with a class name of flex-1.5, and within it, there's a section. This section will have a class name of flex-call, and a gap of 7. There, we can render an h3 that'll say video. And later here, we can display the video component to actually allow people to play that trailer. So if we put it side by side, you can see how that looks like. So right below this section, let's also create another section for the book summary. It'll have a class name equal to margin top of 10 to divide it a bit from the top. It'll be a flex container. It'll have a flex column, so the elements appear one below another, and a gap of 7. There, we can render an h3 of summary, and within it, render a div with a class name of space-y-5, text-extra large, and text-light of 100. Within it, we can render the book details.summary, which should look something like this, but we can split it by new lines by saying dot split and then choosing the \n character as the separator, and then mapping over each individual line, which will look something like this. We simply want to show a p tag for each one of the lines within the summary, and that'll make it look like this. It'll be split into paragraphs. Looking great. And later on, beneath this section and beneath one more div, we could have a section to maybe show similar books, which would allow us to traverse between page details of similar books. And finally, let's implement this video component, which will allow us to play the video trailer of that book. So let's create a new component in the components folder, and let's call it book video.tsx. Run rafce right within it. And this will actually be super simple, thanks to the ImageKit video component. First, we have to wrap it in an ImageKit provider, which will look something like this. To it, as you might already know, we need to provide a public key equal to config.env.imagekit.public key, and also the URL endpoint, which will be equal to config. Make sure to import it from our libconfig, not .env config, and then say .env.imagekit.url endpoint. And within it, we can render the IK video component and then pass the necessary props. Let's first call the book video as a component right here. It'll be a book video component as a self-closing component, to which we can pass a video URL equal to book details.video URL. And then within the component, we can get access to that video URL right here, which will be equal to video URL of a type string. And then we can set the path of the video to be equal to video URL. If you want to, you can set controls to be true or false, depending on whether you want to show them. And you can provide a class name of wfull and rounded-xl. And let's not forget to turn this into a client component, as IK video requests us to do that. And if you do that, check this out. There is now a video trailer related to this book. And if we expand it to look at it in its full glory, this is looking even better. A simple and optimized video player component, and then a full book summary, completing our work on the book details page. Finally, let's implement that borrow functionality. To start implementing the borrow functionality, head over to lib and within actions, create a new file called book.ts. Here, we can declare that this is a use server file, so the code will only be executed on the server, and we can create a server action that will initialize the borrowing process. So let's say export const borrow book, which is equal to an async function, which will accept some params, and these will be of a type borrow book params. So let's head into the types.d.ts and let's define those borrow book params. We can do that simply by saying interface borrow book params, and it'll be just a book ID because we need to know which book to borrow, and then finally the user ID to know who is borrowing the book. Finally, we can destructure those two params by saying const user ID as well as the book ID are coming from params, and we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, you already know the deal. We get the error, and then we can simply console log it, as well as return a success of false and an error, something like an error occurred while borrowing the book. And then we can focus on the try part. Here, we can make a new mutation to the database by saying const book is equal to await db coming from Drizzle dot select, and we only want to get access to the number of available copies, and that's coming from books dot available copies. Then we want to make sure that we're getting it from the books schema or books table, where we have an equation sign books.id is equal to the book ID that we're currently trying to borrow. And we're going to limit it to only one book. That should look something like this. After that, we first of all need to check whether that book even exists, the book that we want to borrow. So if no book.length, or if book0.available_copies is lower than or equal to 0, in that case, we're going to return a success of false, as well as an error of something like, let's do book is not available for borrowing. If we can borrow the book though, we need to get its due date as to when we need to return it. So let's say const due date is equal to, and here we can use the day.js library, which helps us deal with dates a bit more easily. So let's just install it by running npm install day.js, and then we can say day.js.add 7 days to date to date string. So we're simply going to add 7 days from today. That's the deadline. Later on, we can make this dynamic by passing a dynamic return value right here instead of the number 7. And then we are ready to insert a new record, a new borrowing record. We can do that by saying db.insert. And specifically, we want to insert something into the database, but into a completely new table called borrow records. So think of this as a huge library of different records that keep track of which users borrowed which books. You don't want to simply mutate the book itself. You want to create a new record that connects a specific user with a specific book. So to do that, we have to create a new table. So let's head into schemas. And below books, we'll create another table. Now, since it'll be very similar to the tables we created so far, I'll provide you with the code for this one. You can just find it where you found all other snippets of code and then paste it right here. You'll notice that it has the ID, the user ID who is borrowing the book ID, so we know which book is being borrowed, the borrowed date, the due date, and finally, we'll later on mutate it with the return date so we know what is the status of that return. As you know, whenever we change the schema, we have to rerun npm run db generate, and then once again rerun npm run db migrate. Once you do that, we can now insert this right here by saying db insert into borrow records, and specifically, we want to insert the following values: user ID, book ID, due date, and status, which by default will be set to borrowed. Great. And then finally, once we create this new record, we want to mutate the original books by saying await db.update books, and we want to set the number of available copies to be equal to book0.available copies -1, because somebody just borrowed one instance of that book. And we want to do it where eq books ID is equal to the current book ID we're on. Beautiful. Finally, let's return it by saying success is true. And as the data, we can do json.parse, json.stringify, and we can return that borrow record right within. So now let's actually go ahead and call this borrow book action when we click this borrow button right there. I'll head over into the book overview, as I think that's where the button is. Yep, here it is. But since this click will now involve client-side actions, such as clicking on a click handler, we'll have to either turn the entire book overview component into a client component, or create a separate client-side component just for the borrow button. For better SEO and to get more code generated on the server itself, we'll create a separate component for the button. So copy this button right here, create a new component, and call it borrow book.tsx, run rafce, and paste the button code right here. Make sure all the imports are in order, and then simply import the button where it used to be right here. I think it was below the description, so that's going to be borrow book. And if you save it, here we have it. But now we can turn it into a client component while keeping everything else server rendered. And this is something that I dive into much more detail within the Ultimate Next.js course. So if you want to learn a bit more about server and client components, server actions, and how all of that works behind the scenes, definitely check out that course on jsmastery.pro. But with that in mind, we'll have to pass some props into this button. The first one will be just the book ID. So we can say book ID is equal to book ID. And the second one will be equal to the user ID, which is equal to user ID. And I think book ID actually is just the ID because we're already on the book details page. So let's get those values. We can get them right here at the top of the book overview. And I think we're already passing it through the props into the book overview, if I'm not mistaken. So we should be able to just destructure them right here. That'll be ID as well as user ID. And we need to also let TypeScript know that alongside the book properties, we'll also be accepting a user ID. We can do that by saying interface props extends book with the user ID of a type string. So now we can make the type of props, and it'll know that all of this is a book, and then it also has a user ID. Great. Now, if you remember correctly, our users currently also have a status, and a status can be pending or approved. So far, we don't yet have the functionality on the admin side to approve certain users, but that's definitely something we can do later. So for example, a book clerk who is sitting in a library sees your ID, checks whether you're from the university that this library is from, and then if that is the case, they can approve you, else they can reject you. So for now, I'll manually approve my user right here, and let's fetch our user data by saying const destructure the first user and make it equal to the call to the database by saying await db from database Drizzle. Let's make it into an async function. And we're going to do db.select.from users.where eq users.id is equal to the user ID. and dot limit to 1. Now we get the user. If a user doesn't exist, that means that we can't borrow. So I'll say if no user, then simply return null. And then finally, we can figure out, can user borrow? This is going to be a Boolean variable. And then we can create a new object called borrowing eligibility, which will be equal to an object that'll have an isEligible Boolean variable. And we can check the status of that variable by checking if available copies is greater than 0 and if user.status is triple equal to approved. Only in that case they should be eligible to borrow it. And if not, we can render a message saying available copies is lower than or equal to 0. In that case, we can render something like an error message saying book is not available. Else, we can say something like you're not eligible to borrow this book. Perfect. And now we can pass that object into the borrow book button. So I'll do it here. Borrowing eligibility is equal to borrowing eligibility. So let's head into the borrow book and let's get access to all of these props. That'll be user ID, book ID, and borrowing eligibility. And that'll be of a type props. So let's define those props at the top by saying interface props is equal to, and then we can say that it has a user ID of a type string, book ID of a type string, and borrowing eligibility, which is an object with a Boolean and a string. Within here, we'll need to get access to the router properties to be able to re-navigate the user to another page after they borrow. So we can say router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And we'll also need to create a new use state so we can handle the loading state of the borrow function, like borrowing and set borrowing at the start set to false. And finally, we can implement the const handle borrow, which is equal to an async function that'll be executed once we actually click on that button. There, we can first check if no borrowing eligibility dot is eligible. What we can do actually is maybe destructure the is eligible and the message from that. So we can just do a colon and then destructure them, is eligible and message. And then we can simply say if not is eligible. A bit simpler to do it that way. Then we can render a toast with a title of error, a description of message, and a variant of destructive. And that'll look something like this. If we pass that if statement, that means that we're eligible. So then I can set borrowing to true. So we can start the loading and open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we get an error and we'll render a toast that'll say something like title error, description, an error occurred while borrowing the book, and a variant of destructive. We can also add a finally clause in this case, because no matter whether it succeeds or fails, we'll set borrowing back to false, because we want to stop the loading. And finally, in the try, the only thing we have to do is get a result from the server action we created. So we can await borrow book server action, to which we can then pass an object of book ID and user ID, which is exactly what it accepts. Then if a result is a success, so if result success, then we show a toast of title success, description book borrowed successfully, and we use the router dot push to push to the profile page, so my profile, to see the book we just borrowed. Else, we'll show a toast of title error. The description can be something like an error occurred while borrowing the book, and we're not going to route anywhere. Finally, on click of this button, we can say on click is equal to handle borrow book. That is this action right here. Also, we can set a disabled state, and if we're currently borrowing, it'll be disabled. And we can change the text depending on the borrowing status. So if we're borrowing, then we'll say borrowing ... Else we'll say something like borrow book. There we go. You can see that changed. And we are ready to test it out. I'll open up my NeonDB table right here on the left while I click the button. And in terminal, we get some kind of another error. So at least now we know that the book eligibility test is good, and if you're not eligible, you'll not be able to borrow it. But wait, I actually thought we approved ourselves. Looks like I forgot to click the enter or click save changes. So now I approved myself for real. Let's see if I can borrow the book now. I click borrow book, it says borrowing, and now we didn't get that flash that said you're not eligible, but we just got an error saying an error occurred while borrowing the book. And we get that same converting circular structure object. Okay, so now we know that it's not about the eligibility, but something else. And for the time being, we can just remove these fake dummy books from the profile page. And if we remove that, the only thing that will remain on the profile page is the logout button. So let's actually move that right here to the top right. We have enough space there. We can do that by copying this form right here. That is within my profile page. And then head over into the header. In the header, you can comment out the link right here. And instead of the link, you can simply render that form. You'll need to import all of the things from here, such as sign out from auth and so on. And we'll no longer need to get the session because we don't need to show the username there. So we can remove these, the initials, and more. And if we do that, we can turn this into a server component. So let's actually remove the use client directive at the top and remove this first link pointing to the library. We can already see a lot of the books on the homepage. So if we do that, we have successfully turned this into a server component. And now the logout button is at the top. Perfect. So now we have a nice looking homepage. We have all of the functionalities that happen on the backend when a book is borrowed. We create a borrow record and more. Now seemingly this is a simple application, at least on the front end, but you know how much stuff is happening on the backend side. We're handling the users, we're handling the addition of books, we're tracking borrow statuses, borrow requests, and more. And in this one, I really wanted to go all out and implement all of these crazy features. But doing that is taking so much time. And I think this YouTube video is already a bit too long. So I want to continue developing this app even further. Implement a workflow that'll update the user to let them know when their book is due, manage user approvals and book statuses from the admin side, and more. So let's keep this app at the current state as it is, and let's get it deployed. And then after that, we'll plan a way to improve it even further. The only thing we need to do to deploy it is push to GitHub. So I'll run git add .git commit -m. We can say implement borrow records and finish the app. And then git push. This will automatically push it to your repo. And since we already deployed our app before, if you go to deployments, you should be able to see that your app is building right now. So let's wait until it finishes, and then we can go ahead and check it out live and deployed. There we go. The status is ready. So let's go ahead and visit it. And we are in, but it looks like we had an issue with a check for displaying the book overview. In the code, we're looking if we can fetch a user. In the book overview code, we're returning null for this entire component if we can't fetch a user. But that shouldn't really be the case. If we can't fetch the user, then we simply cannot figure out the borrowing eligibility. So hiding the borrowing button makes more sense than hiding the whole thing, right? So right here, I'll say if no user, then simply don't show the book. Or in other words, if a user exists, then show the borrow book. And we can remove this check right here. So let's go ahead and push it one more time by running git add .git commit -fix if check and git push. And very soon we'll be able to recheck it. It built successfully, so I'll reload. And there we go, the book is back. Just to check out the login functionality one more time, you can try the sign up, but in this case, I'll try just the sign in. Success, we're logged in, and this time we have the borrow book as well. And if you click it, success, book borrowed successfully. Oh, but we still have that old redirect to the profile page. So if you just bear with me and you want to do one more quick push, you can head over to where we actually borrow the book. So that is the borrow book button. And the only thing we have to do is just push it to the home page once we borrow, instead of pushing to the profile. So if you fix this, you can do another git add dot, git commit -m, fix redirect, and git push. This is typically how it is when you're pushing changes and you want to see them live in production. So with that in mind, the app is done. And there you have it. You just built a production-grade library system with features that most tutorials wouldn't even dare to touch. Rate limiting, DDoS protection, automated workflows with emails, and complex database queries. You've learned to implement it all. But here's the thing. Everything you build today, it's just the beginning. Remember those advanced features I showed you in the demo? Like the analytics dashboard and the admin panel with different tables, and even automated workflows with performance optimizations. Yeah, those aren't just for the show. They're complete systems that showcase the functionalities of real modern web applications. Now, you could absolutely take what you learned so far and build those features yourself. That's the beauty of understanding the core concepts. You have the foundation to explore and create. And heck, you even have the complete codebase with all of those changes already implemented on GitHub. So you can check it out and give it a spin. But if you want to skip trial and error and dive straight into the advanced patterns, I prepared a second part of this course, the Pro version, where we'll build the entire platform together and even more features that would make senior developers nod in approval. The platform includes deep dives into advanced React patterns, step-by-step commits so you never get lost, real-world challenges to test your skills, progress tracking to keep you moving forward, and a community of developers to build amazing things together. And as I said at the start, there's a link to join the pre-launch of the course down in the description. The first 100 developers who join will get a lifetime access completely for free. And even if you miss it, once I actually release it, I'll reach out to you via email with a special pre-launch discount. The link is in the description. But no pressure though. You came to the end of this video, and that's amazing. The pro content is there if you want to take your skills to the senior level. Once again, thank you so much for coding along, and I'll see you in the next one. Or maybe inside JSMastery.pro. Keep building things that matter, and have a wonderful day.